Okay, so first song is gonna be "It's Like That." All right, so that's the first song. It's like that. And yeah, this is like the fire starter for this album and everything. I think it's a great track, a great party record. I mean, this entire thing is a great party record, and that's what I really like about it. Everything kind of just like really comes to life and everything. But this one is so much fun to listen to. Like I just really, really, really enjoy it. I think that Jermaine is great on this, and Fat Man Scoop. So I really appreciate their incorporations into the track. I think her vocals on here are amazing to listen to. I love the music video. And I think it's cool how it's kind of like, tied into the We Belong Together video. I like the lyric, especially whenever she says, them chickens is ash and I'm lotion, period. And of course, there's this interview clip that I have pulled up right in front of me, which I will play for you guys. I don't know if you guys have heard this one. It's from a 2006 interview that she did where she was kind of talking about that. It's on my computer. Let me know if you guys can hear it. If you guys can't hear it, let me know and I will fix it. But I'm going to play that for you guys really quick, just so you guys can hear a little context behind that specific line for this song.
Okay, here's the rationale. We're not saying, we're not calling somebody ashy. We're actually saying you actually are ash and we're lotion. So basically, like, you are the antithesis of us. Like, basically, we're talking to the guy, like, I'm talking to the guy, like, them chickens is ash and I'm lotion. You need to get rid of them and I'm the antidote. It's just to make the girls going out to the club that night feel good. I look at it as a feel good lyric. Like, you're getting ready to go out, you're in the mirror, you don't know about this because you're not a girl. Guys just get dressed and go. Girls, we take time, we put on music we want to listen to, we get the makeup together, we be in the mirror like, them chicken is ash and I'm lotion, getting ready to go out. I was like, we need to inspire the girls. You know what? Never did I think after all these years of writing songs and be like, no, I can't say that, no. That the them chickens is ash and I'm lotion is going to be the Grammy nominated song.
So yeah, that's like context behind that line. Because I remember when I first heard it, I had no idea what she meant. Them chickens is ash and I'm lotion. I was like, what does this even mean? And then I saw on Instagram someone had posted that clip, and I was like, oh, that's what it means. So there's like a little bit of context for that clip, and then Chase is here, so I'm to speak. So yeah, that's basically everything I have to say about the song. Really nice way to open up the record. Nice fire starter. I believe it peaked at number 16 on Hot 100. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's how the song lyric is in Anastasia's bio.
Period.
Exactly, and then my thoughts on the song, of course, love this song. A great party track that will always make me feel good. I love that she incorporated the Run DMC like Hollis crew, and he was like from Run DMC. Like, it was such a genius sample. And then of course, like I love how she talks about with the song how she feels free and unashamed to be who she really is, and that she's celebrating the person that she's grown to and the artist that she's grown into, and how she no longer feels imprisoned by like her insecurities, and she can say like this is the real her. Take it or leave it. This is who I am. And I just love how like liberated she felt like with this era, and this track is no different. And it's just like I love it. Like this is Mimi coming into her own, and this is just a great fun party record that like will always put me in a good mood. Like I just don't know a better song than this, like a better party song.
You're so real for bringing up her sample game. I feel like her sample game never really gets talked about enough because, yeah, she used popular samples and stuff
Exactly.
on her songs and stuff, but she's also used like really underrated ones that like nobody even talks about, like songs she's done people don't even know it's a sample. So I appreciate you bringing it up in the message of the song. And I think it's a really good way to start off the era. I think she went through so much with Glitter and Charm Bracelet, and so for her to come back with this moment was really special. So next up, we'll do RJ and then we'll do Scooter.
Yeah, like you guys met. I mean, it's definitely my favorite party record, and I just remember it being played in the clubs and all the dance remixes being played in the clubs is definitely like it's just my favorite party record, and just the fun that Mariah is having on this song. And like you said, like the freedom in the lyrics is not new for her, but it's like inside jokes and stuff like that, yet it works in the song, which just shows the genius of her songwriting. She can put something so personal, it's like an inside joke between her and her friends, and everyone can relate. So I like how she started that style of writing with this record, and and this song, and it carried through, for later albums as well. So definitely one of my favorites, underrated gem that I feel should have been a #1 record for her.
Period. Yeah, I really agreed with what you were saying about that. I really liked your whole analysis, RJ. So yeah, oh, just what a moment, what a moment. And next up is gonna be Scooter.
So I remember being in radio, a top 40 radio station, when this song came out. And a lot of people didn't really know that it was Mariah when they're listening to it on the radio. I remember one time I was walking through a Kmart before, they're no longer existing. And I asked the cashier, a cashier when I was checking out, I was like, "Have you heard the new Mariah?" And she's like, "She got a new track out?" And I was like, "Yes." I was like, "It's called It's Like That." And I was like, and I kind of like hummed it to her or whatever, sang it to her, and she was like, "That's her?" And I was like, "Yes." She's like, "I had no clue." She's like, "I've been bopping to that song for a while, but I didn't even know that was her." And I'm like, "Yes." And so I think it was such a different kind of sound for her on to be released, that it was kind of like a teaser for the Emancipation of Mimi album as a whole. I feel like that's a part of the reason it didn't get as much success, was because out the gate it wasn't a lot of people didn't know really what to expect from Mariah in the game at that point. And then a lot of people didn't even know when it was played on the radio that it was actually her, until the DJs would actually say, "Hey, that's Mariah Carey's new joint," blah, blah, blah. But it was a fun track. And it was a great video leading into the "We Belong Together" video. So it was just a great, and even better is when you watch, when I was, she kicked off her tour with that song, and she just was having fun. The dancers were enjoying it, and she still sings that song today within concerts. So she's got to love it when she continues to play that song live.
Yes, exactly. I love when she does it live. It's just so much fun, and I think it really translates nicely to a live setting and everything. So I really appreciate that about it. I realized I wanted to say I love the choreo that she does for them chickens is Ashton on motion bit. Just fun moments. Next up is going to be Daniel, and then we can have Chase.
Okay, so personally, I feel like the Lion Den Chickens as asinine lotion is kind of the work Shakespeare had planned to make, and I feel like Mariah really like outdid him. I think that says enough about the song. It's incredible, lyrical masterpiece.
Period.
Yeah, I love that song. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Hey, Anastasia. Hey, everyone. Um, yeah. So I came into the space a little late. What was the background to them chickens is ash and I'm lotion? I read it once, but I can't remember. Can you re-explain?
That's basically from an interview clip that I played. I sent it to you, and it's like 4 minutes into the video or something. She just said it was something fun, for the girls to get ready to like go to parties to and stuff like that, basically. And then she was like saying like other stuff about it as well. I'll send you the clip. I'll send you the exact one. It's like 4 minutes in. I'll give you the exact timestamp and everything. But yeah, I found that clip like I think it was like October 2021, and then I was like, oh, well, now I finally know what she was talking about that because I had no idea what she was talking about until I found it. But yes.
Yeah, I remember when that. Thanks, Anastasia. I remember when that the song came out. It's like that, and it was like the the reawakening of Mariah. So many people that I knew at the time, didn't they like Mariah, but they didn't expect this or something. You know what I mean? And she came out, and I can't remember the first performance. I think it was BET. I can't remember which channel was playing it, but my uncle was literally like, "Is that Mariah Carey?" I'm like, "Yes, it's Mariah Carey." Um, so sorry, I thought of that. It was brilliant, brilliant moment. And something I like about the song is how she vocally, like, because she does get really high near the end, right? But she mixes it so well with the instrumentals and the background vocals, so it doesn't seem like such a big climax, which I think is kind of brilliant because it's like a uh, dance pop R&B track in my mind, at least. And another thing I really like about that song is its music video. To me, I found a correlation when I was thinking about it between Breakdown and It's Like That. As it like Breakdown, the video is kind of like you know how she's in the casino or whatever, and they're throwing dice at her and like cards at her, and she's like a symbol, like a muse for these other people. She doesn't have her own voice, kind of metaphorically, although her actual voice, how she uses her voice in that song is beautiful to me, mind-blowing. But in It's Like That, it's like a full circle moment where she's in power, and there's a shot in the music video where she's throwing the dice. There's like a casino table or whatever you call it, and so I'm really bad with gambling terms, but yeah, she throws the dice. She's in control, but still there are forces out there that are trying to um, control her. If you think about the man in the video who's watching her on the video screens, right? And he's upset. The guy with the gray hair, he's upset in the music video that she's liberated, that she's dancing, that she's throwing the dice. So to me, I found that kind of video connection. I don't know if that's if she if she did that purposefully. I wouldn't put it past her because it's Mariah Carey, brilliant genius. But yeah, that's my take on that song. Sorry, I was a little long-winded. Hope that's okay.
No, it's all good, Chase. I really love your analysis of her music videos, especially whenever you share your breakdown analysis and stuff. I know you're working on something for that, so definitely excited to read that for sure. And I really like hearing people analysis of her videos and just like her artistry and stuff like that because I feel like she is underappreciated. Michaela's here. I gave you the mic, Michaela, if you want to speak for the song. For context, we're talking about our thoughts on It's Like That, track 1 on the album. And yeah, if anybody else wants to speak, just like raise your hand or request to be a speaker, and I'll throw you on. I want to make sure everybody who wants to talk gets an opportunity before we move on to the next song. Yeah, I gave you the mic, Michaela. I don't know if it has worked or I don't know if you want to speak today, but I gave it to you. So I'll give you like a second to accept it before I move on. And then if you're like, oh, dang, I really wanted to speak for the song, then I'll like maybe I can let you go first before the next song or something, and we'll figure it out. What do you want to say, Chase?
Oh, just very briefly, I'm re-looking at the lyrics, and one of the terms, I don't know about you guys, but there are little phrases in Mariah Carey's songs or in her interviews that I employ in my daily life. If someone's saying, oh, are you drunk, or did you drink a lot of alcohol? I don't, but if I had something to say, I'm a little lifted, you know? And now I got my whole family saying that. I'm lifted and I like it. You guys know that lyric?
Exactly. Period. We love
Yeah.
it.
All right. So love that. I love how
We talking
oh, go
about
ahead.
that
It's like
song.
that.
We're talking.
Thank
It's like
Yeah.
you.
that.
Okay, period. I didn't have anything to add, just it's iconic, the music video. I loved her tan with the blonde eyebrows. I feel like it was her best look. It was just everything so golden. Like, ooh, it was looking rich and wealthy up in there.
Yes, like this is one of her best eras. Like she looked flawless during this era, and people said like, yeah, it was like rich, it was giving wealth. Like the outfits, like she just really looked great during this era. Like one of my favorite eras that she's done. So I definitely agree. I see that Michelle is here, so I gave you the mic really quickly, Michelle. If you wanted to speak, we're talking about It's Like That. If you wanted to share a couple of thoughts, and then again, if anyone wants to speak, please request me or raise your hand, and I'll throw you up there. But I'll give you a second to accept the speaker request, Michelle.
Welcome, Michelle. Thank you for coming on.
If you're talking, we can't hear you. Your mic is not on, by the way.
She said my microphone is not on.
Yeah, maybe something's happening with her app. I think she's maybe gonna leave and come back. So I'll wait a second for her
Yeah.
to do that because I want her to be
Yeah.
able to
Well.
have her thoughts
Yeah.
really quick. But
Anyways.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm happy you're here, Michaela. Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, if you guys don't know,
Yeah.
Michaela hosts Amazing Spaces. It was her that actually gave me the courage to speak on Spaces because she was talking about Mariah. So it's like a full circle moment now that she's here because she did her own space and she has a YouTube channel. So if you want to put that on Jumbotron, you can do that. But she like uploads her own YouTube videos and she's uploading her own spaces and she's brilliant, great host. So if you guys, she has spaces on like a bunch of different people. So definitely check her out if you haven't already. Yes, but we love that. All love.
Oh my
Period.
gosh, thank you. You're so sweet. I'm definitely finna throw something up there if y'all want to check it out.
Oh yeah. Check the check the messages, Anastasia.
Hey, Michelle.
Welcome back, Michelle. Hopefully we can hear you now.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
We can hear you.
I'm late to the party, so
No, you're good.
Just on time. Don't
We're
worry.
only on the first song, so you got here early enough.
okay.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Did you have anything you wanted to say?
Not at the moment. I guess as soon as we start the space going.
Oh yeah, we were talking about It's Like That. So I think she wanted to know if you had any thoughts on the song, the music video.
I for one have a oh sorry Mariah, if I just briefly, I like the fact that it's like that is the lead up to We Belong Together. There's it's like a kind of a twofold video concept.
Oh yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I think that's cool that those are like, kind of companion videos to each other and stuff.
Anastasia has did Mariah do that before with her videos? Like right after, like one after the other? Do you know?
I can't think of anything like that at the moment. So I don't think so, but maybe she did and I'm just forgetting. That's completely possible. But either way, it's cool.
Yeah, there was definitely never like a continuation or an official continuation. Like it literally says to be continued at the end of it's like that. And yeah, that both music videos are genius. I mean, just the way she didn't say it was Tommy, but with the screens and the mansion and him watching her and getting mad that she's having fun and partying and being free was so obvious, and I love it.
Yeah, I appreciate that connection, RJ. Really nice connection. Next, I think, is going to be Mariah. And then if you had any additional thoughts, Michelle, we'd love to hear them as well.
Oh, I was just gonna like quickly say, like, I feel like it's like that, like it's a rap, just has so much potential to become like a viral audio. Like, I feel like it's going to happen, and I can't wait. And the same for Migrate, but we're going to be talking about that later when we do the other space. But like, yeah, Migrate, it's like that. Um, it's just, I see it becoming a viral audio, so I can't wait for that because I'm going to speak it into existence. I'm going to pray for that.
Yes, I definitely think she has the potential to go viral with like that particular song, and she's always having songs go viral on TikTok. So definitely agree. We have a new speaker, so we're talking about "It's Like That" right now. So if you had any thoughts you wanted to share about the song.
Hello, y'all. I've been following the spaces for now, and I just want to say this is really cool. Just giving everybody a space to talk about Mariah, the best. But for It's Like That, I love how that everybody was trying to paint her as this rude diva. She's just so mean. Da, 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 da. But the dude that she was running away with, and looking at in an interview, said that she was like one of the nicest people he's met, and how she was making sure he was trying to be taken care of and stuff like that. And it was just like really refreshing to see that the truth, like people try to paint her as this thing, but the truth will always reign. And I just thought that was pretty cool. And that's one of my favorite songs from the album.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite songs on the album as well. And I appreciate you bringing that up because, like I said, I feel like a lot of it, like her imaging now is like the whole diva persona and stuff. And she said, like, I play into it, obviously, stuff like that. Like, she's like, my mom
Right.
went to Juilliard and stuff like that. Like, I mean, of course, I'm going to be, have like some of those tendencies, but she's a really nice person. She just plays into it. People don't understand her humor and stuff like that. And people don't care to research her. So people think that that's all she is. But she's like a lot deeper than she gets getting credit for. So I appreciated you having that moment. And then Guadalupe is up. So we're talking about It's Like That off of this album. So you have any thoughts on the song or the music video that you wanted to share with us?
Yeah, it's like that. Oh yeah, that's the first song of the album. So I thought that it's like overall, it's just Mimi's party. That's basically what I got from it.
Yeah, definitely. It's such a good moment, such a fun record. I'm really glad that this is what started off that moment. And yeah, I think if no one else wants to say anything, then we can move on to the next song, which is going to be the smash hit that is We Belong Together. And I mean, wow, I mean, the hit that just keeps on giving, So, I mean, what can I say about the song that hasn't already been said? I mean, smash hit, it was, Billboard Song of the Decade. It was number one for, I believe, 14 weeks, which is absolutely insane. So it was just, yeah, with everything that she went through in terms of the glitter and charm bracelet era, like she just went through a lot, and a lot of people thought she was done. They thought she was toast. And, We Belong Together was, a cultural moment, a staple, and I really think that it's a great song. It stood the test of time. One of her biggest songs this moment. And yeah, the best comeback single of all time. This is the best comeback album of all time, period. And I'll touch about that a little bit later, Mike. My overall thoughts, but I mean, her vocals on
Yeah.
here definitely 8. I love her vocal performances on here. I think that the lyrics on here are great. I think they're clever. I like the, like interpolations and, stuff like that. I think those are well done. I love the production from Jermaine. Just like everything you could have wanted in a song, like she did in this, like she really satisfied everything. And yeah, I really love the version she did in 2021, the Mimi's Valentine mix, but the extended one, the one that's like 7 minutes, and that's kind of what she's performing live and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's always the one I listen to just because it's more refreshing. I personally like it more, which I know is very, very unpopular. But the fact that she was able to make a hard song even more intricate is really a testament to her strength as a vocalist, as a songwriter, as a producer. She never really gets enough credit for that. And a little bit of background on this song is that basically she recorded the song in one take because L.A. Reid was like in the studio and she really wanted to show it to him. And yeah, so like, yeah, that's why she, at the end, it's just like a long note. And yeah, she didn't have time to like, do something else there. So she just one take. And yeah, so next up, we'll do Jay. And then I know
Yeah.
RJ and Scooter have their hands up. So we'll go in that order.
Huh?
Yes. Period.
I'm
All
doing
right.
it
So we're
by
gonna
Wait,
go
who.
by that
but
one.
my hand was up too,
Yeah, you'll
though.
go
I
Oh
after
yeah,
them.
voted
I'm
Michaela's
doing
hand.
them
first.
in order of who I saw put their hands up first. RJ and Scooter were doing it
Exactly.
like the second I started playing the song, so you're right after
Yeah.
them.
So
I
they were quick.
promise.
Yeah, so don't worry, Michaela, you're gonna use your hands to speak. Okay, but my thoughts on We Belong Together, best comeback of all time for a reason. Like honestly, like she showed you like honestly after Mariah, like obviously there were great comebacks, but no one else could ever compare to her because she just really set the standard. She really showed you like you write me out, I'm gonna show you that you should never do that with me because I'm a legend and I'm the real thing. That is the music industry. Like don't play with my face, and that's what she did if We Belong Together. And I love how she sampled like kind of 1980s retro soul music by like sampling If You Think You're Lonely Now and like by Bobby Womack and the Deal's Two Occasions, which I think Babyface like wrote on. So that's even cool. So that's cool knowing that Babyface had a hand on one of those samples that Mariah incorporated. And yeah, like the song's great, timeless. Like it has aged the most amazingly out of like her hits. And I have a fondness for this song because that's how I got into Mariah. Like that's how I became a lamb. Like at 6 years old, hearing "We Belong Together" for the first time, like it was just, I just knew I would love this woman for life, and that's why I always have a special appreciation and fondness for the song. Especially like seeing the song on in video on TRL and hearing the song on the radio. Like it's just wow. Like the fact that this is the song that made me fall in love with Mariah. Like I just will have. There's no other appreciation I have for any of her songs unlike this one.
Period. Period. I really loved hearing your description of it and talking about the samples and stuff. That was cool. So I think next up is RJ, and then we'll do Scooter.
Yeah, so we belong together. I mean, what a moment, and especially to be a lamb around that time for all the non-sayers that said. I mean, we had that with It's Like That, but this just brought it to the next level where everybody was singing the song, and rightfully so. And her cadence on this is incredible, like the rap singing. And I would argue that that began, it popularized, again, pop didn't start it, but it popularized this rap singing thing that we still hear today. And Mariah started that way back when on, Breakdown, which we can credit Bone Thugs and Harmony originally for that. But again, she popularized it, and even the ballad with a beat. It's like after this song, you could not hear a not hear a "We Belong Together" clone, because it was just that massive, and everybody wanted a piece of it. And I love this song. I love the songwriting. The way she like I didn't mean it when I said I didn't love you so. I should have held on tight. I never should let you go. The way so kind of ends the first verse, but the word so begins, not verse, bar, but it continues the second bar. So there's a lot of smart songwriting in there. And I love that it was such a big hit because a lot of times Mariah's like smart songwriting songs aren't per se her biggest hits. So, just all around great music video. The live performances of this song, oh my god, like amazing. MTV Video Music Awards, the night shows. I could go on and on and on about this song, but I will let somebody else go.
All right, so I believe that Scooter was next up. and then we'll do Michaela.
Yeah, RJ, I'm glad that you mentioned the live performances. I think one that stuck out for me was when it was the black and white at the MTV Movie Awards, and she had the red dress on. That was probably one of my favorite live performances from her. But I just remember, day one of being a lamb and seeing the Charm Bracelet concert, and then moving from Colorado to Florida, being in radio, changing from Clear Channel to Cumulus. And it's like that got some play, but like it was just an amazing feeling to be able to like play Mariah's song and not have to like get in trouble for sliding her songs in at the end of the night, because it was so popular that it was playing like every hour in top 40 radio. That's when you knew the song was huge, because the songs that are always big on top 40 get played every 45 to 1 hour. It is what it is. So I loved having the long intro, so I could just be like, oh my God, she's coming to tour. Make sure you get tickets. Like, Mariah's back. Like, I loved, and I think she did that on purpose too, just so they could have some background vocals so they could talk about her by the intro of the song. But it just felt good as a lamb to see her back on top, for sure. It meant a lot for her to be able to do that, right? And I think as lambs too, it meant a lot as well. So it was just a great album, great track, and it was huge in radio, and I remember it very well.
Yeah, it's really cool to hear your perspective of it, being in radio, like what it was like with the songs and stuff. So I appreciate that, Scooter. And I just put up the Grammy nominations and wins that she had for this album, and it says she got 2 Grammys for We Belong Together. So Best Female R&B Vocal Performance and Best R&B Song. Should have won a record and Song of the Year, but they're called Scammys for a reason. But I put them in the
Exactly. So
Jumbotron,
that's
yeah.
why we don't invest too much weight into the
Exactly. The fact
Scammys.
that Mariah only
Honestly,
has
but
5
still, we're
Grammys
like,
is
yeah, like she
incredibly
should have gotten it. But it's
unserious,
like,
period. Like, she should be one of the
so I'm
most
serious
awarded
because
artists of all time. Like, let's be serious.
exactly, because if she was truly rewarded in the way that she deserved, like she would at least have a minimum of 30 Grammys by now.
Period. All right, I think
That was just one of those unfortunate years, because her and then Usher also had a fantastic year. So they kind of offset each other. Back in the day, that's what they were saying, is that vote wise, because they were both in the R&B pop like genre. So they were saying that they kind of voted each other out, which is unfortunate, because she definitely deserved album and record of the year and song of the year. But that's back in the day. That's what they were saying. The reason why she didn't get it was because her and Usher canceled out each other's votes from the Academy.
I thought Usher had won it the year before, because I know Confessions came out in 2004. I thought she said in her book the year before they
Wait, did
relegated him.
Confessions come out early 2004 or late
I'm not
2004?
sure.
He still had songs that were released in that year that she had that album out. So
Okay, yeah,
But yeah,
because
I'm
I know
thinking about
Confessions came
like,
out March of
yeah, that's what I'm
2004.
saying. So I'm just like, yeah, I remember her because she was relegated to the R&B categories, and they love to do that because they're racist and they don't want to give them, the overall categories. And unfortunately, yeah, I don't want to get into that because it's a huge tangent. But yeah, they're called the Scammys for a reason. I'll leave it there. Next up is Michaela, and then we'll do Chase.
Thank God. Okay, so I just wanted to say that first and foremost, we would not have Emancipation without Charm Bracelet. Like, we just wouldn't do it. Like, people can hate Charm Bracelet all they want, but the facts are facts. And I just feel like Emancipation would not have been the mama, like, unless Charm Bracelet, like, came first, which that sounds very backwards, but you get what I'm saying? Like, Emancipation
No, it
is
really like set
like,
the blueprint for like the sound that like
One thing
Mariah was
about
going for
Michaela,
a
she's
while.
gonna always have the
yeah.
Charm Bracelet praise, and I respect that. I
No,
do.
and I appreciate that because I'm the number one Charm Bracelet stan too. So I appreciate her like bringing in those facts because honestly, and I always say this like on a daily basis, but Charm Bracelet walked so Emancipation could run, and that's the facts.
So the
Exactly.
grandma
Exactly.
baby.
What?
You guys don't get that. Okay.
Oh, I heard what you said. I didn't hear what you said at first, but yeah. But also, I was gonna say that in the music video, Emma Roberts' dad is in it. Like, I was looking like, oh, who's that fine ass man? Girl, that's Emma Roberts' father. Like, what? He kind of ate.
You literally learn something new every day.
And also, yeah, and also the train and the dress situation, like, too iconic. I can't believe, like, just seeing it on her when she got married versus seeing her in the video, it was like so jarring. Like, everyone's jaw hit the floor. Like, she, and I feel like everyone did it after her. Like, she, I feel like, was the first one to really wear her wedding dress out like that, and not to be embarrassed, and to wear that shit and be like, no, I spent money on it, I'm finna wear it again. And I feel like now people do it as like a funny thing, but she was the first one to do it. As far as the song, it is iconic. It has many suns. Like, and also, Scooter, that's cool that you got to be a part of that, because I've always wanted to be in radio. So very jealous of you, especially you went to Charm Bracelet Tour. Like, can I be you, please? And that's what I have to say about the song.
Period. You need to be in radio, Michaela. You're definitely like born for it. You have such a great personality. I mean, didn't she say for the music video that she wanted to burn her wedding dress, and then they were like, no, like we're not gonna do it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're
I
not
know
gonna
she
do it.
burned a dress
But
and I
then
don't, but I don't think that was her wedding
she
dress.
burned
Yeah,
a
I
wedding
think
dress,
she
and I
said
know, but
she
it was
still
not
has
the
her original wedding
dress.
dress. Yeah, just yeah, but
Yeah.
I thought that that was really interesting for the video. I think Chase is next, and then I believe Daniel,
Daniel.
and then I'll do maybe folklore.
Yeah, thank you. Michaela, thanks for being here. Like, I love your humor. It really adds to this space. So, always love any space that Anastasia is hosting with Jay. You guys are amazing. Michaela, love the humor. What can I say? This song I listen to all the time, and it's one of those songs that it is so big. You know, you can look at the numbers. You can look at, of course, it was robbed at the Grammys, no doubt. I mean, not to get down that rabbit hole, but how can you two have won that award? Like, really, we saw the performances. Like, we know who should have won that. So great for Mariah to be graceful, you know, and gracious, and the other interviews and everything. And I think, you know, the recording academy had reasons behind it, and it's sad because they should have awarded the most excellent record, song, and album that year, in all categories. And she fit, you know, should have won all of the awards she was nominated in and more. In my opinion, I really believe that. But anyway, I think the song is so giant because it's very innovative, and I'll talk about that in a second. And in my opinion, my humble opinion. Um, of course, like the vocals at the end, I remember her in an Andy Cohen interview saying, you know, people from some big execs are coming. You know, she was making the record. I can't remember where this interview, oh, Andy Cohen, but I can't remember where it was exactly or which interview. She said like a big exec was coming and she hadn't finished like the final part of the song. So she didn't know. So she just kind of ad-libbed it, kind of made, you know, did the climax crescendo like out of thin air, you know, out of her musical mind, which I think is so brilliant because we all know how it goes, you know, after, you know, when she hits that climax. So the fact that it was just done instantaneously reminds me of how, you know, she wrote what all I want for Christmas in like less than half an hour or something like that. Don't want to get the time wrong, but something like that. Anyway, about I wanted to say that this is like Greek tragedy level beauty. Like, you can't. This is like the like Iliad. You know, this is big. This is big stuff, and I think that's why it resonated with so many people. And I want to go in when I said it was innovative. I mean, structurally, if you look at the lyrics, the second verse always gets me. You know, I can't sleep at night when you are on my mind. Obviously, she's talking about the forlorn lover, but then she really draws the listener in to the perspective. And to me, I think she breaks the fourth wall in music, which is really fascinating. Bobby Womack's on the radio singing to me, if you think you're lonely now, wait a minute, this is too deep, too deep. I got to change the station. So it's like the perspective of the song is shifting, you know, of the placement. And I think it's shifting because of her mind and emotions. You know, she's all out of her element, you know? And then this is where it really gets interesting to me. I got to change the station. So I turn the dial, trying to catch a break, and then I hear Babyface. I only think of you, and it's breaking my heart, trying to keep it together, but I'm falling apart. Um, so when she says, wait a minute, this is too deep, She's literally commanding the audience, the listener. It's like a literal grammatical command. Wait a minute, hold up, stop with your listening. I got to shift this in a different direction. And wow, how immersive, how evocative, how lyrical, to me at least. I bet to all of you. And and what can we say? How it ends beautiful, 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 gorgeous. I don't think anyone can sing that like that. Can sing that part like she does ever. So thanks. That's my love the song We Belong Together.
Yes, loved hearing your analysis, Chase. And then Harvey was bringing up whenever they played "We Belong Together" when you two won. It's almost like the DJ knew that Mariah should have won. Like that was such a setup. I'm sorry, ain't nobody remember that U2 song. Like, let's be serious for a moment. So I appreciated you bringing that up, and I really love your analysis as always, Chase. You're brilliant. So wanted to say that.
Exactly. Chase speaks so real, and it's so crazy. Like Mariah has even touched on it. Like when it was her time to win, like they wouldn't give it to her because her songs like were too popular at the time to like be awarded, even though obviously just because her songs are popular doesn't mean she was less deserving. Like she was just as deserving, if not more, but then when it wasn't, when her songs weren't like, let's say, as popular, then all of a sudden, like, oh, they're like, oh, let's give it to the popular song instead of the obscure, like, track. So it's interesting how the Grammys have treated Mariah. It's like when you like research the Grammys history and how they treat like a lot of artists who have been snubbed, but specifically her, it's like, wow, like it's interesting how it all occurs.
Yeah, the Grammys definitely racist and stuff. Like it's just insane. Like I said, having only five is just like insane. And like yeah, like you said, like always changing the rules because the Daydream snub was the greatest. No, like the fact that Always Be My Baby don't got a Grammy, like that don't sit right with me. So it's just ridiculous in terms of that. So I will say that. Next up is Daniel, and then we'll do Mimi Folklore.
Okay, so I just want to thank Chase for that lyrical analysis first. That really put a lot of things into perspective, so thanks. Um, but yeah, I just want to, I agree with everything you all said, like, and Anastasia at the start as well. Like, We Belong Together is the comeback song. Like, no one is topping it, no one is beating it. And like, she had, again, like, she walked into that suit, she had bills to pay. And like, I'm not using that loosely, like, as we do now, where like people are like, oh, rent was due, rent was due, whatever. But it was. Like, the eviction notice and the cockroaches were on the
Not
wall
the
when Mariah
cockroaches. Oh
sang.
my god.
Like, no, but
I
it
think you're
was.
talking about
Like,
Madonna
this
and
woman was
Mice.
suffering.
Oh
Sorry.
my god. This is a classy party. This is a classy
This is a
party.
classy part. Oh my god. So like
Oops,
that's
sorry.
like a gay's way of like complimenting a song. That's the gist of it.
But, like, this was the comeback song. No one can top it. And this woman, again, does not get enough appreciation for producing, songwriting, and even the video is amazing. And then, as Michaela brought up, that she's wearing her wedding dress, phenomenal. Who would have thought about that? Like, God even couldn't create that. Let's get that point, you know? But I love this song. This is one of my favorite songs of all time. And each time I try and sing it like Mariah, I nearly burst a blood vessel. But yeah, I love it.
Your points are always so funny, Daniel, so I really appreciate you. Next up is gonna be Mimi Folklore, and I know that Young Dumb has had his hand up for a minute, so he can be next after Mimi Folklore.
Young Dumb, would you like to go first?
No, you can go.
All right. Um, so my thoughts are kind of all over the place, but I'll try to be concise. So I just want to say that like I really love it when Mariah Carey's music videos have a very prominent like color palette, like something you can pinpoint. And We Belong Together has one. It has a very like nude, golden, kind of muted color palette that makes it feel like a classic and feel so vintage. And I mean, it is a classic. So I guess like the music video was foreshadowing that. I also love other music videos that have a very specific color palette, like The Roof has that maroon color palette. Honey has a similarly like golden honey like color palette. You get the gist. I like videos that are very particular
The
about
breakdown
the
color
colors
palette's
of.
great.
I won't be commenting on that. But yeah, those videos are fantastic. Now back to We Belong Together, the number one hit, which is difficult to get. Not everybody has that.
Sorry.
Um, so I mean, some of my this is a very, I guess, minute detail, but I really love it when Mariah references like other artists or other songs in her music. It always just gives us like a peek into what she listens to and what inspires her. I think it's an extreme honor to be an artist that Mariah Carey listens to. Like if I was one of the artists that she name drops in her songs, I would lose my godforsaken mind. Um, but yeah, she does the same thing in Breakdown. She references I Will Survive by Gloria and other songs like, I don't know, With You, Usher, um, I'm That Chick, Tupac, etc., etc. I really love that. And somebody mentioned how this song not pioneered, popularized rap singing. And I was about to say, Mariah's been rap singing since her debut album. The Someday Bridge, she's rap singing. And Prisoner, she's actually rapping. Like, she's been doing this for every album for in a minimum of 2 to 3 songs. Especially in Charm Bracelet. People are like, she's whispering. I'm like, she's not whispering, and if she was, what about it? Because she sounds really good doing it. But I think that is, oh, and I'm really disappointed that Shake It Off came out before We Belong Together ran its course, because we could have had 20 number ones by now and at least tied the Beatles. So and it will happen with or without Shake It Off. But that's all I have to say.
Period. I appreciate your analysis. I think Young Dumb is next, and then I think it's Jimmy.
Um, Sorry, I lost my mind. I'm just frantically looking for it. But what I was going to say was that, oh, We Belong Together. I like how it's like every time you listen to it, it still sounds fresh. Like it, it just came out. Even though they're not making music like that today, it's still like, oh, this is something that's still new, fresh. It sounds good each and every time. And about the whole Grammy situation, like that's history right there. How they just did her like that, and no one can tell me any different than when they played her song, she was the one who won, but they was in the back like, oh, hurry up, change it, change it, change it. But they messed up, and it was just wrong. And We Belong Together. We Belong Together will always be number one. Period.
Definitely, definitely agree with that. I think Jimmy is next.
I want to. Okay, I'm gonna first start off with like y'all like have y'all your analysis like it's so deep, but like I'm just gonna say like this song like I'm so glad she got her comeback moment because people were really doubting her talent like despite her being so successful for an entire decade straight like being the number one star of the 90s like it's crazy how you can be so underrated but yet so like well so successful yet so underrated but as I was saying, like I really like that this song, like this year, like her whole Emancipation of Mimi album, like it was like it's like she basically had her comeback like right around my birth year, like right where I was like around where I was born. So it was like it's really cool how she's still like
How
culture
old are you, Jimmy?
18.
Damn.
So yeah, it's kind of cool how she's like so like relevant into like now. Like I don't know, but a lot of people in my generation like don't talk about her nearly as often as they should. But I think yeah, that whole wedding dress thing that was really interesting because I didn't realize until recently that it was actually the Tommy Mottola wedding dress. So but yeah, it's cool how she actually put it in the video and and yes, the Grammys definitely snubbed her because I agree. Like, why else would they play her own song if she wasn't gonna win it? Like, they rigged it up there and she knows it. But anyway, yeah, I'm hoping here's to like her getting her 20th number one single and breaking all the records in existence. So, yeah.
All right, I believe Michelle is next, and then if anyone else wants to go that hasn't spoken, please put your hand up, and then you can go after Michelle.
Hey guys, I'm actually at work, but you all pretty much touched everything I wanted to say about this record. Being a Mariah Carey fan from like 1990, I know I'm showing my age. I was about to turn 30 when The Emancipation of Mimi came out, and you know, being a fan for so long and seeing the ups and downs of it, like when this came out. And We Belong Together, especially. I mean, I'm here in New York City. You could not go anywhere in New York without that song being on the radio or being played somewhere. Um, so yeah, and to touch on what Chase said, she did. It was on Andy Cohen. I think she wanted to ad lib the end, and L.A. Reid had walked in, and they were telling her that he was coming in with a bunch of execs, and she got nervous, and she just like went into a tangent and started like bursting out the end of We Belong Together. So yeah, that's basically it. But you guys were spot on with all your interpretations of her, and I'm so happy that this newer generation is really appreciating who she is and her music, because she definitely deserves it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really glad to hear that analysis, Michelle. And yeah, I mean, I'll tell people I love Mariah and they're like, "Oh, I wouldn't really expect that from you because I'm only like 22 or whatever." But I mean, Mariah's a genius and that transcends time and with her being able to adapt to all these new, generations and stuff with her music and she's able to sound current and she doesn't lose what she is. That's how you get people of all different age brackets being like, "Oh, I love Mariah." So, that's really testament to her strength as an artist. So, I'm really glad that all of us are here together appreciating the brilliance of this album. I think it's a lot of fun. Michaela, did you have something you wanted to say really quickly?
I sure did. Thank you so much. I just want to say, first of all, like people say that shit. Like Mariah does not make granny music. She doesn't. Like going along with what you said, Anastasia, she keeps up with the times and she is a visionary. Like she's always actually into the future. So, and that showed with Emancipation because then after that, everybody was copying that type of sound and just like, yeah. So I just feel like we love that for her and us because she makes good music no matter what age you are. There's something for everybody out there, so we love that we don't stand somebody boring and lame.
Period. All right, I think
Like even 80-year olds I'm sure love to hear something. She has something
Yes.
for the 80-year-olds, for the 13-year-olds, for the.
exactly the way you caught me off guard with that second part. Okay, I think Mimi Folklore is next, and then I'll have Guadalupe.
Michaela, I hear people saying the opposite. I used to work at Starbucks when I was like 15, and this coworker of mine used to always get on me about liking Mariah Carey because he used to be like, Mariah needs to make music that's like for her age, like age appropriate, like with caution. She's trying to be young and she's trying to be something that she's not, and it's not
What?
cute. And I was
Caution
like,
does not sound like no limited to ass music. This does not
yeah,
sound
yeah.
like. What is she talking about?
And so I was like, elaborate, because I didn't get it. And I was like, so you want an artist to be making the same damn music for 30 years? Like, artists are supposed to evolve and they're supposed to change, if not with the times in some way, shape, or form. Like, every album should be different. And the problem is, y'all listen to artists today who be hitting copy and paste every single time, and you're not used to versatility or change. But that's beside the point. I don't argue with people like that anymore because they're not worth arguing with. But I was about to say, I really, really love the Valentine's Day mix. I don't know if we've talked about
Yeah,
this
I talked
already.
about
Sorry if
it. I
I.
love the extended mix.
No, I like the short mix personally. I just sometimes it's really hard to take a song like We Belong Together and try to change it, because sometimes you mess up when you try to do that with iconic songs. But it's insane how she elevated the original 15 years later. That is so mind-boggling to me. So shout out to her for that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I really like how she like built up upon it and just like what she added on to it. And she said she was trying to breathe new life into it on one of her live performances that she did. And I really feel like she did that. I think the arrangement is just so refreshing. I love what she did with it. So I was kind of touching on that a little bit earlier. Okay, I think Guadalupe is next, and then I will have Harvey.
Yes, I thought I also like that Valentine mix. The music video is pretty cool, and I think the song "We Belong Together" is it's basically a good makeup song. That's about it.
All right, I think Harvey is next, and then I believe Yummy had their hand up. So Harvey first.
Oh my god, hello. Mimi's folklore. Say it louder for the people in the fucking back. I'm telling you right now. So, I think people expect, like, in 2022, well, it's 23 now, isn't it? Sorry, I don't know time as well. Um, 2023, I think people expect Mariah to be still keeping up with quote unquote the ages when it's Mariah Carey. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. Like, it's not it's not up for debate. It's
Period.
like people used to come to me. Sorry, I'm not talking about the song, but it's like
There's no such thing as acting your age. There is a similar problem with
yeah,
Madonna. I will be 90 and I will be acting however the fuck I want to act. If
She's
you
not
have a
even
problem with
wild
that,
then
go to
though.
hell. Like,
it's like it's so off topic, but it's like when Falling Love at Christmas came out, and some of my friends listened to the song because they know I'm Mariah Carey. Crazy. They were like, "Oh, I was expecting like an All Over Christmas Part 2," and I'm like, "Well, she can do whatever the fuck she wants. Like, she doesn't need
That
your
was a great song, by the way. That did not get the appreciation that it
yeah."
deserved when it was released, and I think that was a shame. I really.
No, that was an amazing song. But We Belong Together, it's probably one of the songs that sticks with me, like, the most. I think it's probably the song that, like, I can never, ever, ever get tired of listening to, even if I'm 84 and walking around with my walking stick. I think I'd still be jamming to that song all the time. We Belong Together remix as well, underappreciated, please. But like, I just love the remix.
Underappreciated
Um,
day and night. Only two occasions.
Yeah, we're
yeah, I
gonna
mean,
talk about the
it's
remix. I'm gonna do the Ultra Platinum edition, so hold tight for that. If
oh
you guys
yeah,
want to talk, yeah, but I
definitely.
wanted to let you guys know that we will be talking about the extra tracks for sure, of course.
Yes. But yeah, the remix is underappreciated, and she does the when people were talking about the almost like talking rapping bit earlier, where it's like she doesn't even feel so feel it on an element for it. It's quite... But yeah, I think she's amazing, and I think that song is like probably one of the most iconic songs of like her whole career because it's just that song. It's not even a comeback song. It's just the song. It's the song that everyone knows and listens to. Even some of my friends, they love the song, and it's amazing to hear it out like on the radio or if you're in chilling in Starbucks or yeah, it's an amazing song to listen to when it really
Notice how
correlates with me.
when Notice how when Harvey talks about it, he's gagging, like he's literally laughing and giggling because the song is so damn good. He can't even. He's like, exactly, Harvey. Period. It's so hard to even talk about because it's so damn
Period.
good.
Isn't it? It's just it strikes a chord. It's honestly like an amazing song. I mean, I listen to it every single day. We've all tried to hit the note in the shower, but yeah, I won't ramble on for too long so we can move on to the next song. But it is amazing. No one can deny.
All right, I think next up is Yummy, and if anybody else wants to speak, then please throw up your hand, and then I'll throw you in rotation after her.
Hi. I just wanted to say, I forget who said it, but I wanted to piggyback off of something that somebody already said about her acting her age or her music like not reflecting her age. And I've heard people like about Emancipation of Mimi specifically say how they don't like the direction that it went in because it wasn't the Mariah that they met. But you have to remember, like, she was being quite literally controlled for almost a decade by somebody else. I'm not saying that her music wasn't like her own art direction, but the Emancipation of Mimi, I feel, was Mimi and not Mimi under Tommy Mottola, if that makes sense.
Yeah, she was able to have the creative freedom. I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, so don't like discredit, don't make it seem like she had more talent than she did when she emancipated herself, because to me, I just feel like it grew like exponentially. And it annoys me when I hear people say that. And I've heard it like multiple times. People just don't like Mariah. Like, I don't understand why. I don't get it. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I think a lot of times when people talk about Mariah's career, I think they talk from like a really misinformed point of view. Like they think they understand everything, but I think people don't understand the weight that Tommy had, like the entire thing with the marriage and just like how powerful he was and how controlling he was and stuff. And like she said, like in the industry now, there's not somebody like people in his position aren't that powerful, but back then it was different and stuff. I think a lot of people try to give him too much credit for her career. That's another conversation. But yeah, I think a lot of times people just don't know what they're talking about with her career, and it really irritates me because you're spreading a bunch of misinformation and stuff that's just like not true. And it's like, no, go actually do your research, go actually watch the interviews, and really listen to the albums before you say anything. Know that she writes her songs, know how involved she is, because when you don't, it spreads a lot of stuff, and I don't like when people do that, and it's just really irritating with me when people do that in general, but especially towards Mariah and like all the imaging, and it just really irritates me. So I really appreciated that perspective and stuff, and yeah, this was very important for her because we know she always wrote her songs and stuff, but I mean, with Tommy being so controlling over the imaging and stuff like that, it's different than whenever she finally got out from under his thumb and was able to do that. And he really tried to sabotage her. He really did try to screw her over, and she won in the end, and we love to see that. So I think Mimi Folklore Hand was up first, so you can go next.
Yeah, just a quick comment on while we're on the topic of Mariah having complete creative control. Um, it always really makes me wonder or think about like the body of work we would have gotten from her if she had complete creative control from the very beginning, from 1990 to now. And it's always insane to think about because I feel like most of her work would have been completely different, and I can't even fathom what it would have sounded like. So I just, um, to me, I will take a happy Mariah any day over a successful Mariah or a whatever kind of Mariah. She's happy, I'm happy, and right now she's happy. She was really happy in 2005, and that's all that matters. And the people who don't know her, who love to talk about her more than the people who actually know her and love her, will always sound like imbeciles, and we're just gonna move on. So
Period. I think I'll do Yummy next, and then we'll have Scooter.
I'm gonna make this quick because other people have their hands up. But another thing that I feel like people didn't really, people that loved her back in the 90s had like a change of heart in the 2000s. I feel like her music became a little less palatable for a certain demographic of people and a little more desirable for another demographic of people. Like I have two older sisters that literally grew up in the 90s, and this is gonna sound like blasphemy, but they hated her music until she came out with Emancipation of Mimi. Like they hated her music because they felt like it was so gumdrops and lollipops and fantasy and happiness and everything is. I've always loved her music. I love all of her music, but I
I
see
mean, Mariah
that
still makes music about
she,
gumdrops and fantasy and
she
Yeah.
lollipops. It's just it
does.
has more
La la
substance.
la la
Yeah,
la.
She
Mariah,
does. But
I see
I
what you're
feel
saying, yeah.
like, yeah, I feel like the demographic definitely. I mean, she's got rappers on their songs. She's being produced by. She got Twista. She's being produced by Swizz Beats and Jermaine
Mm-hmm.
Dupri, and it definitely shifted. I'm gonna
I
just say
mean, I feel like her demographic
Yeah.
kind of changed multiple times because Music Box, that was, we know how controlling they were. And I I think that album was whitewashed, and I have multiple reasons for thinking that.
Not too
Music
much.
Box is
Not
a
too
good
much
album.
on my
Music
baby.
Box is a good album. People don't understand nuance, and because I say that doesn't mean I don't like Music Box. I think that it's a good album. I do like it, but two things can coexist at
White can
once.
be good. White
Yeah,
can be good
yeah, like
though.
things can coexist. Things can coexist.
Yeah.
So I want to, but yeah, I think it kind of,
Mimi.
because that was more adult contemporary pop, and then Daydream was more pop R&B, and then Butterfly things really shifted because that was her getting even more R&B, kind of
More
harkening
into the R&B
back
hip hop.
to what she was doing at the
And then
beginning.
Rainbow even took
Yeah,
even more of that
exactly,
sound too.
exactly. So I think her demographic shifted multiple times, and there's people who only like Music Box, there's people who only like the stuff that she did in the 90s. So I get what you mean, and by that I think you mean it wasn't palatable to white people. Let's just say it, let's be for real,
Yeah,
like,
I
let's be
thought that's
real.
what she
Yeah.
meant
yeah,
Yeah, let's just
too.
straight up.
that's like, and I definitely agree because there's a lot of people. Oh, I love Mariah's old music, and 9 times out of 10, you ask them what their favorite album, it's Music Box. Like it is what it
Yeah.
is,
I get
and
that a
yeah, they
lot from
definitely
people,
try
especially a lot
to.
of white people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Anastasia, why are you trying to steal the white man's
Oh
comments?
my
Man,
god.
I was waiting to say that.
Well, it's too late. I'm the host of this space.
Too late,
I'm the host
but
of
we
this
appreciate
space.
you having the same comments though.
Yes, but it's
But
yeah,
you,
yeah. It's literally
yeah,
yeah.
because Anastasia, you and I, we've had this
Exactly.
conversation, right, in our normal
Yes.
Yes.
spaces, right, and just kind
Mhm.
of telling you my
No,
experiences,
but and I
and
appreciate Anastasia for
and
like
her.
having me like shift. Obviously, like I shifted my perspective myself, but when she like brought out the points for why Music Box was whitewashed, I'm like, okay, I get it now. I get where she's coming from. Like, okay, like when you think about it, like in comparison to her other works that have more of like the R&B hip hop songs like that she wanted, like it's like wow, like I see
She
the
was
point
on
now.
her
Like I
adult
see where
shit for
she's
Music
coming from.
Box. She
Yeah.
said, "Let's keep
Tommy said we
it."
need adult contemporary quick, and yeah, did what had to be
Hmm.
done. But I made
Oh,
an entire video, a deep dive on her career in the 90s. I will put it in the Jumbotron if you guys want to know why I think Music Box was
Yeah,
whitewashed.
it's a really good
I
video.
talk about that
Where's
in detail so you will know, like, there's multiple reasons why. I'm not just coming up with that out of thin air. It's basing it off of stuff that she said, off of stuff that I read, off of listening to it. So I will put that in the Jumbotron if you guys would like to watch it after. I worked really hard. It's like a 3-hour video on her whole 90s thing. So yeah, that's like a whole different thing. But I guess we'll let
Yeah, so
Scooter. I'll let you wrap up your
Scooter,
thoughts,
Harvey, and I
and
think
then
Glitter
we'll
in
do
order.
Scooter.
yeah. So, I'm glad who was the girl that brought that up
Um,
about the
I think it was Yummy. Yeah, I think it was her that brought it up. Yeah.
yeah. But you are 100% correct because back in the '90s, it was for a very long time. Even through Music Box, it was like people still thought Mariah was white, and Whitney was compared to Mariah, and it was VH1 Battle of the Divas, and between Whitney and Mariah, MTV would view music videos, and it's just like Tommy didn't want to acknowledge that Mariah had black uh, in her,
Exactly. They
like she
really
was a
tried to
black
market her as
female.
white or racially ambiguous, and I think that's a shame. And she even said,
Yeah, and so
whenever she started, she doesn't have control over how she's perceived. So it's not like it was her fault. They were just very controlling of her imaging, and she said that multiple times. So yeah.
yeah, and her debut album, it was it was adult contemporary, right? And but it was just it had it was just not as very very Celine Dion. My heart will go
Her
on from
debut
track
was like
A
more of
to
a
track
pop R and
Z,
B. I
but
think
like
Love Takes Time was
no,
adult
I'm talking about
contemporary. Yeah.
I'm talking about like just in for the Music Box, but Vision of Love, Love Takes Time, like those songs, those were played on AC radio stations, but then with and then I have friends that just grew up. Like I have like white friends, black friends that were all like, "Oh, Mariah." With this, when Glitter came out, it just was like, "Oh, she's just not the same Mariah anymore." Like, I wish she would do her old music. And you remember, like, you guys have heard it and read about it, but I lived it, and I could hear people say like, oh my God, she's totally changed. Like she just needs to. I don't like her anymore. She's trying to be something she's not. I'm like, what? She is mixed, right? Like she's not freaking vanilla. And it was just hard because the world. It's like back in the day, like a lot of the black community didn't like her music. And then as the
Okay,
older she
let
got,
him cook.
the
Let
older
him
she
cook.
got,
Let him cook.
the older she got and the more like Emancipation and all that, a lot of the white folks stopped listening. So when she said different demographics, like she was dead on back in the day for sure. And it sucks because her whole catalog is the Bible. It just sucks that she got treated that way.
Okay, so I just wanted to say really quickly, we have been talking about this song forever. I love discussion on the song and on this. I think a couple more people wanted to speak on this particular topic, so I ask that you please keep it brief, like a minute or two, make your points, so we can move on to the next song. Because mind you, we're only on track 2 of this album, and we're going to go through 20 tracks, and I don't want us to be here all day. So please, just like keep it brief, make your points. I think Glitter is next, and then we'll do Mimi Folklore.
Thank you. Hello. Sorry, I came in kind of late. Sorry, I have no idea what song we're talking about,
We were
so I'm
talking
kind
about
of
We
We
like
Belong
Belong
Together.
Together,
We
and then
belong
we were
together.
transitioning into talking
okay.
about her imaging.
Well, I
Glitter,
just want to talk
welcome.
about what?
Welcome. So glad to see
Hi,
you.
hi. So I want to talk about the general stuff that you guys were talking about. So I think there it's like an overarching thing, right? So there are lambs that have been there forever who we love, like everything, right? But in terms of the general public, yes, there have been like demographic changes or whatever, but I think that's more media driven because for both the butterfly era and then the glitter era and everything else, it was because the media was like hardcore dragging her, and then for the butterfly part it was because of the divorce, blah blah blah. So that butterfly got rid of the pearl clutchers, you know what I mean? Like, so it wasn't just like white people, it was the pearl clutchers who, yes, wanted like, just sing and wear a turtleneck or whatever, like we're only here for the vocals. That got rid of those people, but those people are not like all of, you know what I mean? So I would just say that like there are plenty of people regardless of race who were there from the beginning and kept through with it, because I think a lot of people have um a vast variety of like style and taste, so that works. But like I don't, it's not like it's this huge like, I guess, overhaul, you know what I mean, of like a transition of fans, like that's not the case. But yeah, like the GP falls off anytime there's some kind of like media thing. So it's like, oh my God, she's showing her skin now. We're done. Which then did attract people in the GP who were just hip hop and R&B based and blah blah blah. But they've always been listening to Mariah, because even like her ballads, I mean, like Tupac listening to like Vision of Love, you know what I mean? Like it's always been there. Like everybody appreciates like those like, classics and those vocals and everything else. So she has always appealed to everyone. It's just like it depends on like what, I guess, which way the media is carrying it. And yes, you're going to have your little subgroups that are going to fall off or jump on, but I think overall, her music is for everyone. But anyway, I digress from that.
Yeah, no, we appreciate you bringing up your point. Yeah, well, of course we recognize that her music for everyone, like anyone of any race demographic can listen to it. But when but Anastasia, bring up the point, and we bring up the point about like who, like, specifically what demographics tend to not be a fan of Mariah's shifting
Yeah,
sound. So
because
yeah,
these
so we
tend
do
to
appreciate
be
your point,
points
Glitter.
over and over again of people, oh, I like her old music.
Yeah,
And like, it's just like things that I have personally noticed, like what people say and stuff, and
yeah, those are
research I've
pearl
done and stuff.
clutchers.
I
Yeah.
think,
yeah,
yes, like there's people, like demographics other than white people who stepped away or whatever. I was just like making certain points or whatever. Because like I said, they definitely did try to market her as racially ambiguous or white on purpose, because they thought, oh, she's gonna cross over, she's gonna sell more records, and da da da. Like they definitely did it on purpose, and it doesn't help that I think some of them were racist. Like if we actually are real and we're gonna say it. So I think multiple things like tie into that, and I think it's very complex like discussion. And like I said, obviously none of this is her fault. I blame the executives and stuff who like consciously did that. And I wish when she started, she was able to have the control that she wanted to. Because yes, we know that she wrote and stuff, but even she said she likes the demos of her debut more than the records, because she feels like it was more slickly produced. So I wish she would have been able to have
Yes,
full.
Anastasia.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, for sure. And like I said, like we all know that she had like more things in mind for a music box, but if you focus on the album itself, it's got plenty of soul, it's got plenty of R&B, it's got plenty of
I
like,
mean, I think there's
gospel and
elements
everything
of that
else.
in the Music
So
Box album, but I mean, like, let's be honest. If you listen to Emotions and the Music Box, it's like two different like things. Because Emotions was very soul, R&B, gospel. Like I said, there's elements of that on Music Box. Anytime You Need a Friend, Now That I Know, sure. But there's also ballads. She did her cover Without You, which helped her cross over. You know, Hero was originally written for Gloria Estefan, and then she took that on. Like, it's very ballad heavy in comparison to the first two, and they did it on purpose because they wanted her to cross over, and unfortunately Emotions underperformed. So I think if had she been able to do what she actually wanted to, I don't think we would have gotten Music Box as it is. Like, I'm just like being honest about that. I still think it's a good
yeah,
album,
and
but I mean, it just is what it is.
that's
Like,
fine. I just don't want us to confuse like power ballads and ballads in general with white, because we have Whitney Houston, we have,
well, even
all
Whitney
these
Houston
other.
on her second album, like, her first album was more R&B soul, her second album was pop and stuff, because they were like, oh, we want her to cross over, and they told her to tone down all the riffs and runs so she could cross over. So even then, she was whitewashed to a certain degree as well. Like, it goes more, and I'm not saying like, oh, you make a ballad, it's just only for white people or whatever. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying they're
Hey, things are
consciously,
getting
yeah.
tense here.
I
Let's
don't think it's.
simmer
I'm not trying
down.
to make it tense or whatever.
I'm not.
I don't think
I'm
it's
not
getting.
making.
I don't think it's getting.
I'm not being
I don't think
tense.
it's.
I was
Yeah,
just saying my opinion.
we're just trying to explain it and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't think it's getting that tense.
yeah.
But
So I hope you're okay with us pivoting to the
yeah,
next
we
track.
Yeah,
can.
that's fine
Yeah,
with you.
I don't even remember what I was saying. But yeah, like, obviously ballads aren't only for white people. I'm saying there was a conscious thing
Yeah.
that were made and stuff like that. I think it's very complex. Again, you guys want to know my opinions on why I think Music Box was whitewashed, or her career 90s videos
Check
in
out
my
the deep dive.
Jumbotron. Check it out after this if you would like. I worked very hard on it.
Yeah, and then here's a little cameo for
Yes.
my
And
dog.
then now we can finally move on to the third song, which is going to be Shake It Off. All right, so that's going to be Shake It Off, third song on the album. This was number 2 on Billboard. Why was it number 2? Because she blocked herself with the incomparable We Belong Together, obviously. And we love that, but also I wish this would have been a number 1, because this is actually one of my favorite songs on the album. I think it's really catchy. I love just how like fun it is, like the lyrics and stuff. I think that it's like well written. I think it's clever. I love her vocal on here. I love how she goes up at the end. I love the production of the song as well. I just think it's a really great record. So I wish it would have been number 1, but hey, a number 2 single, blocking yourself. I mean, literally, who else in the world can do that? Like, that just really shows their
Exactly. So
power.
hey, I'm not too mad at herself blocking herself, because if anyone's gonna block herself from getting number 1, it might as well be herself. So it's like, not too mad at that, but I'm like, damn, Mimi, like, you are kind of to blame for you. Not, and of course in the most loving, nice way, of course, for not getting shaking off number 1. But hey, but if anyone else had to get their number 1, it would be We Belong Together. But no, I love Shake It Off. Like, this is such a jam. Like, I love how like sassy the song is. She's like, I gotta shake you off, boy. Like, it's time for you to go. Like I gotta go on my way. Like, and this doesn't have to be for like, just like a shaking off like a bad relationship, but like shaking off bad friends too. Like, you can I've applied this to like, certain people that, just don't serve me in my life. Like, outside of like your regular relationship. Like, it works for friendships that don't suit you well, or any other people. It's just amazing. Like, honestly, I just love this song so much, and I love Shake It Off in a live setting, because it gives a different energy in a live setting. So, and I would definitely love to see Mariah perform the song in a live setting, because I just know she would tear the roof down.
No pun intended. I forgot to say I really love the music video for this song as well, so I wanted to say that really quickly. I think we'll have Mimi Folklore next, and then I'll have Michaela.
Hold up.
She's my co-host. She's my co-host.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
yeah. Let me sit down and be quiet. Go ahead. So
yeah.
sorry.
Michaela, if you're really dying to go, girl, you can go. I'm good.
Period. Thank you. So I just wanted to say that first of all, the way that this song is written, it makes me feel like we're in a story. Like, I like how she says we're just gonna get over this, but she's very specific about the situation, and that's something that she has that other people that write really well don't. Is they're very vague about it, but she's very specific about the situation. And I wanted to say the music video also matches that to where it looks like a story. It's a pop-up book kind of thing, and it was just very innovative in its own right.
Period.
Okay. Okay. I love Shake It Off. Let me just preface by saying that I love Shake It Off, the song, but the music video, I just kind of, it's a great music video. I just wish that it didn't break away from the continuity she established with It's Like That and We Belong Together. I would have loved a trilogy moment, and that has always really bothered me because it could have happened. I also didn't like how Shake It Off was released before We Belong Together ran its course. We could have had another number one, but let me not be repetitive. Yeah, Shake It Off, great song. That's all I have to say.
All right. I
Great
think
gowns, beautiful
Yummy is
gowns.
next, and then I believe it's Harvey.
Okay, this song just has such a sentimental place in my heart. I think when Emancipation of Mimi came out and she started rolling out the singles, I was in kindergarten. So like a lot of these songs are like light bulb memories for me.
How old are you, Yummy?
I'm 22.
And when's your birthday?
October 9th.
Slay.
Yeah.
I'm 22 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you say that. Like somebody in my age group that gets it. When I was
You're a Libra?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. I love that.
Thank you. I just remember being in kindergarten and walking out of school to walk to my parents' car, and all the cars are blasting the same radio station and it's playing this song, and there were these channels that would play on non-cable TV that would play like music videos, and this video would always be on, and I just loved this song and I would sing it at the top of my lungs. I don't know what any of these words mean. I can't feel any of these feelings because I'm so young, but I loved this is when I started to love Mariah at like 5 or 4 years old. That's all I wanted to say. Like it's a light bulb memory for me.
I love when people talk about songs like that and they're like, oh, I remember this song in this specific period of my life. So I really liked hearing about that. I'm glad you were able to get into Mariah Young and stuff. I think that that's everything. So I loved hearing that about it for sure. I appreciate your insight. I think Harvey is next up, and then we'll do Chase.
Ooh, shake it off. What can I say about that? Just shake it off. It's okay. But I've heard so many people criticize this song and where it is actually on the album. Now, obviously on the track listing it is right after We Belong Together, so I've had so many people kind of say on the Twitter timeline, ew, saying, oh my god, but I hate where it is because it's like it's so juxtaposed, and I'm like, well, after you've done Crying to We Belong Together, you could just be like in your kind of badass era to listen to Shake It Off. So, I mean, I love the song. I mean, I think that's definitely like when I have my shower playlist, I play the Emancipation of Mimi, like tracks 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's like my little shower playlist, and then after I'm done kind of like crying around We Belong Together, I'll move on to Shake It Off. But I think it's such like I think what I love about like I think any song of hers is that like obviously it's about a certain thing for her and her timeline, and it can resonate with so many people. Like I just think that it's like just over the world. It's like it can't be. It's unparalleled, really. So I mean, I love the song. We've all tried to do the high note in that song as well, but we can't always do it. So no, but I really do love the song. It is amazing.
Period. I think Chase is next, and then we'll have Scooter.
No, just quickly, I wanted to piggyback off what Michaela said about she literally stole the words out of my mouth. Some telepathy moment here. But the pop up, how do you say it? Pop up storybook music video concept. I loved it. I don't know if there's a Janet Jackson video that has a similar kind of thing, but I don't know. I loved that. And also Mimi's folklore. You made me think it would have been really cool to have like a trilogy. I don't know if Shake It Off would have really like
If it would have
if there
It
would
worked,
have been
could
like
have been the
yeah.
breakup between the guy and Mariah. Like,
right,
Mm,
but then you'd have like two breakups, and I don't know. It was a really interesting idea what you said. I really think a trilogy would be really cool. I don't know who
I
has
love
done that.
breakups, so.
Yeah, there's something beautiful about something that's so tragic, like a Greek tragedy. Um, but yeah, I just want to say that.
all right, I believe Scooter is next, and then we'll have Daniel.
Michaela, hey, FYI, I love your comments and every time you talk too. Just so you know, and I love your spaces. Hey, so um, again, it goes back to like radio that year, and Mariah was played every hour the whole year of 2020 or 2015. It was fantastic when you were a lamb from day one and you stuck with her, but it was also amazing for newbies, like new lambs, to be introduced to Mariah, like some of you guys were saying when you were 5. And so it was amazing, and you got goosebumps, and you're just like, I'm so proud of her, and I'm so excited that she gets to live this experience again. Um, you know, I was looking it up, and "We Belong Together" was released March 15th. They didn't even release "Shake It Off" to radio until July. That's how long they waited to release that single, and it's just "We Belong Together" was the song of the decade for a reason. That's how long that song played and how popular it was. Like they released that single like what April, May, June, July, 4 months after that song, and it still overshadowed it. So, and then the video was great, and then even took from the video they took it into the tour. Remember the big M that would flash in Mimi, and she would are in front of the on stage when she was singing the song. It was just a fantastic song. It just yeah. So
Period, Scooter. I think Daniel's next.
Yeah, but basically all I have to say is everything you all said was right. I feel like it's a good catchy song for the album. I think it's a good single choice. I love the video, even though Mimi's folklore probably doesn't. I really like it. Um, and yeah, I do feel like it's cool that she still, was number one and number two on the same chart, but it makes me kind of hate her in a way. I still love her, but like, just had to do that, didn't you? Just had to crush my dream.
You're so hilarious, Daniel. I'm glad you were able to make today's space. I appreciate your insight so much. I think it's J Dog is next, and then if anyone else would like to speak, please put your hand up, and then I'll make it order.
Hi guys, how are you?
We're good. How are you?
Hi, I'm a little. I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm in the hospital right now, but I am doing okay. I have to tell you, the Emancipation of Mimi holds such a place in my heart. I was listening to the book on my radio, on Audible when I was driving, and Mariah said the fans needed it, and I was thinking about before the Emancipation of Mimi came out, they were. I mean, you think about the disrespect that Mariah had, the fact that they were counting her out like you wouldn't believe, not nominating her for Grammys when she literally still sung everybody else under the table, and her lyrics were amazing, was such a hard time for us. And because I've been a fan of hers, I'm only 38, but I've been a fan of hers since 1990. So to see her go to incredible highs to lows like that was so devastating. But I remember when I was in the car at the mall and I heard "It's Like That" on the radio. And I was like, wow, they're actually playing Mariah on the radio. And so I was a little surprised at that. And then when We Belong Together came out, I mean, I remember reading the Billboard magazine talking about her album, and they were raving about it. Because a lot of times they didn't get Mariah Carey back then. They knew she could sing, but oh, she shows off, or oh, this, or oh, that. But the reviews that she got, and then when We Belong Together came out, it validated the fans in a way that I don't think any other fan base has ever been validated before. We cheered because she was back where she belonged, and I felt like we were as well. So I mean, I just wanted to share that experience.
Yeah, I really appreciate you
Yes.
coming on and talking to us. I'm glad you're doing okay. I'm sorry that, you went through such a tough time, and we're all pulling for you. We're all pushing for you. I
Oh, thank
appreciate you taking time out of your day to come to the space and to talk to us about Mariah, and I'm glad that Mariah brought us all together, and I loved hearing your story about, what this album means to you. I think that that's great. So yeah, thanks just so much for coming through with us. We really appreciate you. I think Michaela is next, and then we'll do Glitter.
I just wanted to say I hope you're doing okay, and I hope that you get like out of the hospital soon. And I was gonna ask you, do you know that Britney Spears follow you?
Me?
She do.
I did not know that.
The Princess of Pop,
Well,
period. Like,
congratulations. We love that for you.
Thank you. I've been trying to get Mariah to follow me any ways necessary. But if Brittany's really following me, that is so cool. Thank you for letting me know.
yes, we love that. The Princess of Pop. We love Britney. Such a sweetheart. Always rooting for her.
We so
Yes, we
do.
love Britney so much. Glitter is next. And then again, if anybody else wants to go, please raise your hand. And then I'll put an order together.
That's such a flex. Congratulations on that. But yeah, so first of all, I just want to say I hope you have a speedy recovery. And we love you and appreciate you. And I also have been a fan since 1990. And I just want to piggyback on what you were saying about how validating that was. Because so those of you who are like on spaces with me a lot, like I've already heard this a million times and I'm sorry, but yeah, like going through, like for me, Glitter kicked off my high school experience in a way, like because that was 2001. That was in, like, I was in a sophomore, right? So then like from there all throughout the rest of high school, it was rough as a fan because everybody was talking shit about her and being washed up and her mental health and blah blah blah. And like as someone who just like passionately cares about her, like true lambs, that's the difference between like a lamb and a fan. A fan appreciates her music, blah blah blah. A lamb is like in it for her and cares about her as a person and not just an entertainer. So when she was going through things, we felt like we were going through it too, like we were like ride or die with her, dragging, through the mud and everything. And so I endured that throughout high school. And then, the Emancipation of Mimi came out when I was a freshman in college, and it was so just such a redemption, you know what I mean? And like, unfortunately, I wasn't friends on Facebook with like my old high school friends back then, but I wanted to like go back and be like, in your face, bitches, you know what I mean? Like, because it was just like, what now? She's everywhere, she's blown up, blah blah blah. Like, and that's why I talk so much about that, the Grammy performance. I know everyone's like, oh, like it's overplayed, blah blah blah, but that truly, I think, as like a fan, that was one of her most important performances, because after everything that all of those people in that room and in society and everything else had put her through, she was able to bring them to their feet, giving her a standing ovation with a gospel song. You know what I mean? Like just taking them all to church and making them like give her the flowers that she deserves in the same spot where they've given her like the snub so many times. You know what I mean? And that performance feels like, I don't know, like you're being like filled with the Holy Spirit in a sense, like even if you're not religious, and it was such a moment, and we like felt that with her. And it's like when she's winning, we're winning too, and when she's going through it, we're going through it. Like lambs are just going to be there, ride or die. But yeah, I just wanted to like piggyback on that, because that it was the best feeling ever, like just having that moment of like, yes, she's on top again and you can't bring her down. And that's how it felt again when she started getting number one since 2019. Like it was such a flex, because yet again people were trying to like write her off and everything else, and she will just always, always, always come back on
She
top.
can't be stopped. She
She
can't
can't
be
be stopped.
stopped. She
Yes,
One
proves
thing
it time
about
and time
Mariah, she
again.
always gonna get the last
exactly.
laugh. Period. Like many times, people
Exactly.
thought, "Oh, she's done. She over." And who's getting the last laugh now? Like who's always having songs trending? Who's trending in
Exactly.
general? Mariah. So like y'all always
Yes.
think that she's gonna be over, but she has more longevity than most of y'all faves. Like let's wake it up. Like let's
Yep.
be for real.
Yep. And really quick about Shake It Off. So I think a trilogy thing would be cute, but definitely not for that song because I don't think that fits with the rest of like that's not part of like the theme. Like I think obviously we know Don't Forget About Us is the sister song Do We Belong Together. So if she were gonna do like a trilogy music video type thing, Don't Forget About Us could have been that moment. But yeah, so but we love Shake It Off and we need justice for it because it should have been at this point, like she should already be tied with the Beatles, but I digress.
Mariah, did you want to go? I don't think you've spoken in a bit.
Are we on We Belong Together?
No, we're on to Shake It Off now.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It's late. It's late. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I just love the song. Like it's just really fun and really nice. And I just like I feel like she's just like I mean in all her songs she sounds quite happy. Well not okay. I just feel like a very like happy vibe from this album and like this song for instance. And I'm just glad that like she was at a nice point in her life or around a nice point in her life when creating it. I feel like it comes through in that song. And also to reiterate what I said before, I feel like Shake It Off has viral sound potential and I'm waiting for that to happen.
Definitely. All right, we have Harvey next. Again, if anybody wants to go, request to be speaker, put your hand up, or DM me if you want to speak, because I don't want to skip over anybody that wants to have this moment. But Harvey will be next.
Fab. I mean, I'll just touch on what you just said just then, Mariah. I mean, it's like if obviously you have the physical Emancipation of Mimi, either like the CD or the vinyl. Like I think it's either in like the vinyl gatefold or in the little CD booklet. It tells you what emancipation means, and I think that's just like that is the reason why it's called emancipation. I mean, it's to be free, not controlled, and just to be equal. It's a really good kind of message throughout the whole album, and I thought I'd just kind of touch on that. It's amazing.
All right, Chase has something he wanted to say, and then Mimi Folklore, and then like I said, I might have to rotate out speakers. So if you're speaking for one song and you get brought down, you're like, "What happened?" There's only a limited amount of speakers, so I have to rotate people. So please keep that in mind. It's nothing against you. There's only so many speakers that I'm allowed to have. So Chase next, and then Mimi Folklore.
No, I really Glitter's point about Mariah the person beyond the persona, beyond the performative characters she plays in her videos and her songs. Like she's a true artist, But we totally get to understand like who she is as a person, and everyone in this space, I'm sure, loves her to some extent or to some great extent. But I really something that I personally appreciate about her is that through all her trials and tribulations, she always keeps it her responses. She's very careful with what she says because she knows she has such a big audience, and people hang off of her every word and what she does, which is a giant responsibility. You know, um, so much pressure on her, and I think she handles it graciously, gracefully, and she always thinks about how it affects like us and listeners, or maybe not big fans, but people who look at her and see her as like this big star who has everything. Um, she's unique in that way. So, Glitter, you had me thinking about that. When I saw that performance at the Grammys, totally, I agree with everything you articulated so poignantly, if I may say myself. Um, but it's kind of like there's like a tragic irony behind it, like being so successful and having such difficult experiences in life. She still found the resilience and strength to kind of hmm, be be above the fray, if that makes sense. And and not be déclassé and be the bigger person. And there's a theme with Mariah of like winning in the end, you know. And I think she doesn't know. It's not her thinking about herself. She really thinks about the impact she has, the impact her music has on people from so many different backgrounds, ages, etc. So that's all I want to say.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Touching quickly on the Grammys performance, iconic. We love it. House want to run it to the ground. Maybe they have, but it is kind of excellent. So we love We Belong Together. We love that Fly Like a Bird moment. It was just definitely one of our best performances. It gets a lot of praise as it should. So I didn't talk about that yet. I was probably going to get around to it on Fly Like a Bird, but I want to have noted. I think that's a great performance. I think Mimi's Folklore is next, and then we'll have Michelle.
Okay, so I was gonna talk about how Shake It Off. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but it kind of like kickstarted this genre of Mariah songs, which includes like It's a Rap, About My Face, GTFO, all that good stuff that I just really, really love to listen to when people start acting a fool. So yeah, thank you to Shake It Off for that.
Yes, but can we also praise Did I Do That? Because I want to say like that was like the start of the blatant dissing of her.
I do.
There's Did
Okay.
I
I
Do
am
That?
starting
There's
to.
Clown. There's Obsessed. Like, there's
Yeah.
plenty of moments
Yeah, well,
throughout the
Clown
year just
isn't
kind of
relationship
fade.
wise, but yeah.
But
Hey, a diss
specifically,
is a
I'm
diss.
talking
Like,
about songs where she's telling people to get out, like
Yeah.
literally leave, or she's getting out.
Yeah.
But of course, there are songs for clowns
all
always.
right, I
So
think Michelle is next.
You guys have basically covered everything when it comes to Shake It Off. What could I say? The video was amazing. All her performances were amazing. And I just wanted to add that with Shake It Off, she became the first female artist, to hold the top two spots on the Billboard 100. So,
Period.
yeah.
Before streaming, yes.
I just love that Mariah has like so many
When it was
records to
real
her
and
name.
organic.
Exactly. You had to go
Exactly.
and physically buy the song. We love I just love that Mariah has so many records like to her name with like the most weeks at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart, 19 number ones, the most for a solo artist. Like she has so many records. And even with this album, she was saying, it's nothing's gonna sell like Music Box because it's different with the downloading, but I already did what I need to do. Like I already proved myself, I already broke the records, and this is just me having fun, and this was one of my best records. Like she already knows what she's done, and most artists just pray for a sliver of what she's achieved.
I just I want to make a quick comment about this. Sorry, Anastasia. I just wish that like Mariah's numbers matched with the respect that she deserves to get but doesn't get from the general public, because the thing is I wasn't here for most of these records were being made by her. I was either not here or I was like a child, so I was not aware. So I'm looking at it in retrospect and I'm like, how can a person who did all these numbers, has all these accolades, be so disrespected when artists who did much less are getting so much respect just for being over 50? It's so mind-boggling to me, but that's a mystery to be solved for
Well,
another
yeah,
day.
I
So
think some of it is like the misogyny and like racism and stuff like that. Like she's just so disrespected and stuff like that. Like it's really sad. It's really sad because, like you said, a lot of people have achieved far less. They're like, oh, this person's a legend, da 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 da, and people aren't. Some people aren't going to give Mariah her flowers until she unfortunately passes away, and we don't need to get into that because that's sad and whatever. But but I believe in giving people their flowers while they're here. I will always give Mariah her tens for what she's done, not only in her career, but what she's done for me personally with her music. So I wanted to say that, but that's a really good point. I think next is you can make your point really quick, Glitter, and then we'll do It's J Dog
Okay.
next.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's a mix of, sexism and racism, but it's also like people don't like seeing people be like perfect at everything. It's also similar to like what Michael and Janet and people, you know what I mean? Like if you're good at like everything, people really, really, really want to find a reason to tear you down and disrespect you and whatever else. They just like prey on your downfall because you're so high up and you're untouchable. You know what I mean? So like that's where a lot of it comes from, and they just hate to see a woman winning like that, especially a woman like her, like when she, oh, what's wrong, baby? Sorry, like a woman who is, again, they think like if you're wearing a gown, blah blah blah, like you can't also be a songwriter. You have to be like this frumpy guitarist or whatever to be considered a songwriter. So they can't put her in a box. You know what I mean? And they hate that. So yeah, that's what I think it is.
Yeah, so I really agree with that point as well. I think It's J Dog is next.
Are we talking about glitter still?
We're talking about the third song, Shake It Off.
Oh,
Oh,
shake
she
it off.
just said
Okay, I'm
my
sorry.
my
I'm sorry.
handling. She wasn't talking about actual glitter.
Well, yeah, I
Sorry.
thought I
Oh
thought
no,
that might
that's
have been
okay.
it, but I wasn't 100% sure.
I was a little confused. I was like, oh, okay, but no. When I think of Shake It Off, it's funny because that was, I mean, 2005, 2006. I remember I was working at Friendly's as an ice cream scooper. Don't judge me. I was young. But, like, literally, I remember my
In your Joe
coworkers.
Alwyn era.
Period.
Get that ice cream, yes.
And I remember literally, because like I mentioned before, it wasn't cool to be a Mariah Carey fan, and then all of a sudden it was. And I remember my coworker, she told me how she stuck on the third song. I was like, I can't get past the second one, And I remember when I think about how it's like that, We Belong Together, and then Shake It Off is the third song. I mean, literally, I don't know a better lineup except for maybe the Daydream album, maybe. Like, where the songs are so good consecutively and so different. And I remember the hip hop that was coming out of her singing. It just seems so hip hop to me. And then when she's at the end and JD's like, I like that, and she's singing, she's belting, but you can hear her talk, kind of harmonizing with it underneath that. I mean, I just loved Shake It Off. I loved how it was clever. Her pen game was on. I loved everything about Shake It Off. I remember the video, and it was when she had all that momentum, and I was like, if We Belong Together wasn't so great, Mariah would have her 20 number ones, but it's coming. But that's just what I think of when I think of Shake It Off.
Yes, it's coming, manifesting.
Definitely, definitely. Loved hearing your perspective on that. And then I'm gonna bring up Guadalupe really quickly because he's requesting me. Any thoughts on Shake It Off, Guadalupe, that you wanted to share with us?
Yeah, I was gonna say
We can't really hear you. Can you like bring the mic closer to you?
there's Jay Antonio that said that it could be like a friendship that is breaking up, like leaving a man, or it could be ending a friendship. So that's the gist that I got from it.
Yeah, definitely. All right. So, wow, we've been here for almost 2 hours and we've only done three songs because we keep going on tangents. I love a good tangent. I love a good conversation. But for the rest of the space, I ask please, if we can kind of try to keep the tangents to a minimum because, like I said, we've already been here for 2 hours and we're only three songs into this album. And I want to go through like all 20 songs. I even want to talk about When I Feel It. So if we keep doing these like tangents forever, we're going to be here all day. And so I wanted to say that. Also, this will be going on my YouTube. I say that always. I always put this on my YouTube. So keep that in mind. If you do want to speak, it's a classy party. But with that out of the way, we'll move on to track 4, which is going to be Mine Again. All right, so that was Mine Again. A really nice record. I really appreciate it. I think it's a nice moment. So I think the production on here is really fitting. Her vocals on here are amazing. I love the production as well. And yeah, Mimi Folklore, you don't have to raise your hand. You're my co-host. So I go, Jay goes, and then you go first every time, and then other people. So you're good. But I appreciate that. So yeah, now on to Jay.
Hello. All right. Sorry for being mute. I was just helping preparing dinner real quick. But anyways, yeah. First of all, Jada, I hope you feel better and that you make a recovery. But I'm pulling through for you, sending you love, and then yeah, Mine Again. One of my favorites on Emancipation. I'm sorry. It's like some people might say it's a bit of an overrated pick, but I don't give a fuck. Like y'all can kick rocks. But anyways,
Not cool on
yeah,
UTs.
my exactly. I had to bring that reference there real quick. No, but it's such a great production. Love the vocals. It's such. I love how like obviously a lot of her songs in general, pretty much almost all of them are vocal suicide, but like this one, it's like It's like, wow, she really shows you. You want to hear me go off and actually sing? I'll show you. And yeah, I just love the relatability of the song, and it's just like the production's just everything, and it's just like it flows so easily, and it's like definitely one of my most played songs on Emancipation, and it's like yeah, like oh, it hits the soul differently, and I've always been a Mine Against Stan, so yeah, there's nothing else I really want to say, just other than an amazing track, and definitely I put it up there, high up there with like Circles, Joyride, and all that.
Period. Next is Mimi Folklore.
All right. I feel like Anastasia, we've had conversations about this song, which I think is one of the best songs on the album. You don't think so?
I have songs that I like
Like,
better than this song, but it's still a good song. It
okay.
has stiff
All right.
competition as well.
Well,
I'm sorry. Circles is knocking out the door, and I'm gonna let Circles in first. I'm sorry, but it's a good song. I like it.
Anastasia, the mic is mine at the moment, but thanks.
And
So I really really love this song. It's one of the few songs, because we all know that Mariah loves is very, in a good way, excessive with like the production on her tracks, which we absolutely love. But this song feels like I'm in an empty arena and Mariah Carey singing to me and me only. And it's very rare to experience that. Like, you can feel her voice filling up the space, and it just feels so it just feels like a spiritual experience, and it reminds me of what Mariah talked about in her memoir, where a friend of hers was telling her, oh my god, I think something is on fire. A friend of hers was telling her that like when she sings, like her voice sounds like, when she sings a cappella, her voice sounds like there is music around her, that there is music around her voice, and her voice is inherently musical, which is why I really, really want to hear just her voice a lot more. If you ever listen to like The Roof a cappella, you will be transported to a different world. Try it. And I love this song, in spite of all the dirt that gets splattered around here.
I just want to say yes, like that's how Vanishing makes me feel as well. Like both of those, when you're saying like you're in the room by yourself with her and like in the dark. Yeah, totally get that.
all right, I think Michaela's next. She's had her hand up for a hot minute, and she really wants to speak for the song. So the floor is yours.
Thank the Lord. Okay, so I just wanted to say this is one of the greatest Mariah Carey songs of all time. And I'm not just saying that because I'm biased.
Period.
Yes, at choir class, when you're in the 3rd grade and you're learning the motherfucking recorder, instead of playing like the Beatles, which I'm not a Beatles hater, I like the Beatles. You already know Sgt. Pepper is my
Real.
shit. But right, but they need to play this song to teach kids how to sing and to teach kids this is what an amazing singer is that you will never hear again in your lifetime. Like, that's how good this song is. Like, the long note, the subtle piano, the soft jazz, but it also has like 70s with it. Like, this song is the definition of sex. It's the definition of sensual. It is one of her greatest songs of all time, and that song, period, and it always gets left behind for some reason. It's because Emancipation is the best song of all time, like, album of all time. We get it, but like, this song deserves flowers too. Like, period. I was on my Anastasia shit by not breathing and saying that long ass paragraph in one sitting, but I took a breath and I'm done talking now.
No, I love how passionate that you are about the song and what you were talking about with it giving 70s vibes in the instrumentation. I read, I think on Wikipedia or something, that she recorded most of this album with like a live band and stuff, and I think you definitely get that feel with it. And I think there's one YouTuber I really like, Calvin Michaels. He's great, by the way. You should check him out. But he was saying, like, if you record something with like live instruments or something, it's inherently going to age better than if you have like programming and drum machines and stuff like that. And I really agree. And I think that's why this album has aged so well, because you listen to it and you're like, yeah, classic 2000s R&B or whatever, but the live aspects about it are just amazing. So I wanted to have that note. I think Daniel is next.
Okay, so I have to agree with everything Michaela said as well. Like, this is one of Mariah's best songs. Vocally as well, I think we all know it. But this song really does transport. It's like a different world in a way. It's also one of those moments where I wish I was a vocalist, but I'm not. And I sort of pay her for doing all these good high notes that I can't reach. But I appreciate her talent. And yeah, this is one of my favorite songs off the album. I love it so much. I didn't know that she used a live band during the making of this album, But no wonder it's really good. No wonder it is. Because I think Beyonce did that as well with B-Day, and it's one of her best albums. But
Period. B-Day is one of the
this
best albums of all
album,
time. Sorry.
clock it, Anastasia. But like this album as a comeback as well, and mine again being, oh, I just love this song. This one my favorite. Honestly, she was in her bag with this song.
All right. Love your analysis, Daniel. As always, you're so entertaining. I think Yummy is next, and then we'll do It's J-Dog.
I just wanted to piggyback off of what Michaela said, because I remember when I heard the song for the first time, or not for the first time, but for the first time in like recent years doing my like album go throughs, and I just felt like this song sounded like something like the Commodores would make. And
Yes, Commodores. Oh my god.
yeah, like it kind of puts me in the mind of that song Zoom by the Commodores.
Yes.
And I don't know. I just felt like that was just me and my little silly brain. So hearing everybody else say that that has like a vintage element to it, I knew I wasn't that crazy. Like, yeah, I like that. I like that. That was all. That was all.
Period. I love when people hear like songs from people and they're like, oh, it reminds me of this song. I do that a lot myself. A lot of times I think it's just chords, but sometimes songs have like similar vibes to me. So I love that you had like a specific callback, like, oh, it reminds me of this. So I thought that was cool. And then I think It's J-Dog is next, and then we'll have Mariah.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy that you allowed me to talk for this song because I we all know that Mariah says that she doesn't like to just belt out songs. To her it's a little boring. Like why she doesn't like Hero and everything else. But I felt like she did Mine Again as that song that when somebody says or disses Mariah Carey or her vocal abilities, all I have to do is just play them Mine Again. Like I love when people like who aren't Mariah Carey fans, like I totally watch what do you call them, reaction videos, and one of them that I put on is Mine Again because her voice floors you on that song. I mean when she hits that belt and mine, maybe you can be mine, whatever. I just like you cannot take the strength and the beauty out of that woman's voice. And I'm just like, if she didn't write that song and the melodies with the thought of let me teach these heifers how to really sing in her mind, she should have because she just knocks it out of the park. And then she has the nerve to hit that high note at the end like that. The girls didn't have a chance from 2005 till now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, and yes, you speak so real, J Dog. Obviously, in general, the girls never have a chance when it comes to, in
Yes.
general, when it comes to Mariah, but especially, like, from the 90s, 2000s,
And
and
she
on,
just
like,
had to remind
literally,
them
like,
again that they didn't have a chance. You ever hear people try to sing her
no
songs?
chance.
It 9 times out of 10, it's horrible because they just can't get the intricacies of like her riffs and runs and like all of that stuff. So yeah, she just
Right.
had to eat them
And
up
then
again.
so
To remind them that they can't
No,
do it
I
like
just want to
MCing.
say Mariah's tone is really difficult to replicate. Like, even if you can replicate her runs or whatever, you cannot replicate that
The
tone.
tone, because
Period.
it's the most unique, beautiful tone ever, and it's like
facts.
obviously not to like touch on the AI, because obviously we will pivot from that immediately, but seeing certain AI creations is like they almost never get it right because it's like
Yes. Too
her tone is so
intricate.
unique, her
Yeah.
musicality is so like distinct. It's like you cannot like get a Mariah clone because no one can clone Mariah at all except for Mariah singing herself in her own way. Like
Often imitated, never duplicated.
Period.
exactly.
All
Facts.
right. I think Mariah is next, and then we'll do Harvey.
Yeah, I was gonna say like this is like definitely a perfect song to sing like when you're in your feelings, or one of those songs where like you sing it at home by yourself, thinking you can sing, or maybe I have some talent, but then you're like, no, no, I don't. I mean, but let's be real, like all of her songs are like that, but like this is like there are some songs where it's especially pertinent, and this is one of them.
Definitely, definitely. A really nice vocal showcase. I mean, the whole album is, but this song is just a really gorgeous piece. So I appreciate that about it. Harvey's next, and then we'll do Yummy.
I think, yeah, it definitely deserves to be in like a vocal performance hall of fame. I don't know what it is about this song, but oh my god, I'm getting too emotional. It kind of just like hits like a certain point where like the voice is just so isolated in that song where you can literally oh my god, where you can feel like every single like ounce of pain that she's feeling in that song, and then you can resonate with that. Honestly, it's incredible. Kind of like a bit sad that it didn't get praise from the Grammys as well. I mean, we didn't really expect it, but since they always screw off, but it's really incredible that it was at least noticed as being what was it, like traditional R&B performance, something like that. But I'm really, really glad that it got noticed. Even if it's not noticed in the way that we wanted it to. But yeah, it's such a touchy-feely song, and definitely one of my favourites of all time, not just on this album, of all time.
I'm loving hearing how passionate everybody is about the song, and that's what I think is so interesting about albums and stuff, because there's like, you know, all these different songs, and everybody has a song there like, this is my song, you know, one that you really love, or one that really means the most to you. So I'm kind of surprised that so many people are like, oh, I love this song so much, and it's one of my favorites and stuff, but I think that's really cool. So next up is gonna be Yummy.
Just piggybacking off of that last point, don't let you be in a situation for real, and listen to this song. Oh my God. I can't name how many times I've been in the car driving and crying my eyes out because it's something that I'm really, really dealing with. And I feel that same way about Fly Like a Bird, but I'm not going to talk about that at all until we get there. But what was Mariah saying? Because I forgot my point, but I wanted to piggyback off of what she said.
She was saying something about like, oh, this is one of the songs you listen to, and like, oh, I can sing, and then you know, try to sing, and you're like, never mind. I think that's like the main thing that she
Oh,
was saying. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Yes. Mariah will make you feel like you can belt and you can't. Like, I don't know what it is.
I know, no, you speak so real. Cause
I
it's
get
like,
to
yeah, like
doing
she
that
has this thinking
arm
that we can
swing.
sing or like sing like her, and it's like, nope. Like when I record myself, like yeah, obviously I know how to sing, but I'm not like Mariah
Can you
It
Carey.
sing
is
like
Like,
so
her?
humiliating. One time I was driving my car, and I don't know why I tried to sing the Whistling on the Motions. I don't know what like was wrong with me. And then obviously it
No.
didn't come out, and then I was just sitting in silence. I was like, no, why would I ever try to attempt that? Like, let's be serious
It
for a
will humble
moment.
you so
It
quick.
really
yeah, you know what
does.
the
I'm
most humbling moment
sorry.
for me was when I was singing "I Am Free." Like when I sang like that, like ascending like little run and like that towards the end of the song. Like I thought like I killed the run, but then hearing back the recording, I'm like, no, I didn't. Sounded sloppy.
I'm just so
Whatever.
delusional. Like I get to do in the hand motions and every like
Exactly.
stop.
If you turn
Stop.
up
Yeah.
the volume loud enough, you can convince yourself that you sound just like her until you hear back the recording. You're like, and it does not
You're like,
sound
oops.
good. It does not sound good. But that's testament to her skill as a vocalist. So yeah, she just really had to kind of gag everybody again. Like, oh, y'all thought I was done. Y'all thought I couldn't still sing on the table. Unfortunately, that's not true. And definitely one of the best albums, just vocally, of all time. And she definitely deserves her praise as a singer, which generally I feel like she gets. Some people like to, you know, throw a lot on her name, but she's one of the best singers of all time. Like my favorite singer of all time. And if she's not in your like top three, then I'll be looking at it sideways. Because who are you putting above her if it's not Whitney or Aretha? I respect those like 1,000%. I get it. They've been very influential. If it's not them, then who are you putting above her? Like, let's be serious for a moment. Like,
Exactly. The fact if you don't put Mariah in your top two or three vocalists, it's like, what's wrong with you? Like Mariah has like earned her status as a vocalist. She has proven time and time and again why she's one of the best and why she's been so influential as a vocalist and artist. Like almost no one's touching her. Like, be for fucking real.
period. All right, maybe Folklore's next, and then we'll do Glitter.
Damn it, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, I wanted to respond to Yummy's point about listening to the song when you are in a situation similar to what the song is talking about. I just want to say I love this song so much, but I really hope that none of you relate to it. If it didn't work the first time, it's not going to work the second, third, fourth time. Don't try it. I hope you're not on the receiving end of this song or the giving end of this song, especially if you're a woman and you're in here. Let the man go, let the girl go, let them go, whatever. Just let them go.
All right, Glitter's next.
Damn, well that's the case for like most of her songs are like holding out a candle. for a past relationship. But yeah, I know we all feel it and go through it at some point. But yeah, that was a good pep talk though. We all needed to hear that. But what was I gonna say? So I just wanted to say, piggybacking on what everyone else was saying about like attempting certain songs you just shouldn't attempt, like mine again, uh My Saving Grace and Circles, I feel like are the ones that are just like the register is just so freaking high and uncomfortable that it's just like, no, just don't bother. Like that's on my don't bother list. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Like I'm so happy to hear everyone praising it, because usually I have to like fight really hard for it when we do these reviews and everything. So I appreciate that everyone here has taste.
Period. Michelle, I don't think you've talked about this song, and if you have, I've forgotten it, so forgive me. Not the silence. Um.
Exactly, she's
Oh
speechless,
my.
Anastasia. Speechless.
Oh my god. Okay, Scooter, have you talked
The
about this
power
song,
online
Scooter?
again, like.
I don't know if you've spoken yet.
No, I mean I think everybody has said great things about this song. So I mean, there's nothing else that I could add to it that is outside of what all the positive feedback has been so far. So
All right, anyone else wanted to speak on this song particularly? If so, please request to speak really quickly or raise your hand. I want to make sure everyone who wants to speak is getting that opportunity. So, it's a safe space, for the lambs. So if you do want to talk, then just let me know. I don't want to skip over everybody. So yeah, just like tweet me or DM me or request. I'll give a second to just like look and make sure that I didn't skip over. Okay, yeah, Daniel wants to speak again.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to waste your time, Anastasia, but I just really wanted to say that I do feel like, you know, she's 15, well, she's 15 years into her career when she made
Yes.
Emancipation, I think,
Yes.
something like that. And how her voice, like, it hadn't, like, gone bad at one point. And it's still, like, she's still giving her full 10%, especially on Mine Again, and on most of the songs off this album as well. And I feel like, it really deserves a lot of praise as well because, she really didn't ruin it in some way. And like obviously her voice has aged, but it's gotten better even with this album. I don't know. I'm trying to put my point
Yeah,
across without
I
rambling.
love how
But you
her
get what I'm
voice
trying to
has like
say?
changed over time and stuff, and it's
Yeah, how it's
still
evolved over
Yeah.
very
time.
strong on
Yeah,
this album.
I
Like I
get
said,
that.
vocally, I think this is just one of the best albums of all time. Like I think
Exactly.
there's just
Thank
like
you.
a masterclass on the vocal arrangements and stuff, and her vocal arrangements are always very intricate with the background and the harmony. And I think she's the best ad vocalaire of all time. Mimi Folklore, I know, loves The Roof. That's like one of her favorites, and that's a really great example of that. And I really love the version with Brandy as well, the vocal Bible, and I actually got into her because of Mariah. So that version of The Roof is also fantastic as well. So I appreciated that moment. I brought Guadalupe up as a speaker. So yeah, just for a refresher, we're talking about Mine Again. So any thoughts on the song you wanted to share with us, Guadalupe?
Yeah, mine again. I thought that I agree with everybody. Is it's the lyrics are nice, and I like that the topic is about coming back together. So that's what I thought.
Period. All right, now we're moving on to track number 5, which is going to be Say Something featuring Snoop Dogg. All right, so my thoughts on the song, honestly, this just is not my personal jam. What they did with Crybaby on Rainbow, probably one of my favorite songs on the album. I kind of think they slid. I love everything about that song, really. The riffing she does at the end of the song, amazing. This song is giving Cutting Room Floor. It's giving I needed another song for the album. Like, let's see what we got going on. And they said, my hands are up, I gotta throw something on quick. Like, let's throw it on. Like it just, yeah, it just
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
feel
So
like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel that well thought out to me. It's kind of, what's the word, monotonous to me. I don't really feel like it progresses where it needs to go. Neptune's produced this, and I remember on Michaela's space for this, people were like, "Oh, it's our signature production. Unwrite the signature." Like, I'm dead serious. Like, I think they're amazing. I love what they did. I think they did Kitty Cat for Beyonce. I love Pharrell's work with Ariana Grande. So I think that they're great producers. I have nothing against them. It's just sometimes their production hits for me and sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, not personally my jam. People like it, is what it is, but that's my personal opinions on that song, and that's just me being honest.
Yeah. All right. Make sure, like, if you want to speak, everyone, raise your hands. But yeah, anyways, my thoughts on the song. It's okay for me. I don't hate the song. Like, I don't. Like, it's fine, but it's just there for me. Like, I don't go out of my way to like play it whenever I do want to play certain songs from Emancipation. Like, it's definitely not the first song that I'm like, ooh, I gotta play Say Something, Because it's like it's there for me. It doesn't take off in the way that I do want it to. But hey, it is what it is. But if it was in like some sort of like a little sensual playlist, I wouldn't mind if it was there. I'm like, why not? I'll let it play, but I'm not adding it to my own playlist though. But yeah, like it's just like I like Mariah's part. Like I like Mariah's part just fine. But I don't know. Snoop's part like it just doesn't do anything for me. And I do love Snoop Dogg. I do love his music and his rapping, but like I don't know. It's just he's just Snoop is just whatever for me on that song. But yeah, love Mimi though. Love Mimi hardcore.
Yeah, maybe had Crybaby not existed, I wouldn't be so, I guess, critical of this song because I think Crybaby is just excellent. So this just kind of feels like a disappointment in comparison to that for me personally. I know some of you guys really like the song and y'all about to tear me up, but is what it is. So yeah, I definitely think like that's part of the reason why I'm just like not the biggest fan of the song. For me personally, like yes, I'm gonna skip this song every time, and like what about it? Like there's just better songs that I personally have to get to on this album. Like it is what it is. I'm sorry, but I'm not
All right,
sorry.
so
Like
so here's the speaking order. So it's Daniel and then
I thought
Glitterbomb.
Mimi Folklore wanted to go. Her hand was up.
Oh
She's
yeah, Mimi's
co-host.
Folklore, Daniel,
Yes.
Glitterbomb, and Yummy. Okay.
She does want to go. Okay. First of all, what's with all this say something slander? I wish you would say something more because I'm over it. Let's not. Is it the greatest song in the world? No. Is it the greatest song on the album? No. Does it deserve to be skipped? No. Um, I don't like the production on the song, but I am not gonna let no whack production stop me from enjoying Mariah lyrics, melodies, and her voice. This is just completely unacceptable. Let's hope that subsequent speakers have something better to say or contribute to the conversation because I don't know what that was. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
We appreciate your input, Mimi's Folklore. I'm glad you gave your stance. But anyways, let's go to Daniel.
I like the beat.
I thought it was cute. I like the beat.
Yeah,
He said,
that's
"Great
it.
gowns, beautiful
Period.
gowns."
Listen, all I need is Jay on my side. As long as Jay's stepping with me, then I'm good. Sometimes he don't be stepping with me because he be a little tasteless sometimes, but Jay's still my brother in
Or
Christ.
because Anastasia's a little tasteless, but it's okay. Sometimes I love my sister
Yeah.
nonetheless.
And I will always enjoy being the odd one out because I am an Aries.
I'm the odd one out
I'll be an odd
sometimes,
one with
yeah.
you.
But this time, yeah.
Yeah, so now it's Glitter's turn.
I will be an oddball out with you, and I appreciate you so much, Mimi's Folklore, because I don't know what that was. They were talking about, they got me choked up. But yeah, so anyway, Say Something is a fucking bop, and it's a bop that you like roll your windows down to, you bump it when you're like coming out of the club or whatever. Like it's so good and so cute. Like I'm not the type of person that like compares songs to each other. So like Crybaby is its own completely different thing. It's one of my favorite songs of all time. But I don't like use that as like a measurement of like another like collab that she would do with him because they're completely different to me. And yeah, no, I love it. The music video was everything was so good and such a bop and so fun, right? Because we have so many heavy songs on that album. We need like fun to break it up and like kind of like happy bops because there's so much heaviness that we also need, but we also need to like keep it cute sometimes. And I think that song does that and I love it. And yeah.
Thank you for giving your input, Glitterbomb. And even though, yeah, we don't agree on the song, it's okay. You're still my sister. You're still my bestie.
Love you.
Love you too.
I think Harvey. Wait, I think Yummy's next actually, and then Harvey.
I'm gonna make this really quick. Something about the song just sounds empty. No, not empty, but it feels like something was missing.
Yes.
Like it's like the perfect foundation. I don't know if they need to add like a drum or another harmony. I don't know what it is, but something about this song just feels like something is missing. But I love this song. I don't dislike it, but I see why a lamb would not. Why this wouldn't be a lamb's favorite song. But and I could be alone. I could be alone on this. I feel like I'm going to be, but something about this song kind of sounds like it could have been on E=MC².
Yeah, I can see that. Like, cause Migrate's on there, you know, maybe Cruise Control.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work sonically.
It sounds like I'm That Chick to me.
Yes.
I'm That
Yeah.
Chick.
It has that
I don't know about that,
that.
but continue.
that it
I
has like a
see Emi's
very,
point
Deja,
where she's
oh
talking
my
about.
very
I
like
god.
mean,
low key smooth type of. Yeah. Yeah. I was hoping at least one person would see where I was coming from. Yeah, I like the song. It's not. It's definitely not the most grandiose song for sure, and it's not my favorite, but I will listen to it. I agree with the whole windows down, driving, bumping it, feeling cute. I agree.
Period. I loved hearing your take on that song. Next up is Harvey, and then we'll do Michelle.
Oh my gosh, I love this song. Oh my god. I mean, everything what Glitter said, I mean, just literally just sums up my opinion. That's the kind of song where you kind of like, you're walking down, chewing a piece of gum and just slicking back your hair and just, just feeling good about yourself. And I think exactly what Glitter said, it just needs like a little bit of a balance because like I cry too much during this album. I'm like, I need something to kind of keep me up and peppy. So yeah, I think it's an amazing song. Obviously, I understand what you say, where it's like I would personally, I would probably go to other songs that have a more significant meaning. It just kind of depends what mood that I'm feeling in, but it's definitely not like the worst, or it's definitely not like anything that's like boring or anything like that. It is on my playlist. I play it a lot, and yeah, it's a really good song. I love it.
Exactly, my son. I'm so proud of you.
Love you.
All right, Michelle's
Love you.
next.
I'm gonna go with Glitter as well. It's definitely a bop. It's one of those feel good songs. Like you just gotta keep it playing. It's definitely not a skip. And who doesn't want to listen to Mariah singing about sexual innuendos? Because I know I do all
Right?
day long.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
of course, I love
It's so
the
rare.
sex. It's
It's
nice.
so rare. You don't get to hear her
Like,
talk
you
about that
can't love
often.
Honey and not love this.
Well, unless you're
The
me,
fact that I
like,
didn't even know that Honey was like a
Oh,
sexual
Honey is
song
good.
for the
That's the
longest
only
time.
thank
difference.
you, thank you. Wake it up. Like,
Mariah is often sexual. Y'all just don't pick up on
well,
it.
I wanted to say she's smart with her
Absolutely.
innuendos and like her vocabulary and stuff. And
She's
there's
not
an
vulgar
art
at
to like
all.
ambiguity and not just saying like, oh, like Bliss, for example, is a very well written song. And
Yeah,
her pen is
Oh my god! Oh my
immaculate.
god! My favorite song
exactly. Yeah,
Yes,
like Mariah's
yes.
not like one of those like songwriters that's all like bend me over and take me over for a ride. No, she's like one of those like songwriters that's like unfold me
She
lovingly
can
and
do that
like
Yeah,
too,
if she
Jay.
spread
She
me
wanted
can
over
to,
do
for
she
both.
could, but he's just saying she has a very expansive vocabulary. And like I
No,
said,
expensive
there's
she's
an
vocabulary.
done
art
both.
in
She
ambiguity.
has done both
Sure,
before.
Yeah,
sure.
I know
Look
she,
at
but
my Jumbotron thing because I just put up a tweet that I made a long time ago. Uh,
I
where
love that you
she's
put in
like,
examples, Glitter.
yeah, she's like regular people. Doesn't it feel amazing when you're inside me and I come all over you? Mariah Carey,
Yeah,
ain't it a sweet, luscious delight when you're immersed in my ocean of love coming on strong?
yeah,
That woman carries around a
like
thesaurus.
Mariah is
Yep.
so clever with how she
Love her.
casually references sex. It's just like songwriters Hall of Fame for a reason.
Yeah, she's the
Yeah,
queen of
Period.
of
exactly.
Okay,
it.
Absolutely.
so then explain Joyride.
Well, we're gonna
No,
get there later.
We're
Now
gonna
we're
get to
getting
We'll
it,
get
ahead
Miss
of
there.
Folklore.
ourselves.
Okay,
My
no,
God,
we
like,
don't have to talk about it. I'm just providing an example of a song where she can be explicitly sexual.
Yeah,
I
Right?
appreciate
yeah, and
the
we appreciate you bringing the example,
innuendos
Miss
and
Folklore. Like we appreciate, and we will let's save it for Joyride, so that way, like we can have a plentiful conversation around that song.
all right. I think it's J Dog was next, and then we'll do Scooter.
First off, let me say that I forgot that I was with my lamely So y'all can have, when you're with your family, you know how it is when you're with your siblings, you can talk about your siblings or your mother, but nobody else can. I feel that way about Mariah. Like the Lamely can, but nobody else can. But y'all tripping. Like I think this song is why she's such a good art. Well, not only why, obviously, she's the artist, a great artist because of everything that Mariah Carey is. But the fact that she can sit down with somebody and the songs sound like that person, but with Mariah Carey's spin on it. Like you think about Breakdown, I mean, besides the songwriting in it, is so loved because it sounds like Bone Thugs and Harmony with Mariah Carey's spin on it. And I think that it sounds like a Pharrell song. He's very much the boom, 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 you know what I mean? But I think that's why Mariah is Mariah. But on top of that, we are not going to even try to pretend that Mariah's looks in that video were not amazing. When she was in the coat
Yes.
and the dress and the hair straight leading on the bridge, if she didn't give us fashion like she was Naomi Campbell up in this piece, I mean she was looking amazing. And
Yes.
and I'm just like, and y'all tripping over. I think the real reason why a lot of people don't like it is we like Mariah to be Mariah. We don't want Mariah to sound like anybody else because we love Mariah. We love how she is and who she is. And I think that people don't like it because A, it's not really showing off her vocal ability as much as it could, and two, because it doesn't sound like Mariah. It sounds like Pharrell. So while I understand why some of the Lambs aren't loving it like others, I still think it does give credit to Mariah willing to go out of her style and format to really become an artist who's gonna really collab with the producer. Like, I just have an appreciation for that.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to say, I know how you were like, oh, only lambs can speak. No, for me, not even Mariah. Lambs can speak on Mariah. But yeah, anyway, I digress.
Facts. Listen, I've been getting my feelings hurt when they was like they were trying to act like that song was on the floor or something like that. I was getting my feelings hurt in this hospital
Oh,
room. I
what,
was
to
about
the
to call
floor?
nurse.
Oh, believe me, we gonna get to the
We don't
floor.
To
I
want,
the
have
floor.
words. Let's
Y'all
say
was
that.
making it
Like,
sound like
we
yo.
don't need to send you back into the hospital you're already
Okay,
at. So yeah,
I was like,
let's
y'all do me
Yeah, I'll
dirty
make
on
sure
that.
when I give my commentary on certain songs that I'll try not to send you to the hospital because I don't want to be responsible for the fact that you say it.
Oh no,
I know.
but in reality, I was like, I was tripping at first, and I was like, you know what? They buy the same albums as much as I do, and they act like they're her representative as much as I do. So I can't be beefing. We all have our opinions, but I was like, y'all not gonna do that song like that to me.
I appreciate you for that.
I love that we're
Okay,
all passionate about the songs that we love and the songs that, aren't our jam. I'm a passionate to the death. I don't care if everybody's fighting against me. I'm passionate. I'm opinionated. It is what it
facts.
is. Like, Michaela not here, but she can attest to there have been times I was fighting alone for freaking Lullaby because everyone wanted to be against me. It is what it is.
Was
I
y'all?
was.
Yeah,
I
What?
you know, so
was.
crazy.
Because
Like,
Jay
Relax.
well, I was
wasn't
supposed
there
to
to
attend
step
that
with
time
me. He wasn't there to
because I was
step
in
with me.
Disneyland. I was in Southern California at the time, so like I couldn't be there
Yes,
to
ain't no
defend it.
one
But
saw my
trust me, if I
vision.
was there,
Lullaby.
I would have fought off
Yes,
those
ain't no one
losers
saw my
for
We
sure.
would
vision.
have been there with
Daniel
you.
came around and he was like, "Yeah, I like it. I just wanted to, hate because everyone it was popular to hate." But he came around, so thank you for coming
No,
around.
because I
I'm
And
know
glad
she
you
Michaela
came
listens
said
to
around.
the album
recently
for a
that,
while.
she likes the song, so they came around for me. But when I tell y'all I was fighting for my life for that song, like, I'm genuinely
Dude,
not
oh my
kidding. Like,
gosh,
ain't
no! Like
nobody
when I
stepping
heard
Sorry we
up
that
for
couldn't
me.
be
recording,
Like,
I was
there.
like,
but it's
damn,
okay. It's okay. Some people are gonna
it
speak real and
happens.
some people aren't. But next up,
And sometimes it takes people to see the real,
period. Next up, I believe is Scooter, and then we'll do Mariah.
I'm so glad that it's J Dog mentioned on the floor because I was like, I would have replaced this with your least favorite with that one, but
Do y'all mean the J Lo
so
Yeah,
song?
no,
Because
no,
that
no,
song is
no. They
not
messed
called
up.
On the
That's an
Floor.
entertainer we
Like,
don't know.
are
They
you
meant
talking
To
about
the
To the
Floor. We
Floor?
gonna keep it pushing, but continue on with your
Because I
point,
agree we're
Scooter.
talking about On the Floor, but To
Yeah.
the Floor, I will
so
defend my
We
wrong.
got thoughts for that later.
um
But continue on.
yeah, please. So so it was fun to listen and play Say Something on the radio because it sounded good when you were listening to it in your car. It definitely sounded great bumping it through the studio speakers, but it didn't really get much further on top 40 than like it didn't really make the middays. It was pretty much like the night kind of vibe. It was released. It did better in rhythmic, but this song was released at the same time as "Fly Like a Bird," and "Fly Like a Bird" got released to Urban. Um, but if you guys could only be there to listen to it, played on the radio, it sounded smooth. It sounded really good.
Nice take, Scooter. I appreciate you. Mariah is next, and then I think Guadalupe hasn't spoken yet, so he can go after Mariah.
Quickly mentioning what we were talking about earlier with her like innuendos and such, like to combine both of the points that were made, like she can be very clear and subtle with it, as well as she can be like more clear but still like smart or like indirect. Like Loverboy, I think, is more of the latter. Like she's really like the queen of double entendres, like
Yeah,
for
that's a
real.
really good point.
Yeah, and about Say Something, I like how her collaborations with rappers like always works. Like no matter who it is, it like works because sometimes people can just like throw in a rapper and it doesn't really like mesh like that. But with her, it always just goes well every time, and that's what I just love. This song isn't my favorite, but it's still cute though, and apparently it was supposed to be the lead single or something. Like, no offense, I'm glad it wasn't.
Thank God it
Yeah,
wasn't.
I wish RJ was here because I swear I heard someone in an interview of her talking about, oh, it's like that leak, so we had to push that, and she was kind of like happy about it in a sense because it meant people were enjoying it. And then I swear RJ was telling me something about like they, leaked this song and it wasn't really doing that much, so then they changed their mind and it's like
No,
that
stay
or
the
something like that. I think that's what I
so
heard.
so stay the night was originally going to be a duet with Kanye, and they were going to release that
Oh,
first.
thank God that didn't happen. We
Say
dodged a
something.
bullet.
Say something. Say something was supposed to be the fourth released single. They wanted it to come. The label wanted to drop it right after Shake It Off, but they didn't.
Yeah, I wish
So
we
yeah, it
had
was never
RJ
supposed
here
to be
because
number
he
one.
was telling me something about it. I think I got it right. If I didn't, then someone please correct me, or I'll upload this and someone
Yeah,
will correct me in the
I.
comments or
This is where
something.
we need our man RJ the
Yeah,
most. Like, always coming through with the
yeah.
facts. Like, oh, we miss you so much,
Because
RJ. Hope you're doing
originally,
well at
yeah,
work.
because originally
Yeah,
it
but
was supposed to be "Stay the Night" with Kanye West was supposed to be the
mhm.
original single.
Yeah, but let's just say
Yeah,
we're
thank
glad it
God that
stayed
didn't happen.
original
Let's put
and
it that way.
Mariah, like, kept it solo. But anyways, yeah, like, yeah, Mariah, you bring up such a good point about how she's able to have like rappers flow naturally on her songs, and it's like it makes sense after all because Mariah popularized the rap pop formula, so it's like it only makes sense that she would continuously be so good with like implementing rappers on her songs and having them make sense. It's like because Mariah has that good ear for music in general, but especially a good ear for rappers, like being like, hey, let's see how we can fit your verse.
Period.
Yeah, and I was gonna say like because with some songs like actually it's gonna be too long, but no hate to this song. Like I like it. I think it's cute, but it's not one of my favorites.
Period.
Yeah, that's okay. We all have our opinions.
All right, next up is Mimi Folklore, and then if anyone wants to speak for the song that hasn't, please raise your hand or request or whatever if you want to speak.
Okay. I have an opinion as always. Have we talked about the music video for this song?
I think someone's mentioned it before, but yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna talk about it again. So, the music video is really gorgeous. I believe it was shot in Paris. And Mariah in Paris is always such a gorgeous combination. Like, if Mariah Carey was a city, she would be Paris, the elegance, the class, and all. What is it called? The ideal version of Paris. Of course, I'm not from Paris, so I wouldn't know. But I love when Mariah wears like what was that like little coat? I don't know if it was a trench coat.
Oh,
Some
the
kind
trench
of
coat in the
coat.
video?
Yeah, some kind of coat that she was wearing that video, and for some
Yes.
reason, it reminded me of the like the Chanel looks she would wear during the Daydream era in like 95 and 96. Particularly the was it a plaid skirt? I forgot. Um where she had like a dog with her, if y'all know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that 2005 when
But
she was walking her dog and that fit.
yeah,
I'll
whatever
post that.
that look is, I want her to bring it back because it really
Yeah,
suits
that would
her.
be so fun to see that. Honestly,
Yeah.
Mariah in general is so elegant, no matter what location
She
she's
has
at. But
great
like when she's
fashion.
in Paris, like, oh my gosh, Paris like fashion looks, and it's like she really is the queen of fashion when you think about it. In addition to many other queen titles she
She
has.
doesn't get enough credit for her fashion, I think. I think just because, like, I think, like Litter was saying, she's just so good at so many different things. Like, writer, producer, singer, she's directed some of her music videos, she's written a book, she is an
She's an
actress. Like, there's so
actress.
much different things that she does that I feel like she just doesn't really get enough credit for her
And she's
brilliance.
one of the few people who really looked good in Y2K fashion. One of the
Yeah,
few.
Exactly,
Just
because
one of the
exactly.
few.
Like,
Mariah
she
put her
just
own
really never
spin
gets
to
her credit.
Y2K.
The butterfly top from Rainbow, Slade. Yeah, the
Run her
fashion
her
designer I
check
think was really good.
immediately.
Exactly. I think
Like she patented, well, she didn't patent it, but she pioneered low-rise jeans, which tells you
yes.
everything you need
The
to
jeans with
know.
the top cut off. That was her and her stylist. I believe Tanya Twist. I think she said came up with that,
Exactly.
and she didn't get the credit for that she deserves. So what a
Exactly. She
shame.
didn't get the credit. She didn't get her checks run up. So it's like, it's never too late to run her up her check and give her credit.
Period. Guadalupe wanted to speak. I think he wanted to speak earlier, and I accidentally skipped over him. So my apologies, but it's your time.
Oh yes, this one is say something. Yeah, I agree with all the speakers that were commenting about the way she can write her lyrics in a way that isn't straightforward, and it's always nice to hear something like that it isn't straightforward. And I thought that this song was kind of like a flirty song. That's my take on it.
Yeah, like I was saying, there's like an art and like ambiguity sometimes, and I think she's like really mastered that like with her pen. And like people said, she can be obvious about it if she wants to be, but she doesn't have to. Like there's just like an art in that and her songwriting. So I definitely think she deserves, her tens for that in that moment. But yeah, it was really interesting to hear
I
everyone's thoughts. Yeah.
personally prefer her being obvious and straightforward like the Aries that she is, but I do appreciate the art of
Period.
ambiguity.
I just realized I brought up Kwame as a speaker. Hopefully that's how you pronounce your name. I don't know if you wanted to say something about this song before I move on.
Hi, fellow lambs. I want to say something about Say Something. Is that okay?
Yes, I was hoping you'd say that. She
Love
set
the
you up for
wordplay.
that.
Thank you. So I read so much about that single from the time I was 13 to now I'm 31. Don't say anything. Age is timeless. Anyway, but Say Something I know was supposed to be, and I'm echoing a lot of the points that were already made, but I thought that maybe there was like a misconception that could be addressed. I know Say Something was supposed to be released in late 2004, early 2005, and then they skipped on it for It's Like That, and then We Belong Together was the big second single. Say Something was supposed to be released as a third single, but then they had Shake It Off instead, and then they released it on April 3rd, 2006 as the fifth single. I want to shout out the remix to Say Something, not the David Morales remix, but
Yes.
the remix with them Franchise Boys. Very,
Yeah, with
Yes.
So Def remix too.
yes,
I love the
yes. We
So Def remix
love
to
and
Say
we live
Something.
for that
Yeah.
remix because Mariah is the queen of remixes. We already know that. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I never knew that a song could be written about a quickie and then elevated to like Parisian elegance and Andre Leon Talley and the bikini moment. I just adore the whole ethos of the song. And I'm, you know what, in retrospect, I'm kind of glad that it peaked number 79 on the Billboard Hot 100, namely because it's not supposed to be for everyone to access. You know, I think the ones who really love Mariah, like Cardi B, for example, love Say Something. Solange, for example, love Say Something. It's a song for like the lambs of the Lamely who really stand Mariah. So
Cardi B loves Say
right,
Something.
it's true, it's true. So I just wanted to
Oh yeah, she was seen in a clip. Singing along to it. I forget if it was like, I don't know, behind the scenes for like some sort of like taping of a show or something. But
yes. And
yeah,
there's another clip of Solange dancing to it. I don't know if we can find it, but it's out there and it's everything. And it gives me hope that maybe one day it can become viral just like Hate You on TikTok. Who knows? Anyway, I just wanted to say that. And I wanted to say that look out in a couple years because I'm gonna write my dissertation on Mariah. I'm at UPenn doing a degree in musicology. The only reason why I'm here is because of Mariah. So thank you, Mariah, and thank you for the emancipation of Mimi. That's all I gotta say. Thanks.
period.
Period.
Thank
We
you so
love that
much
you're
for
getting a higher
speaking,
education.
Clemente.
We love a scholar.
Yes.
Yes. That's so
No,
Good.
hold
slay.
Have
on.
the best
All
talk.
Period.
You pen.
all these non-lambs showing love to Say Something. You and and you, Anastasia, and Jay not doing that, it really be your own people
Oh my
sometimes.
god. Oh
Wait,
my
not that.
god.
Don't be for
I'm not getting into
real.
your tasteless takes because I'm trying to keep it respectful, but
Yeah.
Jay is
First of
stepping
all,
with me.
don't
Cause
Jay
I
is
comment.
could write a
stepping
whole
with
essay on
me.
your
I will get
tasteless
ghetto up
takes.
in this.
Like
Oh
I
my
wrote essays
god.
back in the day.
Don't
So
take me there.
I know I can collect you real quick, but anyways, that's besides the point. So yeah, like
You what you
We in
need
our
rather
collect
respectful
me
era.
is a damn check.
but
That's
anyways,
what you
yeah.
need to.
We're gonna move on, and if no one has anything left to say for say something, we're gonna move on to the next
I
track.
do.
Oh wait, Octavia, hi.
Hi,
Hey
Octavia.
Octavia, thanks for joining the space. I had to text it to you so you
Thank you
didn't
for
miss out on this
coming.
moment.
It's alright. I haven't been feeling well, you guys, but it's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
That's my favorite song from Emancipation of Mimi. I think because it's so elegant at the same time, but also classy. That's the way I see it, though. And fun at the same time. So
Yeah, speak
I
on
hear
it.
my All Stay a While playing in the background. Taste.
it's also my favorite too. But I missed you guys. I've been taking care of myself.
Yeah, we love to see that. I hope that, things get better for you. I really appreciate you joining the space. Michaela's like, where is she? I was like, she told us she was taking a break, but I sent you the space just in case you wanted to come on. In regards to the photo that Mimi Folklore is talking about her dog walking in the park, I found it thanks to Mariah Carey Network and I tweeted it. It's on the Jumbotron.
That's not the photo
This
I
is
was
not the one you
talking
were
about.
talking
Oh, she's
about?
talking about the one in
The one in
Paris.
Paris? I'll find it.
Excuse me, Jay?
You're talking about the trench coat in Paris,
No,
right?
No, I'm talking about a picture from 1995. What does that
95?
1995
look
in
like
Daydream.
I'll find
1995
it.
to you,
I'll
Anastasia?
find it.
Okay.
It's that easy.
All
And
right.
and some sort of skirt, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll find that later. Anybody else have anything they want to say about the song, or are we good to move on to the next track? I'm trying to see if anybody's requesting me or throwing their hands up. Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to go on to track 6, which is Stay the Night. All right. So, yes,
Period.
we love this record. Great moment on the album. I definitely feel like it's one that is like underrated. I feel like it doesn't really get the appreciation that it deserves. Of course, among us, yes, it does. But I'm talking about like the general public. I feel like I don't see enough people giving a song its moment. So I really like the production. Kanye as a person, garbage. I can't lie that he ate with the production. That's like the only thing I will pretty much ever give him. Production's great. So I really like that about it. I think it's really fitting for the song. I love the instrumentation and stuff that's going on there. Vocals on here are absolutely amazing. A very powerful moments, so I really love that about it. I think the songwriting on here is strong as well. Just everything really falls into place, so probably one of my favorite songs off of this album.
Yes, Anastasia, so true. Like one of the best songs in the album. Like so, top 5, top 3, depending on like my mood and how it fluctuates in my ranking. But yeah, top tier song. Like, how can you get any better than "Stay the Night"? Like this is such a jam, and like pretty much almost all of Mariah's songs in discography has aged so well. And sorry for my barking dog; he's loud as hell. Like, don't mind him being so fucking rude. But anyways, no, yeah, this is one of her best songs on the album. Like, and in her discography, I would say it's just like lyrically, it's so relatable. Vocally, it's like a vocal gymnastics. It's insane how like Mariah casually decided to say, "Let me give you another a showcase to vocals and show you that only I can really sing my songs." And it's like, go right ahead, go off, Mimi. And yeah, the production, it's aged so marvelously. Like you could like release it today and it would still sound like for today's times too, in addition to like the times in 2000s. Like it's just like wow, like I am blown away every time I hear this song. It's like it literally feels like the first time when I hear the song again and again. Like I never get tired of Stay the Night.
Okay. Jay, thank you for your thoughts. For me, when I first heard The Emancipation of Mimi, Stay the Night was one of my favorites, but as of late, I have songs that I prefer over Stay the Night. I don't know if it's because I haven't listened to it in a while, but that might change. Who knows? I mean, Anastasia already knows how I feel about songs that talk about infidelity or glorify infidelity in any way, shape, or form. I'm not with that, but great song, and we love it. So.
Oh no, I don't. I just want to clarify when it talks about like relatable. I've never cheated on anyone or been a homewrecker. No, but like
Oh, we
I
love that. We love that.
no, I just no certain sentiments
This
of the
is
song
not
just relatable.
personal, Jay. I'm just saying in
I know that.
general.
I know it's not personal
Like,
towards me, but I just want to
yeah.
clarify in case anyone thinks that I'm a homewrecker or like would cheat.
Oh
And
my God, no, Jay! It's just a song.
I know
Nobody's
it's just a song, but I'm just
applying it to your
yeah,
life.
because we were
Like
raised a
it's a bop.
homewrecker.
Also, I don't like the term home wrecker because if you're wrecking a home, you can't wreck a home. It's probably already
A
been
home if it
wrecked
wasn't
when you
there.
got there. So,
Okay.
so yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, who had their hands in
I
up?
think
So was
Yummy
it
was next.
Yummy, Scooter, and then anyone else that wants to go?
Yummy, the floor's yours.
First of all, love this song so much, so much. This song has one of those beats. Eh, okay, I'm just gonna preface it by saying this: I do most of my music listening in the car driving. I realize I don't really listen to music outside of the car that much, but it just has one of those beats where you just start bopping back and forth, like your shoulders just start.
Period.
It's like so involuntary, and I want to just speaking on how like infectious Mariah Carey's music is and how talented she is and how undeniable it is. My boyfriend listens to nothing. Okay, his music taste is nothing under the scope of Mariah Carey. Like this man likes deep rap music. It's been so many times where I've been in the car and I'm listening to my Mariah Carey playlist, and one of these last times he just went like, "Oh, she snapped on that song." Like he said that he tries to like just keep his cool and not like sing along to that song, but the more that he hears it, the more it's just like undeniable. Like he has to sing along. Like she
Oh, he's a
snapped.
keeper. Yes.
And she did. Yeah.
Yes.
But she did. Like that song is very, very, very. You have to be a miserable soul if you don't like the song.
Period. I think Scooter's next.
Yeah, so this song to me, compared to the rest of the album, kind of reminds me of how Underneath the Stars on Daydream just kind of stood out compared to the others, just the way of the flow of the song. And it was, because I loved Underneath the Stars. It was just the vibe. But I think this one kind of stood out too compared to the rest of the album. And I loved the vocals, and I loved the. I wish that this would have been a single before Stay the Night, or at least a single at all in general. Thought it could have been a fun summer, top down on your car kind
Yes, I
of
agree.
vibe. Um, if that makes sense. So yeah, I really enjoy this track.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Scooter. Michelle, would you like to go next?
Are you there, Michelle?
Okay, I just realized Kwame had his hand up and I forgot to put him next, so forgive me. You can go next, and then if Michelle wants to speak, she can go after.
Oh, no problem, Anastasia. And honestly, bless you for putting this together. I wanted to say two things about Stay the Night. I mean, everything that everyone said has been just amazing. And Stay the Night's one of the tracks from The Emancipation of Mimi that kind of foreshadowed what happened in pop music, where people released all their songs, and you have people that charted songs on like component charts like the R&B hip hop songs chart or the Hot 100. I think Stay the Night peaked number 80 on the R&B songs chart in 2005 or 2006, and that like foreshadowed some of the stuff that happened on Einstein And I think that's incredible. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, and this might spark a little bit of debate, but as we all know, Kanye produced Stay the Night. What do we do about Kanye in this case? Because Kanye, the producer, especially, with the stuff that he's done for Janet, Madonna, Mariah, et cetera, especially with Stay the Night, it's immaculate. I hate to use that word because it's a Madonna word, but I'm using that word because Stay the Night is literally one of the tracks that you can play over and over and over again. But we all know that Kanye West is not the person of the day. He's not the moment. So what would you like? What would you do? Would you throw out the baby with the bathwater? Would you say I can't listen to any Kanye productions because of what he did? Or would you keep the art and separate that from the
Okay, so
man?
let me say
Ooh, that's a
this
good
really
question.
quickly. In regard to that, I mean, I did a space and I pretended that Shakira produced a song because, like I said, I don't like to give Kanye anything because he's a horrible person. So I will never
Mm-hmm.
defend him. I will never make any excuses for his actions. He must be held accountable for that. He's not seeing heaven, and that's
Amen.
period on that. So yeah, I'm not gonna give him anything. I'm not gonna listen to any songs that he is personally like rapping on. Like, let's be serious, and I haven't for years. I don't support anything he does. I'm okay with listening to stuff that he has produced by artists that I personally like. That's fine for me.
Right.
And that's how I feel about that. I feel like anyone still defending him after everything he's said and done, like that says a lot more about you because there's no defense for any of that stuff. So I don't think it's necessary to throw out this personal song just because he produced it. Like I said, songs he's on, like rapping on. I'm not listening to that. Like, let's be serious for a moment. But that's my personal opinion on that.
Yeah, and I would, yeah, I feel like I'm the exact same with Anastasia. Like, honestly, like songs that he's produced on, like before, like he like did the controversial stuff that he did, like I'm okay with listening to. I'm like, but like afterwards, I personally wouldn't feel like the best listening to the songs he produced. Like after like all he did, all the problematic
Yeah,
shit
you
that he
wouldn't want to
did.
listen to new
Yeah,
stuff that he did. I wouldn't either.
new
This is
stuff.
Oh,
old
hell no.
stuff that
The
like
old stuff I don't mind.
I've listened to that I like, that I'm like, okay, but anything new that he is involved in, I wasn't going to listen to that anyways. So
Yeah.
I want to have that like kind of
Yeah,
clarification
so
there.
that's the gist of what we want to say. So yeah, but we appreciate your question, Kwame, because I know it can be hard, like navigating that sometimes. It's just like shitty person, but it's like, oh, produce some of our favorite stuff.
And
Right.
remember too, like he mentioned charts with that song, it was never released as a single. That was radio stations that not top 40, but like the R&B rhythmic
Yeah,
picking that song up and playing it on their own. That's why it charted because radio play was played had such a high effect plus digital or not digital but physical copies, but it was so liked that it charted because stations decided to play it because that's how popular the album was. They were just picking songs and playing them.
All right, so I think Glitter was next. We'll do Yummy and then we'll do Harvey.
Cool. So I just want to say my personal take is I don't like I don't need to support any new thing that a person put out, but anything that was already a bop to me is not gonna magically become like something that I can no longer listen to because somebody was an idiot. Because honestly, if we did that for everything in life, we wouldn't be able to listen to anything, we wouldn't be able to eat anything, we wouldn't be able to watch anything, like nothing, no media, no anything. So he is not gonna stop me from listening to a bop. I don't care. Like that doesn't mean I have to listen to his new stuff or whatever. But he has bops. Like, you know what I mean? So
Canceling people
honestly,
by association is insane to me.
exactly. So yeah,
of course
that's
we
my
would
take.
never
Like,
cancel Queen Mimi because she will always be on in our books.
and we don't even have to bring him up. Like, like I don't hear this song and think, oh, what are we gonna do about Kanye? I don't give a shit. Like,
Oh
it's a
yeah, no,
great
I
song.
never
Like, I
like to
don't
think
care who's
about him
producing.
when listening to the song because I'm just like Mariah,
Yeah,
you snapped with the song, thank you, and then keep it pushing.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Yummy and Harvey and then we'll move on.
Call me an idiot. I didn't know that Kanye produced this song.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, not everyone always looks at
Exactly,
the
and that's my
production
point.
credits and stuff
Like, it
like
doesn't
that.
matter.
I personally like to look at production credits and stuff, but even sometimes I forget, like, oh, this person did this song, or oh, this person wrote in the song and stuff. I think it's cool,
Yeah.
but I mean, hey, we're learning something new every day. But like I said, I ain't giving him basically anything. That's all I can personally do. Like, I'll bop to the song. Is he seeing heaven? No. That's how I personally feel, and I'm not listening to anything new he's
I
putting out,
agree.
and that's basically it. So, yeah.
I agree. But now that you guys tell me that, it makes sense because the production on this kind of does sound like a lot of his like early
Yeah, because
songs.
he was
Like
in demand as
I
a
can see
producer around
that.
this time, like 2004. I mean, he did like stuff with Brandy and he did other stuff. Like he was popular at this time, so I guess it kind of fits the bill. I haven't listened to his discography. I won't be doing that. But yeah, that's definitely something worth noting. Anything else you wanted to say on the topic?
Oh no, that was it. I just wanted to point out how much of an
Yeah.
idiot I am.
Oh
Yeah.
no,
Thank you
it's
for
cool.
speaking,
No, no, no,
Yummy.
no, no. Like we all learn new stuff every day. There's still stuff I'm learning about Mariah, or sometimes I get stuff wrong, and yeah. Like
Yeah.
we're
No, we're
always
always
learning
learning. Like,
stuff from each
I've
other.
stand Mariah for 18
Yeah,
years, but even there's still some stuff I'm like, oh
yeah.
wow, I didn't
I'm
know
learning
that.
new
Like,
stuff all the time. I'm searching for new information. I know there's people who know more than me. That's why I like doing spaces like this and talking to people because they give me so much more insight than I had. But I think Harvey was next, and then we will do RJ.
period.
Oh no, I'm the same as you. Yeah, I also didn't know that as well. Um, that's not really. I think it's exactly what Glitter says. I think sometimes, like if you already know the song, it's like you can't really go off your opinion just because of something shitty someone did. I mean, like it just depends on your personal connections with the song, really. But with Stay the Night, I think it is very powerful. And someone said it, I forgot who, but it just like flows like really, really good. Because it's like I'm sat there and I'm clicking my fingers and I'm like, because I don't want to bump you. I'm like, oh my gosh, this
That was me. That was me.
yeah, it flows really, really, really well. And when, like, obviously, if you don't know, like, I'm not new, but I'm like oldie new. I don't know what to call it, but I was a 2020 lamb.
You're a few years deep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a 2020
I
lamb.
got in the same year that you did, and some people are shocked to know that because I know a lot of info, but I just researched really intensely and took the time. So yeah, but that's cool.
Yeah, I'm slow. So, um, I think I only kind of knew the lyrics to this song about a couple of months ago. Um, but it was so easy trying to like pick up the lyrics because it just flowed like amazingly well. So that's what I appreciate about the song.
And we love that. We love that. It's cool to talk to lambs who got into Mariah around the same time that I did because there's you and now there's Trey. Because a
Yeah,
lot of people I talk to, they'd be like, I was standing Mariah from the womb. And it's like, oh my God, like, am I ever going to meet someone who got into her the same time that I did? Like, I'm still waiting for her next album. Hopefully, it comes very soon so I can finally experience an album era from her.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely, yeah.
So I
I
appreciate
think
that.
I think like just really, really off topic. I'll only be 2 seconds, but like Glitter, when I first joined like the Twitter stan scene, like she was kind of like the one person that kind of like stood behind me and was like, "No, it's okay," and
Oh,
I love you. But
I
she,
love putting people on to Mariah. I will never, I'll put on as many people to Mariah as I possibly can. Like if someone listened to Mariah and like, oh, I did that because of you, my work is done here. Like so, I love that. I love when lambs meet each other, and yeah, and we can bond this way. So I think that's great.
Exactly.
And
Like, I love that we can, like
yeah,
get each other onto
yeah,
Mariah. Like,
no,
honestly,
she's
like certain
evolved
other
massively.
fandoms that I'm a
yeah.
part of, like whether like have certain Bayhive mutuals or certain
It's
Kelly
the
mutuals,
beehive. Like let's be
like
for real.
yeah, Beehive, whatever. Well, I say B because because obviously Lil Kim, she like her fandom name is the Beehive, like BEE hive, and not Bay,
That's really
BEAY.
confusing. Yeah.
No, yeah, it's confusing. So that's why I say Bayhive instead of Beehive. I
Oh
know technically
god.
we're supposed to say Beehive, but I say the difference so that way you're not confusing it for Little Kim
You don't
fandom.
have to
Yeah,
do
you
that,
really
Jay,
don't. Because
because
if you
I
say
when you
technically
say
beehive,
don't, but
people are
like
gonna
beehive,
think you're talking about
we're talking
Beyonce.
about
Yeah.
I know
Beyonce.
they are, but
So
like, but when I'm specifically
If you
distinguishing
say
it,
that
just to
for
let you know,
Beyonce fans, they
like,
gonna jump you. They gonna be like, "Now you being a fake
I
fan."
know
well,
Like,
thank you for
no, I'm the
acknowledging that
beehive.
she
I'm
was
the
the
beehive
original
too.
queen bee.
well, we
No,
love Lil Kim.
I
Lil Kim
stand
is one of the
Beyonce.
pioneers of rap, and she did, a lot for that. So we're gonna give her flowers right now.
Yes, thank
She
you,
Exactly.
doesn't get the
Jay.
credit she
But anyways, yeah.
deserves.
Back to my point, what I was saying. But anyways, yeah. So like, yeah, like whether like my Beyonce mutuals or my Kelly mutuals, like like, not I like have been able to get them onto like Mariah, and like they trade and me off with whatever artist they want to get me into, and it's like it's a win-win situation. It's like, and I love that like I have more like Beyonce mutuals or more Kelly mutuals or Ariana mutuals that get into Mariah, because it's like I love that they're getting into Mariah, like someone that was a major influence on those three ladies. It's like realizing who the blueprint is for those girls. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's nice. I had something I wanted to say, and now I'm forgetting what I wanted to say. So I guess we'll have RJ.
Wait, the blueprint for who?
Mariah's the blueprint for Kelly, Mariah, and Beyonce.
Okay, Mariah, got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really wish I remembered what I was gonna say because it's escaped me. But I'll just
Yeah, but
have
if it comes
RJ
back to you, let
go
us know.
next, and then hopefully I remember it by the time he's finished.
Okay, guys, so I just stepped out quickly from work to chime in, and I just gotta say, with Stay the Night, obviously, like, the vocals are explosive, and I love that we hear kind of the strength and confidence she built on the Charm Bracelet tour, on the more, like, that she has the confidence to sing raw and just from the heart, and the lyrics are so cinematic. And echoing off what Glitter said, I feel like, you know, I don't really care who produced it. It's different when they're a feature or something like that, but for production, I just feel like, you know, I don't care to look that much into it, but I can understand if people do. Like, it's like Phil Spector, like he produced so many like classic hits that still get played, so it'd be hard to just like not listen to any of that. And that's kind of how I feel about Stay the Night. I try to just forget that Kanye produced it because I love the song.
Yeah, thank you for your insight, RJ. I just remembered what I was gonna say. I think Kwame was like, "Oh, thank you so much for putting this together. It's our friend Mariah's idea who's in here, so thank you to her because she was saying someone should do a space for this and equals MC squared, which we're doing later this week. And I love to host, so I was like, yeah, I'll do it. So that's it was her idea to put this together. So I have to give a huge thank you to her. I can't take the credit, so I wanted to say that. And she just so happens to be next.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and thank you so much for like doing the spaces. Like, yeah, I'm just glad we're doing it. It's very nice when we all get together and just appreciate Mariah's work because it just needs to be done. So thank you. And I just wanted to say like with the song, the I'm so lost without your love is like my favorite line of the song. And I just really like the way she sang it, especially like the love part. Like, and also like it sounds familiar or like nostalgic. And whether it's that song I'm thinking about or maybe like I'm being reminded of another Mariah song or maybe there's like another song that sounds similar to it. I'm not sure, but it makes me really nostalgic. And I can't explain
Long
it,
ago,
but
maybe.
I just maybe, maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. But yeah. No, I just that's my favorite line in the song. I just wanted to, what I wanted to say about it.
Period.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mariah. You are our favorite Mariah, specifically our favorite British Mariah.
Period. You're so
Thank
iconic
you.
and you're so eloquent in your descriptions. So I always appreciate you. And again, thank you for suggesting the idea that we even host a space. I'm having so much fun. I think Daniel is next.
Okay, so I have to agree with Yumi what she said when said that the flow of the song was like really good. And like I do, I do have to give Kanye his sevens because the production is
Not
really
his
good.
sevens.
And but it is a good production. I have to give credit where credit's due. I mean, I didn't really know that he produced this song. Like, I don't really look at production credits. I don't really look at songwriting credits. I've just never been that type of person. But I really do like the song, and that's the difficult part about it. But I really like the song. I think it's a great song. I think it's one of the best off the album. It's not in my top five, but I think it's one of the best. If that makes sense, like it's still a good song, and like her vocals are so good.
All right, so Mimi Folklore sent to me what she was talking about of her walking her dog or holding her dog or whatever. So I posted that and I put it in the jumbotron. For reference, it's not from 1995; it's from 1994 because I was trying to find something and it wasn't it. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
one
I
of
was
her
the
best
one that
looks. She
gave
ate,
the
she
date.
chewed. Sorry, like
Yeah,
yeah.
because one thing about me, like I will always get the fashion dates right, because like I can recognize a look
Yeah,
from
I
the year
usually can
instantly.
get
If it's
them
just
right. So if I would have had 94, I would have probably known this was it. But hey, we love
So
it.
Anastasia, you found something from 2005, like
I
I don't
thought
know, like
that's what I
11
heard you
months
say.
later,
I thought that's what I
but
heard you
you
say.
didn't. Mm,
I looked in
okay.
1995 and 1996 and I sent you something and you were like, "Oh, this isn't it." And then whenever I found it, I saw it, I knew it was from 94. So if I would have had 94, I'd been like, "Oh." But sometimes you don't hear things correctly, so hey, it is what it is. All love and she ate. So that's what I'll say. Anybody else want to speak on this song specifically, or are we good to move on to the next one? If you haven't spoken
Are we
yet, let us
still
know.
on Say Something?
Um,
Stay the
Stay the
night.
night.
Stay the Night. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
I think there's just more people that wanted to talk about the songs that are passionate about it, and we're going on to tangents, so it's taking us forever to finish it. So, like I said, while I love the tangents, if we can please keep those to like a minimum, and we can just talk about the song because we've already been here for over 3 hours, like, and we haven't even, we're not even
Mm-hmm.
halfway through this album. So yeah. So now we are going to go on to track number 7, which is going to be "Get Your Number"
Can I get your
featuring
number?
Jermaine Dupri. All right, so that's gonna be "Get Your Number" with Jermaine. My thoughts on this song: it was kind of a grower for me. Like, I used to not like this song at all. I would not give it the time of day. But then I heard a mashup, and it was of this song and Tinashe's song "Two On." I know that Shauna, Stan Tinashe, and my mutual Matthew love Tinashe a lot as well, so y'all appreciate this. But I don't know if someone's posted on here. If someone can find it and throw it up in the jumbotron for me, I would appreciate that. Or maybe it's on YouTube. I'll try to throw it up if you guys haven't heard it. But anyways, it's a really good mashup, and sometimes I don't listen to songs and I'd be forgetting which one it is. So I was like, oh yeah, what Mariah song is this? So then I was like, oh yeah, let's Get Your Number. So it has grown on me. I will say, do I think Jermaine was on necessary in the song? No, like he doesn't really. It's kind of jarring, you know. I like Mariah's parts. His parts kind of just there to me. So occasionally I'll listen to the song, but it really depends on what mood that I'm in. Sometimes I skip it, sometimes I listen, but that's kind of like my overall thoughts on the song. But Mariah 8, that's what I can say.
Yeah, this song it's fun. Like I wouldn't say it's like my favorite song on the album, but it's like it's fun. It's like a great party jam. Like I definitely turn it up when I'm in the club. Like, hey girl, can I get? Sorry, my brother's being obnoxious, but yeah. So like it's a great party jam. Like I definitely wouldn't mind if it's on my party playlist. Yeah, hold on one moment.
Mimi Folklore, do you want to go? And then he can finish when he comes back.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll wrap up my thoughts. I'm sorry, my brother's being rude. Basically, yeah, like great party jam. Like, yeah, am I the biggest fan of Jermaine on the song? Not really. There's times where I'm like, okay, Jermaine is cool on the song. Like, I don't mind him. Like, he's like the one. Like he definitely has one of my favorite parts on the song. And this song, like I got to be in the mood to hear Jermaine's parts. And there are times where I am and times where I'm not. But yeah, great party jam overall. Like I can flex with this song.
All right. I want to start with the video because I just love videos so much. One of like my favorite looks by Mariah is that one look in the video where I believe she's wearing like, I think it's literally like jeans and a top, pretty simple, but her hair looks absolutely gorgeous. It's kind of curly, if you know what I'm talking about. I love that look. As for the song, this is one of the few songs where I can tolerate JD singing on the track. I typically never ever ever want to hear from him. But he was okay on the song at best. But this is a little bit of a random moment. But this song always, to me, it feels like a callback to Clown because my favorite part of Get Your Number is when she says, I got a house in Capri in my own G4 and that bends with the door so I'll lift up from the floor. And in Clown, she's like, I should have never given you my fucking two-way. Taking my G5 20 minutes wasn't nothing. So these two songs are always in conversation for me, but I do like the song. Um, I don't play it a lot, but I should because it's a good song.
That's a really interesting kind of parallel there, so I appreciate you bringing that up. I never thought about it that way. I believe Yummy was next, and then we'll do Octavia.
I just gotta appreciate the Clown acknowledgement. Clown is my favorite song by Mariah.
Taste.
At like everything.
Of
That is my
all time?
favorite Mariah song. Yes, she
Damn.
ate with that. But I remember I wanted to I wanted to dislike this song so bad. Like I thought it sounded so silly. It wasn't until I was on YouTube and I was watching a live performance of it. And she just looked so cute the way she was just like doing the little bobbing around and she's got her dancers and I was like, this song is fun. It's cute. I can't dislike it. But yeah, that she will bring up her luxuries that she's earned easily. But yeah, that was it. That's all I wanted to say.
Period. Mariah's earned
Anastasia,
everything
can
she
you
has.
please tweet that picture so everybody
Yeah,
can
I was
see
gonna
it?
tweet
Because
it. I was
it's
just making sure it
out
was
of
good.
this
I will
world.
add it to the thread and I'll throw it on the Jumbotron for you. But I appreciate that point you're making. Like, yeah, she really has earned everything. I mean, make it happen. No proper shoes upon my feet. Sometimes I couldn't even eat. Like, this woman was really going through it, and she's earned everything that she has. That's another thing why the diva thing like gets like irritating to me, because people don't even know that she grew up poor, and like she's really clawed for everything that she has, and she deserves it all. So I appreciated you bringing that up. I believe Octavia is next.
Hey, so I try to pretend like JG is not there. I'm numbing out, and I just sing Mariah's parts.
I don't know how you don't pretend he's not down there. He is so obvious on the track. But I commend you.
I just, I just act like he's not there. Like it's hard, but I do it and do it very well. Like I just pretend like he's not featured on it, and I just listen to Mariah's parts. And we forget about the little jacket she wore in the music video. Hello, that was so cute. And her hair to the side pony, cute. In the music video for Get Your Number. Love all the looks she had. But yeah, I just numb it out.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
He don't exist to me.
Period.
We love him, but he don't exist.
All right. So next up, I believe it's Kwame. Actually, I think he had his hand up first, and then we'll do Guadalupe.
Thank you so much. I have to show some love to Get Your Number. You know what? I truly believe that if you're not initiated into the power that is Mariah Carey, Get Your Number is a template for you to enter that power. And I'll tell you why. Um, she released it as a single in the UK, peaks number 4 in 2005. And for a single to come out like that, Mariah showed like she had staying power. The video of Michael Ealy is amazing, and the thing about the production, right? That vocal line on the chorus, Jermaine Dupri wanted Mariah to sing it, and it's unfortunate that she didn't, because it would be a different moment. But what happened was when they were in the
I
studio,
hear Usher singing that chorus
Yes,
so
I've
much.
said this before.
right,
I've literally said this before on Michaela's space. Thank you for
right.
bringing that up. I forgot. Thank you.
But the thing is, Usher was in the middle of Confessions, so it wasn't gonna. He was releasing and promoting Confessions at the time that this was being recorded, so that wasn't gonna be able to happen. So Jermaine wanted Mariah to sing
I
that
mean, if
line.
Ariana and The Weeknd can collaborate at the height of their careers, Mariah and Usher can collaborate at the height of their careers. They'll be fine.
Totally,
I mean,
totally,
they did with how much,
right.
but
Well, yeah,
yeah.
but 99 wasn't
Yeah,
the height of Usher's career. It was Confessions. Like, I think that's what she's trying to say.
Okay, but I know I'm just saying that happened like beforehand, so I don't know.
Oh, I put
yeah.
that photo you
So
were talking about in the Jumbotron meme folklore. This is what she was talking about, the Say Something video look, by the way. Oh, wait, not Say Something. Now I have to delete it because I said the wrong song. I'll repost.
so yeah, so Mariah had to she tried to sing the song the way Jermaine wanted her to sing it, but if she like went balls to the wall and sing it like the way he wanted her, she was gonna be singing on like the top of her chest voice. And so he said, okay, fine, I'll do it. And that's why Jermaine Dupri's on the track. But I'll say this and then I'll shut up. My mom passed away 3 years ago, and she adored Get Your Number, and she's African, so like she
Hey,
had no context to Mariah Carey, but she loved the Emancipation of Mimi album, and she loved Get Your Number. That was her single, and like I had friends in college who were like straight and didn't really understand why I love Mariah Carey, but they understood why I love Get Your Number. So that's all.
oh, I'm sorry for your loss, and your mother had taste, so thank you for sharing that.
I tweeted it again, and I should have put it in the jumbotron again, so you guys can see what she was talking about again. My bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Um,
I'm sorry for your loss, and
yeah. Oh, I
about
forgot to
your
say
mom.
sorry for your loss.
But I'm
I'm
so
I'm
glad
sorry
you
you
were
had to
able to
go through that.
but I'm glad you were able to connect with Mariah through music, connect your mom like with Mariah, through that music, especially with the Emancipation Mimi, and get your number. Like, it's amazing when you have that significant song you're able to connect to with a certain loved one, and I'm glad you have get your number when it comes to that.
Yeah, wishing you the best. I know Mariah's music has helped a lot of people through loss and tough times. I mean, Once We Day certainly helped a lot of people. So I'm glad that that was able to help you. And yeah, that seems really tough. So, wishing you the best. We're always in your corner. So I definitely wanted to say that. I think Guadalupe was actually next.
Yes, I can. Which one is this one? Get your
Yeah.
number. So I was thinking, the track sounds like, I don't want to say it so blunt, but it's like hooking up, and personally, it reminds me of to a Taylor Swift song. Taylor Swift, when uh when she says that I'm looking for the one. That's what I thought of when I heard this song.
The one from Folklore?
Yeah, I'm confused on what Taylor Swift song he's talking about.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that.
Hmm. This song, if we're
I
making
think
Taylor
I think
references,
it
I
was
would say it could be like an enchanted moment, like
Yeah,
a first
yeah,
meeting.
that's a really good point. You think it was what, Guadalupe?
that's the way. What was
You
that?
said you think it's what?
Oh yeah, that it is. I think it is one of the Taylor versions album, right? That's what they're called.
Yeah, she's done two of those.
I think it was. Or maybe it was folklore, just like Mimi suggested, like she said. But that's what came to my mind. I know there's a song, the one from Taylor Swift, and just hearing it, it's kind of like you want to hook up, but then I see it in a different way. So that's my 2 cents about it.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Guadalupe. It's really interesting how Taylor and Mariah also have similar song titles. Like they both have a song called "Shake It Off." They both have a song called The One." They both have a song called "Last Kiss." So I think it's cool the parallels there. And Taylor is one of my favorite artists of all time. I know Mimi
And
Folklore
they're
is
both
very fond of her as
writers.
well. Yeah, and they're both
Yeah.
songwriters, of course. Yes, we know. And Mimi Folklore is very fond of her as well. So we love that moment. I think Glitter had something she wanted to say. Then we'll do Harvey.
Oh yeah, I just well, first of all, yes, we love that Taylor loves Mariah Carey titles. Uh but no, I do love Taylor. I wanted to say with Get Your Number, it also reminds me of Shake It Off as well as Migrate in terms of like the flexing. Like usually she doesn't flex all that she has, but sometimes she does, and it's fun when she does because like it makes me feel like a rich bitch even though I'm not. um but yeah, like I put on the jumbotron like right before the one that Anastasia just put up, like there's this thing called like the Mimi bot that like randomly like tweets like some of her lyrics, and I was like her most unrelatable lyric because like it's still a vibe though, and it's still like a bop. But yeah, like that's like one of the things that I love the most about her is how relatable she is. But that's like one of her most unrelatable lyrics. But I also appreciate that because I think it's like fun to like, I don't know, flex on him. She deserves it. But yeah,
Wait,
it's a fun song.
Glitter, while we're on the topic of Taylor, what you said just reminded me of a Taylor lyric where she goes, if I was out flashing my dollars, I'll be a bitch, not a baller.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. She
so
gets
yeah,
it.
we
Yes.
love it when women flex. We need more of
Yes.
that. And
Yes.
when
More
men do
flexing.
it, it's corny at this point. So
Period.
Right. What else was I gonna say? Oh, but yeah, I think it makes more sense. Like I know y'all have been jumping all over Jermaine for this, but like honestly, it makes more sense coming from him. Like that, and it's just it's a bop. Like I can't even picture what. range she would do it. I don't know. I like it the way it is. It's cuter as like a conversational duet, I think. But yeah.
It would actually be interesting to see a woman asking for somebody's number for a change, to be honest,
I mean,
because
she is throughout the song, but like the chorus itself, it
yeah,
just feels like, yeah.
I
But
get you. But Usher would have done a
Yeah,
better
Usher
job
would have cleaned
of
up. It
standing
definitely
that.
would be have more racial value for me. So I'm glad you reminded me of that because I was gonna say it and I completely forgot. Um.
honestly, he sounds like
That,
Nelly to
of
me, and
course,
I
Oh
know
yeah.
Nelly.
like
Some
I'm here
people
for
said
Mariah
Nelly should have
Carey.
been on this song, and then he's onto the floor, which we're gonna get to. Maybe a billion years later,
right.
but we will get to that.
Yeah.
Um. I think Yummy is. Wait, I think Harvey's actually next, and then we'll do Yummy.
Ooh, I mean, I can only describe this song with three S's. Are you ready? Sexy, seductive, and smooth.
You're so
How?
smart.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, me being a British Isles queen, obviously on the UK charts, it was number 9. It debuted, which I think is insane. It's such like a UK like 2005 R&B song, which I can see why it charted that high. Um, because I remember Glitter. We were talking about this in like our little group chat the other week about Get Your Number Appreciation because I love that song so much. Because it's like it's just so smooth and I can listen to it and I'm like, oh my god, I can't listen to that song without like running my hands down my hips and stuff. It's really funny. But
Yes,
yeah,
that sex
I,
appeal.
but yeah, I do really, really love that song. And the outfit changes as well in the bloody video. I think there's about 5, 5-ish, 4 or 5. Like, I think that yellow latex dress. Ooh, I think that's enough to convert me. Bloody hell.
Okay, yes, I say this all the time. I'm like, she makes gay men and straight women question their sexuality all
That's
the
what you
time.
said. But yeah. Oh my gosh, that yellow latex dress. Ooh.
Guys.
All right. I think
Yeah.
Yummy is. Oh wait, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I was just gonna say it's I think in my opinion it's a really good record to kind of jam out to and when you're feeling in the mood to be a little bit fancy.
All right. I think Yummy is next, and then if anybody else wants to speak of the song, raise your hand, and then we'll bring you up.
No, I just wanted to ask, was Usher supposed to sing on that? Because that would have been a
I
way
don't think
better
he was
song.
supposed to. I think it's just an idea that we had. I've thought that for a while. In Michaela's space, I said that. That's why I was thankful Mimi Folklore reminded me because I completely
Mm,
forgot to say that. But I think he would have been nice on the song.
he would have. That would have ate like that would have been so good, especially at that time with Usher.
Yes.
Yeah, that was all. I just wanted to ask.
What you want to say, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, I really do agree with Glitter as well that it really is like her most unrelatable lyric, but it's so good because I really love it when like the girls start flexing on their wealth and like how much money they have and how many homes and whatever. I think it's really cool. I think we need a bit more of it. But yeah, I feel like this song is just a bop. I think as well, Mariah is, I think, one of few vocalists who could actually make, really good upbeat songs, but not do it in a corny way, if that makes sense. Like she doesn't just have to sing the ballads and she can have fun, if that makes sense.
Yes,
But
yes,
I
I
really love
agree
the
with
song.
that so much. Yeah, she just her delivery really makes stuff work. Like I always say with the Memoirs album, her delivery of those lyrics really makes it work, and I think she's just a great writer. If other people would have tried to pull something like that off, they would have fell flat on their face. So I appreciate that. And then Harvey wanted to speak.
I'm just gonna mention how this could have genuinely been like a number 1 hit in the UK, if not number 2, if it would have been like promoted more. I mean, like We Belong Together was only number 2 single in the UK, but it lasted a really, really long
Who
time.
blocked her from number
Um,
one? I have to know. Like, I'm sorry.
shall I have a look?
Yes.
Shall I Jimly have a look? Does someone else want to speak while I have a look?
Wait, what was the
Um,
question? Who blocked what? What song?
We Belong
Yeah, who blocked
Together.
We Belong
Let me
Together
have a
from
look.
number 1 in the UK? I must know.
Oh, in the UK, I have no idea. Tasteless.
So let's have a look. It was it had 2 peaks at number 2. So it went number 2, then 3, then number 2 again. So in the first week when it debuted, Ghetto Gospel by Tupac and Elton John, and then the second run was You're Beautiful by James Blunt that blocked Mariah Carey from
Lord
number
Are
1.
help
That
you
us.
stalker
kidding
ass
me? Are
song.
you kidding me? Like, let's be serious for a moment. Like, you learn something new every day. Every time a song is number 2, I have to know what blocked it from being number 1. If I really like the song, I must know. So thank you for looking that up for me. All right, now
Yeah, you know it.
we're gonna move on to song number 8, which is One and Only. Wow, I can't believe we're only at song number 8. All right, so let's get into it. All right, so this is featuring Twista. I forgot to mention that, and this is actually one of my favorite songs off of this album. I remember when my mutual Michaela had hosted the space for this album. I was fighting for my life on this song. Like I said, it's like one of the top 5 songs of this album. Everyone was like, no, it's not. Nobody was singing my vision because they're tasteless, but sometimes that's to be expected. But I really love Twista on this song particularly. I really love his delivery. I think he's like phenomenal on this, and I think he's cool. I love Mariah with the rap singing again, like people have been mentioning all the way throughout the space. I love the lyrics as well. Her vocals on here are absolutely insane. I really like the production, just like a really great piece on this album, a really great feature that I tend to enjoy a whole lot.
Yes, One and Only. Oh my god, I die for this song. It's so good. It's like, oh my gosh, the production is fucking fire. It's sick as fuck. Like the freaking lyrics I love. I love Mariah's delivery, cadence and flow on. Like wow, like she can really like casually like blend in with a rapper and like, have it be so natural because other singers they're not able to do the same. So it's like Mariah's ease is just amazing, and of course vocally she sounds great. And then I love Twista. Twista, he's definitely a rapper I really enjoy, and he's definitely one of my favorite feature rappers because anytime he features on like one of my favorite artists like tracks or like any artist track in general, he just blends so well, and his flow and like fast delivery, it's so awesome. But and he's not just rapping to like rap fast, but like you can tell he's like proving a point. So yeah, I love One and Only, and then my favorite part of the sequel, So Lonely Part 2, but we'll get to that later. Okay, so Glitter.
Oh my god. Okay, sorry. I love this song so much, and Anastasia, thank you for the clip specifically that you played because I wanted to talk about that part. So when we were talking earlier, sorry for the background vocals. My son's excited too. Um, when she says, "See, I'm looking for a man that'll rub me slow, make me sing real high when he goes down low," ma'am. See, this is exactly what we're talking about. She can be blatant, but like she's so classy with it at the same time, and the way she sings it is so like pretty that she could like say the most vulgar thing and it sounds like she's like you know saying a prayer or something because it's just so like beautiful and poetic. And then she's like, I gotta know he won't betray my trust like every other motherfucker does. Like damn, like my mom says this all the time, but like she sounds like she will cuss your ass out but do it in a pretty way, just like I should crack you right in your forehead. Like it's insane, like the duality of like I'm saying something really fucking aggressive and I'm cussing your ass out, but I'm pretty while I'm doing it and still elegant. So I love that so much. But yeah, the song is such a bop, and the combo of her and Swissa is amazing. And yes, we love part 2 as well. But yeah, that's all.
All right, I think Mimi Folklore should be next, and then we'll do Yummy.
I don't really have much to say about this song, so I'll just let everyone else speak.
All right, Yummy, the floor is yours.
Okay. I'm the way that I listen to music is really, really backwards and messed up. I'll find a song that I really like, and before I actually take the time out to really analyze the lyrics and memorize the lyrics, I get hooked on the instrumentals. And like subconsciously I'd be learning the lyrics to the point where I can actually sing along to the song. I don't know if anybody else does this, but I have to listen to the song quite a few times to actually really listen to the words. And I remember I was driving in the car one day and that part came on. I'm like, Did she just say make me sing real high when he gets down?
Yes, girl. Yes.
Did she just say that? Like, I never noticed that she said that. So yeah, she definitely is sensual. I just don't think she's a I
No,
don't
she
think
keeps
she's
it
typically
classy at the same
vulgar.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. But does anybody else listen to music that way? I don't get that vibe from you guys because you guys are very analytical of the lyrics.
No, I'm very
I'm
lyrically driven, so I can't relate to that.
Well, I mean, I
I'm
think it
very
depends on like the song, because like for Breakdown, whenever I was first listening to it, like I love the song, but I got so caught up in like the production and not really what she was like necessarily saying on the song. And then I watched her around the world tour, and then the lyrics came up for it because I have my closed captions on for stuff that's just me. And then I was like, oh, this is actually what she's saying on there. And then like I broke it down more. So I
hmm
think now when I listen to stuff, I kind of listen more
There is a live
with the lyrics in
performance of
mind.
Breakdown.
No, it was the music video at the end. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
But I think now when I listen more, I can listen
Yeah.
more from like a lyrical perspective and like, oh, this is what they mean. But sometimes they get more caught up in the production. So I think it's the song. I think a lot of people just listen differently. But I can definitely relate to getting lost in the production. It just really depends on the song. I think some songs the production is emphasized more than the lyrical content. I think Harvey's next, and then we'll do Octavia.
No, I definitely agree because I listen to the songs the same way. So I remember so backstory on how I became a lamb. I listened to the GMA performances of the Visual Love and Close My Eyes. That's what made me a fan. And when I first listened to Close My Eyes, I didn't understand what was going on. I was like, oh yeah, it's just a basic song really. And then it took me a few listens to actually comprehend what she's saying. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so much more than just a falsetto song. Do you know what I mean? So I definitely agree with you. It takes me like a few listens. I have to really kind of take it all in before I can actually comprehend what she's actually saying and what she's actually trying to communicate.
Yeah, I think some songs also they kind of take more to listen to because like the lyrics are very deep and sometimes I don't get everything off first, second, third listen. Like sometimes I listen stuff and weeks,
Definitely.
months, years later it hits me like, "Oh, this is what they meant," or I have to see like analysis cuz I interpret it differently than what they meant. So I think that's a big chunk in it. So like I said, I think everyone listens differently. Now I can listen with more of an ear of that, but it really again depends on it and sometimes the production is more emphasized and stuff. But I mean, I can tell generally what Mariah is saying because she's very good at like enunciation. But like Ariana, there's no chance. I haven't listened to that woman since she started. I still don't know what she's saying. I think Octavia next.
Well, I'm not the same as you guys. I like to listen to the lyrics. Um, when I first got into Mariah, that was the first thing. Yeah, the melody was there, but the lyrics were important. About that song, that's one of my favorite songs. Um, I can listen to that and never get tired of it because it's just classic. And that's why I said I will have my children listen to Mariah and they will understand why I love her so much. And honestly, like I said, that song should have been number one. I love the feature on it because I love Twista. He's actually a good rapper, so one of my favorites. So it was a good collab.
Period. And Octavia and I tend to have a lot of the same favorite songs. Like I know she really loves Candy Bling, and whenever we first met, I was like, "Oh, that's one of my favorite songs." She's like, "Oh, I love that too." So we tend to agree on faves. So I love that. I think Daniel is next, and then we'll do Glitter.
Yeah, so I just really want to say that this is one of my favorite songs off the album, top five for me probably. I love Twisted. I think he does a great job. The production is incredible again. But I'm definitely on Yumi and Harvey's side. Like, I really do pay attention more to production or instrumental or whatever you want to call it. It just, I just gravitate towards it more, and it takes me like a while before I actually like really go and look at the lyrics, if that makes sense. But yeah, I really love the song. One of my favorites off the album, and I think where rap is kind of different. I'm like always paying attention to the lyrics, whereas I don't know when it's like a singer, it's very different, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's all I really want to say.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think Glitter is next.
Yeah, I just wanted to give Mimi's Folklore a shout out because I know she didn't have anything to say about the song, but Mariah does say too elusive to pursue. And I know Mimi's Folklore's handle is Elusive
Wait,
Butterfly
say that again.
from the album where she says too elusive to pursue. I was just giving you a little shout out, even though I know your elusive is from me. I am Mariah, but still.
We love that. We love that. Mariah, would you like to go next?
Oh, I don't really have anything to say. Sorry, I'm really tired. What song are we talking about again? I'm
We're
so
talking
sorry.
about One and Only with Twista.
Oh yeah, no, I like it. Like with all her collaborations, I just love it. Like it just works so well.
Period. I think Scooter's next. You there, Scooter? Okay, Guadalupe, you got something to say? I don't think Guadalupe here either. Well, maybe I can ask them if
You
they.
know
Hello?
who's here? Kenny. Hi,
Period. Oh,
Kenny.
Kenny's here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that the one and only is it's kind of related to the previous song, like I was saying, like it kind of reminded me of the TS song, the one, but it's one and only is like a longer title to the one by TS, and
All right, I sent a request to Kenny. Let's see if he gets on. Yay,
Yeah, I
he's
sent a
on. Okay.
request to him. I had to cancel out the other one so it could come on. But yeah, continue with what you were saying,
Oh,
Guadalupe.
period.
and no, I was just saying that it's kind of I know that the one by TS is saying that it's the one that got away, and that's what the song's about. But then just the play on the words with the with the name for the songs. So it was just like a longer version of the song, the one and only, and then the one by TS. It's kind of just something quirky.
Appreciate your thoughts, Guadalupe. Kenny, did you have anything you wanted to say on One and Only with Twista?
No, I just hopped on just now, so I'll catch up.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kenny.
but we appreciate you coming on,
Hey
Kenny.
guys.
So real.
Hey guys.
What did you want to say, Mariah?
Love you.
Oh, I was just gonna say something that came to mind. Like there are some songs of Mariah that like they sound like they could be like cousins or siblings. Like for example, like Underneath the Stars and 4th of July. And I don't know why, but like I feel like this song, One and Only, could be that with like Breakdown. Or maybe I'm like wrong in that. But I feel like it could be.
From a tempo and like production perspective, I could see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I was just thinking that because I just went back to listen to it and I was like, wait, yeah, yeah.
All right, well, I think it's time to move on to the next song, track number 9, which is going to be
Circle.
Circles. All right, so that's going to be Circles. This is another one of my absolute favorite songs off of this album. I just think that it's really brilliant. I really like the groove that it has and like that pocket that she gets into. With this specific record, I think it's really special. Her vocals on here are incredible. Another song I feel like is very underrated on the album. I love the production on here. I love the writing. I love the bridge on here as well. I think that it's amazing. So yeah, definitely one of the best songs on this album for me and deserves a lot more, I think.
Yeah, so my thoughts on Circles, love the song. It's top 2 for me. Like I have a personal soft spot for Mine Again because, no other song for me comes close to Mine Again. But right behind it, Circles is the one for me because it's just like, production's amazing. I love the instrumentation, love the climax that Mariah does vocally. Like, honestly, like Mariah said, let me do another casual case of vocal suicide and some vocal gymnastics and show these girls why I'm the only one that can sing my songs. And yeah, no, like lyrically, like this song is so relatable. Like, talking about, like how, you're still caught up in, someone that, you love. And, it's like, damn, like this person, like, really changes your world, when you like no longer like, I don't know, like have that kind of love. And when you see them move on, it's just like, oh, I definitely play that a lot. Like when I was going through one of my first breakups, so it's like, ooh, this hits a soft spot for me. And I love that the songwriting she did with Big Jim Wright. Like Big Jim Wright, so amazing. Like love what he did on this album, and her other like works is just so good. And I love that it has like that 70s sound,
Yeah,
like
definitely.
with the live instrumentation, like throughout the whole album, and especially the song Major Slay. Like wow. And Circles just deserves everything and more. And like I agree, Fantasia way too underrated for my liking.
All right, I think Mimi Folklore's next.
Okay. So Circles, I really love this song, but then who doesn't? But I no longer resonate with songs that are like, oh my god, darling, how will I ever live without you? Like, I will live without you and I'll be perfectly fine. But just back to the song, I love when Mariah, or really any artist, like um has lyrics and melodies that match and reflect each other. Like she did this in Underneath the Stars, where she was singing the word drifting and her voice was slowly drifting and fading out. um and in Circles, the melody of the song literally sounds like it's running around in circles, and I really love that about it. um another random song that this song reminds me of is Osana, or I guess Osana reminds me of Circles, um where she goes like, I saw them shopping last week, and then in Circles she talks about seeing him on a Saturday or something. And in the bridge she goes, everything is you, how can I pull through? If you guys know the song You Are Everything, Everything Is You, from like the 70s or something, it really reminds me of having that deja vu moment. Shout out to
Period.
Beyonce.
Shout out to the
Um,
Delphonics, which is what you're originally referencing to.
I have no idea who they are, but I love that song.
Yes.
So that moment reminded me of that song and the 70s sound. And I love Beyonce. I know this is so off topic, but
Beyonce is
yeah.
one of the best to ever do
Okay,
it,
I'm
period.
done.
And side note, they should have collaborated during this era. Like, Beyonce had B-Day come out 2006. Like, it would have been a really good
They can
time.
still do it. They still
They
got
still need to
time.
collab. We definitely agree, and we hope that that will happen. But I'm saying, like, they should have
I
collaborated in
just
this era
feel
as well.
like Beyonce and Mariah during Charm would have eaten, maybe not commercially, but vocally, like
Yeah, that
those
would have been
two
nice.
eras just, yeah, they were seeing eye to
Yeah,
eye.
because Beyonce's debut would come out the year after with songs like Yes, which is like one of my favorite Beyonce songs that I feel like never gets enough appreciation. She did A Closer I Get to You with Luther Vandross. Mariah had Yours off of Charm Bracelets. So I definitely think they could have done something nice together during that time as well. And we love Beyonce, period. No Beyonce slander will be tolerated. So if you come on here and start slandering Beyonce, we won't be tolerating that in this period because she is one of the best to ever do it. And if you don't believe that, go argue with your mother. I think Harvey is next.
Oh my gosh, I love this song through and through, and it's probably one of my favourites of all time. Seriously, it's an amazing song. It's got amazing meaning behind to it. It's almost like that feeling where it's like, when you left, you really, really hurt me, but just trying to pretend that everything's okay, and you just gotta put a smile on your face no matter what. But inside, it still really, really hurts. Literally, the whole song just sounds like she's going around in circles. I know I just heard someone say that, so I thought I'd steal it. But seriously, I think like the dynamics of that song is literally incredible, and yeah, it's really, really good. I'd love to see her do that live again, because I know she did like a moment in the Caution tour. If I'm mistaken, I've seen a couple of videos where she did like a
Yeah, she
couple of
did a little
snippets.
snippet of the song for the Caution tour. Like she did like,
Yeah,
I think
so
like the second verse.
I'd love to see her do like a full version of that. But
Yes, I would love to
honestly,
see like an updated like production with like a different like
yeah,
production or something.
definitely,
Yeah, I agree.
100%. I'd love to see like almost like a little recreation of that, but probably never gonna happen. So we'll just be left here in the dark. But I think something's brewing. I know it. But yeah, I do really, really love that song. It's definitely one of my favorites.
So real, Harvey. And one day, as circle stands, we'll eat one way or another.
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
Quick
thank you.
comment. This song is so, I was trying to think of what other songs this song reminds me of, just like lyrically, not, like as sonically. And it made me think of the lyric, I might be okay, but I'm not fine at all. Yeah. So a
Well,
little
for
all
oh
too
yeah, I was
well
gonna say all
moment
too
and
well.
their
Yeah,
rise lived and everything.
yeah, I like all too well as a song. Really quickly, well, I had two things I want to say. Number one, Mimi Folklore was the one who was saying it about the melody going in circles. I believe Harvey was asking who that was. That was her. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
thank you.
think that was a cool thing that she brought up. I never thought about it that way, but that's really cool. And then Susie said something that I put in the jumbotron. She says circles reminds me of Breakdown and the Roof lyrically because she writes a song in the form of a story, which is very interesting to me. Saturday saw you holding hands with someone new, so that's a really interesting interpretation, Susie. So I wanted to throw that up there. I believe that Glitter is going to be next.
Thank you. And on that topic, I was gonna say like "Can't Let Go" is the sister song for Circles. In my head, that's head canon because
Yeah.
she's saying, "There you are holding her hand. I saw in Circles." She's saying, "I saw you holding hands with someone new." It's the same concept of not being able to get her. Like every night, I see you in my dreams, and going in circles. Like it's literally the same song. Like it's just like more updated. Um, and yeah, but really quick, I want to correct myself because I accidentally said Delphonics when I meant to say Stylistics. Those two are very similar. Like they were like the boy bands of like, the 60s and 70s, and they're like their sound is like almost interchangeable. But yeah, so anyway, Stylistics. But yeah, thank you. That's all.
All right, I think Daniel's next, and then we'll do RJ.
Yeah, I just want to say that again. This is one of my favorite songs off the album as well. Mimi's vocal really did put it into perspective for me. I never really thought about her like really sitting around in a circle. But I really get that now, and I can really see the vision. But yeah, another powerful song from Mariah. I mean, Eat and again, like, there's really nothing she can do at this point on this album that's going to disappoint me, except to the floor. But anyway, yeah.
Please. Oh, we're gonna get to the floor. I believe RJ is next.
Yeah, so I mean, I probably can't say anything that has already been said. I love the moment in the Caution tour where she sang it live, and going back to what Jay said in the beginning with the "We Belong Together" sampling the '70s song, and how different the tracks are on this album. Yet she was able to make it so cohesive at the same time by bringing like real inspired '70s soul ballads, kind of like this one. And again, I feel like this just, not that Mariah always sings naturally, but I just mean there's like this confidence to be a little more neo soul, maybe a little more soulful, and just kind of one take deliveries from the heart. And this song like gives me that, and the bridge is everything. Like the bridge on this song is a masterpiece. This is definitely one of, I mean, the whole album is timeless, but timeless masterpiece, definitely.
Period, RJ. Let's see. Did you want to go next, Kenny?
I mean, I don't really have much to say that's not repeating you guys, but I'll say I agree with you. I love the bridge on this song, and I think it's just, I don't know, just another classic Mariah record that's just so underrated that I feel bad the general public doesn't know, So, but yeah, just one of my favorites.
You want to go next, Mariah?
Yeah, I feel like there are some songs on this um album which I feel like should have been singles, and this is one of them. And there's another one which is going to be coming up, which I'll mention then. But I feel like this perhaps should have been a single.
Yeah, this would have been a nice single. I can picture a good music video for it. RJ had something he wanted to say.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, and shout out to the fact that this did go viral because it was sampled. I don't know the whole thing, but I do know it was sampled on like a huge TikTok or whatever, but nobody knew it was Circles, so that's
Yeah.
why it didn't get like the attention that it should have. So that's kind of sad, but yeah. So it had a moment, but nobody knew it was Circles.
Yeah, what a shame. Like I said, Mariah's always having songs go viral, and I love that, and it shows how timeless that her music really is. So I appreciate that moment about it. I don't know if Octavia's gone yet for the song, so if you want, you can go next. I don't know if she's still here, unfortunately. Hopefully we can circle back around to her if she's still here for the next song. I need to bring Guadalupe up
Hi, hi.
really quickly. Oh, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh no, I was appreciating your pun, but now it doesn't seem like it was intentional.
Oh,
You said we could
I
circle
didn't
back.
realize it until you
I
mentioned it.
thought that was fun.
My
Oh,
mind. Oh my god. Um,
your mind,
so I
yes.
think I'm gonna bring up Guadalupe really quickly. If anyone else wants to speak on the song, please throw up your hand so I can bring you up later. And before we move on, because I want to make sure everyone gets to speak. But I'm about to bring up Guadalupe so he can give his thoughts. What are your thoughts on this song? Yes. What do you want to say, Guadalupe?
I got the whole song. I think the message is that it's hard to get over someone. So it's like that's the gist that I got from it. That's my opinion.
Period. Anyone else want to speak on this song that hasn't talked about it already, or any additional comments that want to be made? Please throw up your hand for me or something so that way I know, or request me. Okay. What do you want to say, Glitter?
Oh, just to piggyback on what Mimi's folklore was saying, like I remember arguing with somebody. Somebody said like their complaint about the song was that like you couldn't tell where the bridge was and like everything just like flowed together. I was like, that was the point. Like it's supposed to feel
The
like
bridge is very
like
distinctive on the song. I would disagree with that. Like, I think you listen and you
yeah,
know what the
like
bridge is. It stands out.
Yeah, I think you know where it
for
is.
sure, but like I forget what exactly they were saying, but like the point is that it's supposed to be like this like circular motion. And I forget who was complaining. I wish I could remember, but it was on the spaces. But I appreciate that, like
I
you know.
think she's also going for a sound where like she's been holding it in. It is kind of like a breakdown moment where you've been pretending to be fine and then you finally go home, turn off the lights and break down. So
Snap.
it's kind of
Yeah,
like an explosive moment.
yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, that's really good points to be made and stuff. And it's just interesting how you can tie certain songs like of hers together. Because I mean, what on it's like that she's saying "Caution" is so explosive, and then she has the album "Caution." So those are like neat little ties that I think are really cool. But I think, what do you want to say?
Oh, really quick, I want to say, like, I'm actually working on a playlist about that. Like, it's all of her like unintentional foreshadowing, where she'll like randomly like say a lyric and then later on that lyric becomes like another song, but it's not like those songs have anything to do with anything. And the new one like when she says "we belong together" a long ass time ago, and later on like the song "we belong together" comes out, but it's not referencing that other song specifically. So yeah, it's just there's so many little like I guess Easter eggs that weren't supposed to be Easter eggs. You know
Oh
what I
yeah, does
mean?
she
Yeah,
reference the song "We Belong"? Well, the title, at least the words "We
on
belong together
yeah,
forever," right?
I was thinking
Exactly.
about
Yes.
on "I Am Free." She says, "Once I was a prisoner," and she has a song called "Prisoner."
Exactly.
Yeah,
Wow.
so.
Yeah. Like there's so
Mhm.
many like that, and I'm making a big ass playlist on it. So
Yeah, it's
TBD.
really cool. Michelle, would you like to speak on circles? If you're talking, we can't hear you. Oh, you don't want to? Or you just can't hear us, or we can't hear you, or maybe you're having connection issues. I'll wait a second, hold on. I don't think it's working, unfortunately. Hopefully we can come back to you if you wanted to share your thoughts on that. But now I will move on to track number 10, which is going to be Your Girl. Okay, so my thoughts on the song, it's a cute song, I do enjoy it. It's not one of my favorites on the album, like it's not one that's like, oh, I have to listen to the song every time I listen to the album, but I appreciate it for what it is. I really like her vocals on it. I appreciate the lyrics, I appreciate the production, so I think it's cute for what it is. Nori was supposed to be on the song, and then L.A. Reid felt like the album had too many features, so he wasn't on the album. I believe there's a version of this on one of her EPs on Spotify, so if you guys want to go and listen to that version, you
Yeah, there's a
can.
Your Girl EP.
Am I gonna listen to it? No, but I have nothing for Hawaii in general. But that is available if you guys would like to check that out. But that's my thoughts on the song.
Yeah, I love Your Girl. Like this song is, and of course Mariah's whole entire hip hop R&B sound in general is but especially Your Girl. It's like reminiscent of like all the songs that I would listen to, like the hip hop R&B blend that I listened to growing up in the in the 2000s, like it's so nostalgic for me. Like every time I hear the song, it's like, wow, it literally feels like I'm being taken back to my childhood. And also this whole era in general takes me back to my childhood, but this whole song in general is just like, I don't know, it feels nostalgic in the best way possible. And I'm like, wow, like nothing feels like a great blast from the past when hearing the songs. Like it captures the best of the best sound that the 2000s hip hop and R&B carry, because I was raised on that stuff after all. So yeah, I definitely, in terms of how high I'd rank it on the album, I wouldn't rank it super high, but I still really love this song, and it's like, but production snapped, vocal snapped, and I especially love this song in a live setting, and yeah, like I I of course love the version with Nore, if that's how you pronounce the
Nori.
name. Nore, yeah, I love the version with that, but solo's a little bit better for me, but I do love the Nore version too.
All right, next is Mimi Folklore. You still here? Like,
Where are you at, girl?
Are you talking to me?
yes.
Yeah, we're talking to you.
Okay, I'm unfortunately doing homework and participating, so excuse my absence.
Oh my god.
So what we were talking about, your girl. Okay. Your girl. Okay. How do I haven't listened to this song in a while, but the last time I listened to this song, I can't take it. She really was in her Christina bag. Like the screaming is off the charts, and I can't take the excessive belting. Belts should be used sparingly, and they should have meaning. I'm like, Mariah, why are you screaming at this poor man talking about I can be your girl? Now you annoying him. Like, please
We told
stop.
y'all Mimi Folklore has delusional taste. You just had to wait a bit to
Go
hear it.
back to doing your homework, girl. What? Oh my god.
Oh, don't worry.
Ooh.
I'm getting it done. I'm multitasking. But I can't take this song seriously.
Hey, and
It
even if she
makes
was screaming,
me.
she did it better than Christina. But that's
Oh,
just me. We love
for
everybody.
sure she did. But I don't know. I don't really like. I get headaches when somebody's belting for 5 minutes straight. So that's all I have
Hey.
to say.
Yeah, people want to see that she can belt.
Don't come
She
for
can show
me,
you
y'all.
that she
I'm
can
very
belt.
sensitive today. Do not come for me.
And don't come from me. But anyways.
So we've learned today, let's not ask her opinion if she's not raising her hand to give it. So maybe it's better that we just let her do her homework.
I did
Glitter,
warn
you need to
you,
stop.
so.
She was like, y'all asked me and I'm going to tell you my horrible take. I'm just kidding.
Did you want to share your
Okay,
thoughts
who's
on the
next?
song Glitter, or was that it?
Yes, I do. Um, First of all, I think the song is a bop, and it's another one of those vocal suicide songs. I do not think she's screaming. As you can tell, she's not straining at all. It's like just very like big and powerful and impossible for the rest of us, and vocal suicide for the rest of us. But for her, it's effortless, unlike certain artists. And yeah, it's so sexy because she's just like pitching herself. You know what I mean? Like she's like telling you like, this is what I'm about, this is what I can do, blah blah blah. And it's very like, I don't know, just sexy. I love it.
All right, Bobby has his hand
Oh,
up. Oh, what'd you want to say?
I never implied that she was straining. Mariah would never strain. It's just like she sounds good, but I'm not interested in hearing her belt for the whole song. Like she has other registers that she can showcase. It's too much. Even the best of things, when they're excessive, get a little dull.
But her verses are very like chill and calm and like, low key. Like her verses don't take that much effort until like she goes off right before the bridge.
Didn't Mariah say this is one of her favorite songs on the album or something? I feel like I've read that somewhere. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe. We'll have to double
Mariah
check.
says a lot of things that I don't agree with. She says that Someday is an awful song,
She
which
just don't
is
like
a
the
god
production of
awful take
Someday, that's
if
She
I've
all.
doesn't say it's
She
ever
just
awful.
doesn't like the
heard one.
production is all. I think she said she liked the
No.
demo better.
It's perfect just the way it is. I don't care what she has to say about that.
Hey, but I do value Mariah's opinion, since obviously she's the one making the songs and producing them. So, like, I do understand where she's coming from. Like, do I agree with her opinions all the time on her songs? No. Because I'm like, I'm Prisoner and, like, You Need Me slander. I'm like, ooh, girl, like, you did not snap with that opinion. But, like, yeah, but I do
Oh,
see where
she
she's coming
did
from.
for sure.
I don't agree with her opinions when she's dissing her own songs, but I do. That's the only time I don't agree with her, when she's like disrespecting her own stuff. But again, like I was saying this before, like it comes from a place of like, since she wrote it and it's her baby, there's certain things that like, oh, like I wish this one random little thing happens, but that doesn't mean she hates the whole song. You know what I mean? Like people have taken, for example, Almost Home. People literally think that she didn't write it just because she made that one comment. She meant like she didn't write like the whole thing. She was like collabing with other people and producing it with other people because it was for a soundtrack. But people took that and ran with it as if like she didn't write it, but her writing credits are on the song. Like she did. It's just like
Yeah,
it
because
was like
I think in that same interview she said no shade to whoever wrote on the, because we know she wrote on the
Well,
song. Like, no,
people,
we're
didn't you
not gonna.
guys think that maybe she changed a few words or something, and that's why she doesn't consider herself a quote unquote writer on the song? Do you think that's what
right.
it
Like
is?
Yeah,
I
and then
think
I
there
think
was just
also
like
because she
one
didn't
part
like,
that she
how like
doesn't
certain parts of the
agree.
production
Right.
were on the song, so maybe that's why like she doesn't consider herself a part of it, even though like legally
She,
we know she's a part of the song. Like
right.
she
No,
has the writing credits, but
but she does. It's just when she was saying like I didn't write. She meant like one specific part, and people took that to like be like the whole song. So
yeah.
I'm just saying like sometimes like I don't know.
Okay. Is anyone aware of the fact that Millie Bobby Brown just got
Okay, we are not
engaged?
talking.
Yes, I'm
This
so
is
Yeah,
happy
we're
for
completely
her.
unrelated. This
congrats
is
to Millie Bobby
completely
Brown. We love her,
unrelated.
but
Like, we
yeah, but
talk
it's
about
unrelated.
that
She's one of
Calm
Mariah's
later.
friends.
down. We
So
don't have to talk about it. Calm down,
We love
okay?
Yeah,
Millie,
but
though.
anyways, we
We
love
love
Millie,
Millie, but
but
it's just
we
we
love
already on
Millie.
18 billion tangents. We have been on this space for over
All
three
right. So
yeah.
next.
hours.
Who
Actually,
else
it's
want to
coming up
talk?
on 4,
Bobby.
but
Bobby.
Bobby wanted to go
hmm
next.
Okay, so Bobby, go.
Hey guys, this is my first group chat around this, but I've been waiting for, like you said, around 4 hours to talk about this track. So I'm from New Zealand, and the sample they use is from a New Zealand group called At Ease. It's like their Samoan Pacific Island duo, like kind of like Casey and JoJo's. There's lots of R&B jams, and if you ever hear the sample of this song that's used in Your Girl, it's a completely different track. It's a slow ballad. It went to #1 in New Zealand. And unfortunately, Mariah's only been to New Zealand once and toured. And I think it was in 2013, 2014. And she did sing a couple of Emancipation songs, including Circles, but she never sang Your Girl. Or I was hoping she would pull that boy group out to sing along this track, but it never happens. And then the other piece was, I think she's in belt mode. So it's only 2 minutes 46 seconds, so it feels like a filler to me. But she definitely belted it for the majority of it. But that's what she does. But it just feels like a filler because Graham Jones, one of the producers, I don't know if it was just to add another producer to the mix or to fill the time, but a 2:46 song is an odd addition to the album.
All right, Heartstopper Rye is next.
Okay, so can everyone hear me?
Yes.
It's one of my favorites on the album, despite what other people might say about it. But I think that her use of her belting um, is to emphasize that she's also trying to convince herself, if you pay attention to the lyrics, that she can be this guy's girl. Um, so that's just like her kind of like trying to convince herself or give her the courage, the confidence. So that's I think of it from the emotional perspective in regards to the lyrics itself. If you read through the lyrics, like I could be your girl. She's sitting there fantasizing about it, and So I think she's trying to convince herself that it's true what she's feeling, in the hopes that the other person would take it
Yes.
back. So that's where I come. Yeah, she's belted, but it's like for emotional effect too, to go along with the lyrics. But that's my take. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got her confidence up. And she's like, I used to be shy, and now she's like, enough's enough. I'm going off, you know?
Yeah, I can really
And we love that.
appreciate that
She is hot.
interpretation. I think Daniel's
It's
next.
giving I'm Coming Out by Diana Ross.
Interesting.
I just want to say that this one again. Sorry, this is one of my favorite songs off the album. I was like, one more there for me. But I really love the song. This probably, I mean, it's hard to like pick a favorite song off this album since it's so good, but this is up there for me. I really love the guitar at the start. I really love that part. And as Jay said as well when he was talking, it definitely does give me a nostalgic feel. Definitely of that era's time of when, 2005 and the 2000s R&B scene, like it really gives me that feeling. Um, but I love the song, and to sorry, to go on to the part of it, like how much she's belting on it or whatever. She's just created one of the best songs of her entire career. So like she's on top of the fucking world. So she's screaming for all of that, and I would as well. I'd be if I had her voice, but she like chewed everything.
What do you want to say, Mariah?
I was gonna say I thought Your Girl could have been a single. Maybe I'm wrong in that opinion or not. I don't know, but I feel like it could have been. And also
I
the
could say
fact
it.
that and also the fact that like Nori was gonna be on it is so cool because like I don't think I knew that until just now. And I understand that she had a lot of features already on the album, but still, I think she could have. I think I wouldn't have been mad if she had another feature. And also, I believe I read a comment on YouTube saying that it gives Jackson 5 vibes. Jackson 5 vibes, and I can see that. And Here We Go Around Again also does that as well. So I just love that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. What do you want to say, Heartstopper, Raya?
Just real quick, I think if she had made a slowed down acoustic version of Your Girl, that it would provide like a different a feel to it,
Yes.
emphasizing the lyrics more. And so it's like just like the reducing the production down to just more what is she seeing, what is she feeling. So I think that would be nice if she were to rework it in a butterfly lounge with a in a different way, or like kind of like the treatment that We Belong Together got. I think that this song would get what it deserves and the attention. So that's it.
Anyone else wanted to speak on the song really quickly? If so, please raise your hands. Request me, like tweet me, DM me. That way I can give everyone their moment. I want to make sure everyone who wants to speak is getting that moment. I think Guadalupe wants to speak on this.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that the way these lyrics are written, I think she wrote them, right, Anastasia?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she wrote this song. Yeah.
And just from a man's perspective, it's kind of like luring, and like what
Not
man
a
wouldn't want to
man's
hear this?
perspective.
I'm just feeling a little bit like out of place because there's a lot of Mariah fans, and I'm not a big Mariah fan, but that's the way I was said it. Maybe I didn't say it so well, but that's my take on it.
All right, so,
Oh no,
Wait, who
you're
was that? Who was
fine.
just talking?
Guadalupe.
You're. It's
You've been on here
okay.
this whole time. You're not a big Mariah fan.
Not
I'm sorry, you're
everyone
wasting your
has
time.
to be a big Mariah
No,
fan.
no, I mean that's fine. I'm just shocked that he like I would not be like just chilling on like a spaces for
Yeah.
hours and hours over somebody I'm not into.
But
So
the man's
kudos for that.
perspective comment reminded me of
But we
how
do
Taylor
appreciate
Swift
Guadalupe's
has like
presence.
Oh,
20
for sure.
songs that are from a man's perspective.
All right, so really quickly.
Say that again.
Oh,
What'd you
wait.
say?
It doesn't really matter. We can move on.
Okay, so really quickly, I wanted to say we have been on this space for over 4 hours. I love hearing from everybody, but I cannot be on here for another 4 hours. So please, if we can just like keep it to the songs. I love a good tangent, I really do, but I was not expecting to be here for 4 hours, and I don't have it in me for another 4 hours. Like I'm gonna be real.
Yeah,
And we're
we love
only
y'all and we
halfway through
appreciate your
this album.
perspectives.
Like I just,
But
yeah,
yeah.
please just keep it
But
to
if
the
we can be
song.
brief as
That's all.
possible, that would be
That's all.
nice.
That's all I'm asking, please. But we love everybody, of course. I just had to have that note.
So what like songs do we have left, and what song are we on?
Because I know we left off on To the Floor.
Yeah, we left off onto the floor. Basically, what happened yesterday is we know the situation with the spaces. It was like really glitching out. So basically, what I'm going to do is go back a couple songs because it was glitching out and people like couldn't hear each other and stuff. And it's just gonna be a nightmare to edit. So I'm just gonna go back a couple of songs. So I know To the Floor was the last one that we like had discussed. So I'm just gonna go back. I remember us being able to get through Your Girl. I know you missed it, Michaela. I texted you, but you didn't make it. So if you want, I can have you give your thoughts on that song first, and then we can just redo the rest of the album. And yeah, I got a limit today, like 2 hours. I am not about to be here for 4 hours again, like yesterday. Like we got some changes we about to implement up in here. Like that is what it is. But yeah, I really wanted to finish this today. So yeah, I'm gonna just wait for a minute for people to come. Oh, what do you want to say, Michaela?
Period. I just wanted to say that Your Girl is beautiful and iconic. It's just such a girly, adorable song that somehow she made it fit into Emancipation, and it's one of the best songs on the album, which again everyone chooses to ignore for some reason, but it is goated and solidified.
You listened to the version with Nori yet?
Huh?
There's a version with Nori. Don't you remember? I told you on the
Oh, you're
space,
talking about
and then you were like,
NORE?
I thought it was pronounced Nori.
It's either one is fine, but it is Nori because it's short for Noriega. But sometimes I say NORE because, like, in a song that he has with Pharrell, it's called "Put 'Em Up." He says NORE. But yeah, the remix is okay.
I
We didn't need it. We didn't need it.
Hi, Tavia.
I
Okay.
feel some type of way, but hi.
Hi.
You know what you did.
Okay, Michaela, I'm gonna make you co-host. Like,
Period. Welcome to the co-host seat.
You, hi, Michaela. You know what you did, sis. But we'll talk about it later.
Wait, you talking to me?
Yes, hi.
Oh my gosh! Hey, welcome back. What did I do though?
Not you.
Ooh, thank goodness. I thought I was finna catch some strays.
I was so confused. I was like, she didn't do anything. I was like, what are we going on
No,
about?
if
Like,
I
Tavia
mean,
said I did
you
something,
Anastasia.
I'm in the wrong.
You.
she's probably just talking about the fact that I barely slept. I only slept a few hours, but I'm
No,
up
I'm not talking
again
about that. We're
to
not
make
talking
this.
about that now.
We'll talk later. Okay, why are you? No, this is too. We talk about that later. What's poppin', Chase?
Hey, how are you doing, Anastasia?
Well, like I said, I barely slept. I slept like a few hours. Um,
Well, I
but
hope
I
you
have to wake up to finish this.
Hey Anastasia, how you doing?
that
I'm
that's
doing good. How are you?
dedication.
I'm
Oh, I did.
good.
Oh, hey, is that Monica? How are you?
I'm good.
Hey,
Good, good.
Monica. Hey, Chase.
Hey,
Hi.
Jay. Hey, everyone. Michaela,
Hey.
Tyler, Trey,
I
Linda,
was
Dan.
actually just listening to It's Like That actually.
Period. Period.
Yeah.
Anastasia, wasn't the your girl? I think I felt like I really fell in love with that song after she did the like at home performance of it during COVID, right?
Oh yeah, you talk
When she
about
did
the
that
one where she
snippet,
was
that
in
was
that
so
blue
good.
robe, and then she did it a cappella, right?
And then when she did that and
Yes.
fly like a bird, that was
Hello,
awesome.
everyone. Hi,
Yes. But
Anastasia.
Hey,
Hey. Hey, Linda.
trying to wait for like a few more people to come on and everything. I think what I had like 17 people say they come, so I'll just like wait a second for them to come, and then we can start.
Okay.
All right. Did anyone want to give thoughts on like Your Girl really quickly that didn't get to do so yesterday? Like Michaela already went, but if any guys wanted to Trey, did you talk about the song yesterday or Chase? I don't remember if you guys got to that one.
No,
I
I
have
wasn't
no
here, but I
thoughts.
do love that song.
Yeah, you guys can give quick thoughts on that if you guys want. Daniel, do you get to talk about it? Oh wait, Daniel, you might have talked about it, I think.
So Charm Bracelet is out now, you guys. You guys are more than welcome to stream that on Apple Music or Spotify, and you can purchase the CD on Mariah's website.
Now you talk about Charm Bracelet like it just came out. Like it sends me so bad every time. Oh yeah. Quick disclaimer. This is recorded and I do repost these on my YouTube channel. So if you like yeah, just like disclaimers for people because I don't want people like me to post and be like, oh, I didn't know. I always repost these on my YouTube channel. If you ever come to one of my recorded spaces, I always repost them. So there's that. Um, but yeah, I think let's like just get started basically. So we're gonna go back a few songs, like I said. So we're gonna go back to track number 11, which is "I Wish You Knew." So I really like this one. I think it's like really cool. Like I was talking yesterday about the live instrumentation that it has, which I really like, and I think that that's cool about it. More of a jazzy feel and stuff. I think it's really nice. I love the horns and all that stuff in it. Vocals are amazing. I love how those progress as well. Lyrics are great as well. And she said like the spoken word bit in the song was kind of like homage to Diana Ross, which we know she loves because she was talking about her a little bit in the book. And Diana Ross, I believe, is also Aries as well. So she said that was kind of like homage moments to her. So I really like that. But yeah, I think it's a nice record on the album.
Yeah, no, I love I Wish You Knew. Yeah, like I definitely love the lyrics, vocals, everything. Such a powerhouse performance. Love the transition she does in the bridge from like that belt to the whistle. It's just so seamless and such done with ease. It's just like wow, only Mariah can do so. Yeah, just so good. Like I have no other thoughts about the song just other than wow.
I talked about this yesterday, but I'll talk about it again because I talked about this song, but this song is my favorite. The way she talks in the middle of the song, her voice, I can just like listen to all the way through, even if she was talking for 8 hours. Like, I don't
Oh
care.
yeah, and that's when I went into the rant about the fact that I don't like Alicia Keys' spoken word part on "You Don't Know My
Yeah.
Name" because that was like very unserious to me. The rest of the song is cute, but when she gets into that, I skip to the rest of the song. Like Alicia, I ain't be doing this with you. Like if I want to listen to someone speak for that long, I'll listen to an audiobook. Like let's be serious. I like Mariah's spoken word bits, but like Alicia, like come on, like, you're killing me. So yeah, I remember that. I think Michaela had something you want to say.
I would like to say that I do prefer Stay the Night. I feel like this song reminds me of Stay the Night, but I like Stay the Night way better. But it's still a good song.
Yeah, I agree about liking "Stay the Night" more. I think Chase raised his hand.
Yeah, I was just looking at the lyrics again, and I legit, no joke, was listening to this song the other day in the showers, trying to sing to Mariah. We can't do that too high. But I like that she's so honest with the lyric about having an inferiority complex, which is so ironic that Mariah Carey has an inferiority complex, but I think she's singing about herself in that lyric. You know, I think we were talking about this the other day. How come the most successful artist, you know, queen of R&B, pop, so many genres, so successful, still successful, still on top of the game, have an inferiority complex. It's just like a tragic irony. It's something beautiful about her character. Um, yeah.
One thing about Chase is he gonna read. Period. He said, "Let me put on my glasses. Let me get the full experience," as he should. Period.
Exactly. I've been
Thank
loving his
you.
tweets on Mariah lately, the one that you made about breakdown and stuff like that. You can throw those up in the Jumbotron for people who didn't read them, but Chase is like a beautiful pen. I love it. Do you want to speak on the song, Daniel?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna raise my hand, but yeah, yeah, Chase always comes through with the lyrics, as Michaela said. We love an analyst in the group. But yeah, this is one of my favorite songs off the album. As I said last night, like it's difficult to pick a favorite song off this album because there's a lot of great songs. But I really, as you said, Anastasia as well, I really love the live instrumentation. It definitely reminds me of like I said it before on like Michaela Space. It reminds me of like Superstar by Usher or like Never Coming Back by Aaliyah. We're talking to the audience at the start. I love this song.
Oh,
Vocals
that's a
are
really great
amazing,
Aaliyah song. Slay.
right? Like, they
What
knew what they
Aaliyah
were doing.
song? Which one?
Never coming back off One in a Million. She like talks to the audience at the start.
Yeah, Aaliyah kind of goaded. Like, the One in a Million and self-titled albums are some of my favorite albums of all time. And Michaela did spaces on those. So you guys should definitely go listen to those if you haven't already. It's so, so good. Did you want to say anything about the song, Trey?
Yeah, I actually do love the song. She said in an interview that she did a lot of these songs with the idea of like live performances in mind. And when she did it on the tour, like she just slayed it every time. I love it.
Yeah, I was talking yesterday about how I read that she like recorded a lot of this album with a live band or something like that, which like you can definitely tell with like the arrangements and stuff, like some very jazzy moments. And I love when Mariah steps into her jazz bag with like, The Wind or her rendition of Lullaby at Birdland, I really like her jazzy stuff. So I wish she would do more of it. Hopefully the themed album we get more of that. But yeah, really, really nice piece. Did you have anything you want to say in the song, Monica? We will be moving on to the next song, which is going to be track number 12, which is To the Floor, and this one's going to be featuring Nelly. So yeah, like now that's finally over, thank God. So my thoughts on To the Floor, like I do not like this song at all. Like I do skip it every single time. It just feels very like monotonous, like it doesn't really go anywhere for me personally. Like I don't care for Nelly on the song, but even if it was just her, I still wouldn't really go for it. It just feels very underwhelming. It feels like cutting room floor. Like this song could have been left like on the floor. Like I'm so serious. Like I don't know what was happening in the studio, but it isn't anything good that's worth like revisiting. Like I don't like this. And I remember when I did my video on it on my YouTube and I like re-listened to it and stuff, because I had to talk about it again. And normally when I have songs of hers I don't like, I don't like really listen to them again because like I don't care for it. But I really listened to it for that video and I was like, I struggled to get through the song. And that never really happens to me with her discography, but I just like could not do it. Even listening to that preview, like that was enough. Like I just no. It's just not my personal bag, not my jam. And yeah, I definitely think it's the worst song on the album, but that's personally how I feel about it.
Yeah, this is not my cup of tea either. Like I don't really care for the song. It's like I don't have a dire hatred for it. No, I don't. But I don't love it either. It's just like it's
The
just like
only
the song.
duet I like, I'm sorry for interrupting. The only
Yeah.
duet I like is the one with Whitney, but all the other duets, I'm not really a fan of duets. Mariah can do it for me without nobody else. I don't need anybody else to do duets with her. Whitney
Yeah,
was the only one,
I hear where you're coming from.
the only one.
Yeah.
Like for me, I can skip this in a heartbeat. And no,
Yeah.
absolutely not. I love Mariah, but that song did not need Nelly on it. And I said this on TikTok, and somebody got mad at me about it.
Hey,
I was
I
like,
mean, the
you'll have
I
song
your
is
don't
just
opinions.
not good overall. Like, Go Girl, Give Us
exactly.
Nothing. Like, it just, like, there's nothing redeeming about the
Yeah,
song,
with this
personally, for
song, it's
me.
like it
Like,
had potential for me. It had potential, but I don't know. With Nelly on it, it just did not fulfill the potential that I would have liked to see. And the production I don't know. It doesn't. It's a bit dated for my liking. Like
yeah,
it's
I don't
just.
like the production either. And then the To the Flow, like, that gets so annoying. Like, that is not a good hook. Like,
Yeah,
I
so I'm
I
just
can't do
like,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I definitely skip it every time I
Yeah, so
listen to the album.
when I said that, I was like, she's like, how can you not like To the Floor? It's my favorite
Did
song.
you listen to it?
Like,
Like, let's be serious. Like,
and I was like, I didn't say it was horrible, but I said it's not my taste. That song is not my favorite. It's like, and I didn't make that TikTok anyway. Like I just repeated, what was my favorite song, what was my worst song. So yeah, so she took it as, oh, you're wrong for that.
I
I'm
mean,
wrong
saying
for
To the
not.
Floor is the worst song on this album should not be a hot take. I'm sorry. I love Mariah, but this song just personally, wasn't it. And I feel like most of us agree that this is like probably the worst song on the album. If not, it is one of the worst songs on the album. Like, let's be serious for a moment. But I think Michaela was next.
Thank you. So what I was gonna say is the song at first didn't bother me, but first of all, this album is jazzy. This album is very high class and it's very personal and romantic. And I feel like Nelly, it's too country and hood for the occasion and it doesn't fit. Like, I feel like this album is very
New York, like I said, romantic, classy. Like Mariah has a certain style. Even when it's Hood Raya, I just feel like this was not the song, the time, or the place, or the album to do that. But I feel like it's Nelly himself, it's the vocals, also the actual instrumental or whatever you want to call it. It just doesn't fit with the rest of the album. I feel like the album is very vibey, fun, classy, party, and like that's the song doesn't give it. Now, besides that fact, it's just not a good song. Even if you were to put this on Glitter or what have you, it still wouldn't be good because it's just not a good song, and she shouldn't have put Nelly on there. And I want to say also, when I first heard the Jermaine Dupri collab that Mariah has on this album, I thought it was Nelly because it sounded just like him. The song like slipped my mind, but at first I was like, oh, Nelly's on here twice, but it was JD. But yeah, that song is definitely better than this one. But Nelly, he shouldn't have been on it.
Period. I think Chase was next.
No, just a quick thing. Yeah, it's not the song I listen to the most, but there is something when you replayed a snippet of it that I liked that I remember is how Mariah Carey does kind of with her vocal layering. It's almost like I don't know the technical term for it, but how she sets up for Nelly's rap, even if he doesn't do the best job. I kind of like that slick. Michaela was talking about how it's like an elegant album, and there are parts of that song and Mariah's vocals that I do like. So that's it. That's it, really.
I think Trey was next.
Thank you. Well, I didn't know so many people felt the same way. I feel seen and heard, but the song is growing on me. I've listened to the album a lot recently, but it's still like one of my least favorite songs of hers, and definitely my least favorite on the album. It's a production. I don't like a lot of Pharrell Williams' work. Like, I feel like he ruined so many songs on Sweetener for me. I just don't like his work. I don't like his collaborations with Mariah, but it is growing on me. The song is more so probably because of Mariah's vocals and more of her input on it. But yes, I feel because I think I've gotten a lot of heat for saying this is one of my least favorite songs, but I'm glad that the room is very much on board. So yeah, I feel good about it.
That's interesting that you're not like that big of a fan of the Neptunes. I mean, they're really hit or miss for me. Like, I don't like Say Something off of this album. Like, it's just not like my jam. And on Michaela's Space, they were crucifying me for it. But I
What? Who
mean,
doesn't like the Neptunes?
those Trey.
Ooh.
Guilty. No, it's
Michaela's
more.
got a
I'm not
pitchfork.
sure if it's the. I
They
don't know
did
if it's
Kitty
the
Cat for
Neptunes,
Beyonce. Have you
but
heard that song?
I think so. I don't remember
Ooh. Oh
liking it too
no.
much.
They have some good stuff. They have some good
What's the
stuff. It's
point?
just, yeah, depending on the person. I don't know. That's a whole
Yeah,
can of worms, but I don't know. Maybe I should make you a playlist or something, Trey. I don't know.
you should. I'd actually really
Please help
appreciate
her.
that.
I will. I will. I think RJ was next.
Hey guys, yeah. So I mean, this song gets a lot of I don't know if it's hate, but dislike, let's say, and I mean, I guess rightfully so, but I feel it's more because this album is such a masterpiece, and then putting a song that isn't one of her best on it makes it sound worse than it really is. Because, I mean, honestly, yes, worst on the album, but put it in other people's whatever their albums, it would be a good song for them. So that being said, and the fact that Mariah said her and Pharrell have very different ways of working, and even on Say Something, she was like, he went a little more jazz than I would. I guess the chemistry between them together is not the best, so I will give that. And Nelly could have done a better job, but I can listen to it. Like, I don't skip it. I feel like, yeah, that just because it's next to so many great songs, it sounds worse than it really is. That's my take.
Interesting take, RJ. I will say, I think Daniel was next. I think he was actually before RJ. I think I messed up the order. My bad.
No, but basically, everyone here is right. This song is horrible. But yesterday when we got to this song and we were trying to talk about it, Elon literally messed with the entire space, and he's a fan, I think, of the song. So he like really wanted us to like stay shum. You know, he didn't want us to talk about it. But now we're back, and what I have to say about it is it's horrible. With or without Nelly, the song is bad. I don't know what made her put this song on the album. The album, as Michaela said, like the album is very high society. You know, like we're rich at this point. Like she's showing us how much money she has. You know, like she's really at the top of her game, and like she's turning this high end, high society type of like place, like diner thing, into a burger joint with this song, and it's really cheap. I don't like it. I don't stream it. I don't know the song. I've never come across it in my life. I don't see it. I don't notice it. I don't talk about it. Um, but yeah, you know, this song is just weird.
And I thought that I went in. Daniel said we gonna go harder. Like this is going heat. Like oh my god. Like
I
it's
feel like
insane.
it's very hard. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm glad most people agree with me about this song. I think Dakota is next.
Hi, darling. Sorry, that's my Mariah Carey impression.
Period.
So, when I was like, I think about 5 years old is when I first heard Mariah on the radio. So it would be right around 2005-ish.
Is someone talking?
Dakota's talking right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's saying, but I know he's spilling tea.
Yeah.
Please.
And I heard We Belong Together on I think it was either on Mix 93.3 or 99.7 The Point. It was one of those two. And my sister had bought it the day that it was released. It was amazing. And then, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's saying something on my end. Anyway, and then I listened as she had her door closed because you know how sisters are. They don't want anybody in their rooms at all. And she was a teenager at the time too. um I listened to the whole album as she was playing it, and I was like, this Mariah Carey girl, she's got something going on. And I've been a lamb ever since. And so hold on a second. I thought I heard something. Yep, I gotta go, guys.
Thanks so much for sharing your story. We appreciate
Thank
that.
you. We appreciate it.
Have you okay, I'm trying to think about who was next. Mariah, did you want to speak about your thoughts really quickly on I Wish You Knew, and then also share your thoughts on this song as well?
I haven't listened to the song in a while. I'm so sorry, so I can't. I don't have anything to say.
You said I don't know her. Like
I'm sure it's good. I like all her songs, but I can't. I can't remember right now. I'm so sorry.
Don't let that demonic behavior into your life, Mariah. Please don't play that song.
oh my god. Oh my
no.
god, Daniel, you're going in
And
on the song. Like
but
I thought I was harsh. My
Well,
god,
Daniel,
no.
maybe the song doesn't know you either.
I hope it
Period.
doesn't. Honestly, I never want to come across it again.
Daniel and I are usually stepping the same, so this is like right on brand. I was asked what song we're
We're
talking
back in a good
about.
place.
We're talking about To the Floor.
Yeah, but did Dakota like the song or not? Like that story was very confusing. Like I'm very sorry.
Yeah,
But like
I thought he was gonna be getting to that, and I think he didn't have time, unfortunately.
I know he was
Monica,
just
you want to share your thoughts on To the Floor? And oh wait, she's about to talk.
To be
Can I
honest
just
with
say,
you, I'm not.
Anastasia, I love your oops. Your oop moments.
Thank you.
I'm not. I'm not. I mean, I listened to the song, but I'm not really into that song either. I like every other song though, but I don't know. I have a bunch of them on that album that I love, but there's just a couple that I'm not a fan of. Just like the one that we were just talking about. But I don't turn it or anything, but I do listen to it. I'm not a fan of it.
Thank you for letting us know. That happens. I have a couple of tracks like that on like other Mariah albums too, where I'm not like a fan of it, but
I
hey,
mean, I don't want to say that I like something and I really don't.
yeah,
It
no,
doesn't
I
mean
appreciate your honesty.
I'm not the biggest fan of Mariah Carey. I love her to death, and my story was her music helped me get clean. I heard her song "Vision of Love" when I was 9 years old. I'm 42 now, so when I was 9 years old, I'm like, who is this woman? She got an amazing voice, and I was dumbfounded by when she did the high note. So I was like, I fell in love with her back then. And, I started becoming a performer, an entertainer, and all I did was Mariah Carey songs. Like, I did It's Like That. And then I did We Belong Together, and I won $100 to that song. And then I did Can't Take That Away, and that's another swan song of mine. That helped me overcome stuff. So I love that woman. I mean, without her music, honey, I would have been dead years ago.
I'm glad her music was able to help you overcome tough times. We love that for sure.
Yes.
And I think Michaela already spoke on the song. I gave you speaker, Michaela, so you can come back up. But now we're gonna move on to track number 13, which is Joyride. But my thoughts on this song, I think it's a nice piece. I think I was saying that yesterday. It's a great song. I really love the like production on the song. I think it's nice. Her vocals on here are beautiful to listen to as well. I can appreciate her, I just really like everything about it, nice vocals and stuff like that. I feel like I've seen people compare the song to like Yours from Charm Bracelet, and Yours is one of my favorite songs off of Charm Bracelet. I think that's a amazing song, of course. I think it's a really magical piece, so I really like that one. So yeah, I really enjoy everything about the song. And fun fact, this song was actually like put on the album because she had a song called When I Feel It that she was gonna put on, but then she couldn't clear the sample for that one in time, so she did this as like a replacement for that. And When I Feel It is actually on YouTube. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, but it's a great song. I would have, loved to have that on the album. Hopefully we can get it on like the Raiders 2 or whatever, but yeah, it's a nice piece.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I love Joyride. Like I said yesterday, it was top 3 on the album for me. Like, definitely such a top tier song for me. Definitely deserves all the love, more love. And yeah, it's a song that I feel like will be my wedding song one day. I don't know when that wedding will happen, but when I have my first wedding dance with my husband, I promise you, this is the song that's gonna be my wedding song, and it'll be beautiful. Because honestly, it's just like the perfect lovey-dovey kind of song that I like to listen to, and that gets me in the best lovey-dovey feels. Yeah, and I just love it so much. And the vocal performance, immaculate, just stunning. Like, wow.
Yeah, everything really goes together nicely in the song. Michaela, did you have any quick words you wanted to give on the song before you have to go?
No, but I would like to say this. Don't forget about us. I like it better than We Belong Together, which is cray. And the music video was goated. Yeah, I said it. The music video is goated because the Maryland references, like she does her homework. She's a scholar, like big brain. Her brain is huge. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Like, it's an amazing song, it's an amazing video. The rest of the songs on the album are great, but I just wanted to highlight the music video of Don't Forget About Us and the lyrics and everything. But I do have to go, but I love you all and thank you so much.
Thank you for coming,
Thanks so
Michaela.
much,
You're so
guys.
real.
Michaela's an
Yeah,
amazing
Michaela.
Spaces host, by the way. You guys should subscribe to her
Yeah,
channel. I
yeah.
don't know if
So
she'll put it in the
and then follow her
Jumbotron.
page, and yeah,
Yeah,
check
but
out
she's
her
uploading her
upcoming
own
spaces.
spaces on it. So you guys should definitely check her out. And it was because of her I started speaking on spaces
Oh,
and stuff. Like, so you guys should definitely check out her stuff.
Michaela, if you please send an invite if you're ever hosting a space, I'll try my best to come in. I would love to partake.
Oh, thank you, King. I'll definitely send you a link the next time we do one.
Period. I think RJ was next, and then we'll do Trey.
Joyride, after listening to the album for years, I kind of started to feel like this is the Underneath the Stars, like a sister song of Underneath the Stars for some reason. Maybe it's the lyrics, kind of. And it brings, like you compared it to yours, it brings Charm Bracelet vibes as well, kind of with just the live sound of it and the build up of the song. I love it. Definitely a fan of it. But I do agree with Anastasia that I wouldn't kick Joyride out of the album, but I would love When I Feel It, and I do like When I Feel It better. But this song does fit the theme of the album and the kind of Adventures of Mimi tour too, like how it opened with the roller coaster and going on a ride and all that. So yeah, I love this song.
Period. It's really interesting that you compared it to Underneath the Stars. It's actually like my favorite song on the Daydream album. Probably my favorite Mariah song. I know she said it's one of her favorites. She said she thought of some of her best work, like lyrically and stuff. And she was upset they didn't really push that as a single. Like, technically it was released or whatever, but they only put out limited copies. Like, it was a limited release. It wasn't like, they didn't really put the budget into it that it deserved. So Underneath the Stars should have been, something for her. I'd love to be on that. So I hold out some in her regard. So that's interesting. I will say that, RJ, for sure. I believe Trey was next, and then we'll do Chase.
Yeah, I love this song. It's definitely a top tier song for me, especially on the album. I really have always just focused more on the ad libs and like backing vocals. That sometimes I can't even like remember what the chorus is because I'm just so mesmerized with everything else she's doing. Um, I also love it when I feel it. I would never kick Joyride out for it, but I would love to replace that with To the Floor because I feel like this would be a perfect song to follow after that. Um, just my little hot take on that. But yeah, I do love Joyride so much.
Period. I think Chase is next.
Yeah, so Joyride for me is a song that I didn't listen too much when the album first came out, but it grew on me a lot. And RJ got me really thinking. You said Adventures of Mimi, Emancipation of Mimi. A lot of songs on the album, are about the theme really breaking free, emancipating herself, liberating herself. And so what's so cool about Joyride is, you connect to yours. Anastasia brought up Underneath the Stars. I see a little bit of bliss in there. But I mean, think about the song. The song's about, so a joyride is like when you steal a car and run off and like have a good time, right? So it fits into the theme that I think Mariah uses a lot of escape and soaring and running away from like problematic situations and finding peace, tranquility, and freedom in in her own like journey of escape and adventuring, if that makes sense. And I like how she turns joyride into something quite beautiful. It's because it's always like it's like it's what's the term, like an idiom, right, for hijacking a car and running away. And yeah, and it makes me think of the song Runway. um yeah,
Yes, we love Runaway and how she
yeah.
sampled Butterfly. I loved your Runaway tweet, Trace.
Oh,
Chase has
thank
been
you so
killing it with
much.
his Mariah tweets recently. The
I
Easter
try.
tweet,
Oh,
yes.
thank you. I need to write a one on We Belong Together. I was super busy today trying to help my aunt and uncle. Didn't have the time, but I'll try my best to write something that it's hard to write about such good stuff, because you wanna like you
Have
can,
the detail that it deserves and also explain the
exactly.
complexity of a way that makes sense to other people. Yeah.
Exactly. And I want to do a song justice when you write about it, especially like her songs, in my opinion. So yeah, thank you. Do you want me to post that little thing, my little runway
Of
take?
course,
Yeah. Yeah.
definitely. Definitely. Chase writes beautifully, like I was saying earlier.
Oh, stop it, Anastasia, stop.
You're a great writer for sure. Daniel, you want to go next?
I like the song. I don't really have anything like really important to say about it. I just like the song. I think everyone just said what needed to be said.
Period. Octavia, you speak on the song yet?
Yeah, I don't know which song.
Joyride.
Oh yeah, I did yesterday. I said it was my favorite, but I'll say it again. That's one of my favorites. And I also said it would be my wedding song if I get married, because it will. That song should have been number one off of that song should have been released as a single because it's just perfect in every shape and form. So I live for that song.
Period.
And it's on my playlist. It's my favorite. Okay, Chase wanted to talk.
Yeah, just a little thing. I'm thinking about the song in my head. I think my favorite vocal moment is at near the end. There's like I'm gonna enjoy ride with you, baby. How she kind of belts it and then brings it back. It's just like goes with that theme that RJ was talking about, like adventure and um, yeah, that's my favorite vocal moment of the song. It's beautiful, beautiful song. The layering, it's very like subdued. You know, you really like drown in the vocals of Mariah, the background vocals, all of it. So yeah, yeah.
What you want to say, RJ?
Yeah, I was just thinking as Chase was saying that and agreeing, I'm like, okay, maybe it's not just me. Just quickly, I want to say from the memoir, Mariah writing about how her and Cameron and some other people kind of took the car and went on a joyride and escaped her security, and that was during the writing and the making of Mimi. I think that's kind of like she said, she's been telling her story all along through the music. So I kind of feel like that song is about her being liberated, and it does fit in, and just her living her best life. Like she says, it's like that, like, you know, having a party, enjoying her life as she should.
Yes, I really love that tie into the book, RJ. I love, her like discussing, certain moments that she had and being like, oh, it's about this song or whatever, or even, parallels. I think that's really cool. So that was a nice nod that I appreciated. Mariah, you want to give your thoughts on the song?
Yeah, I really like this song. Like, as with all of her songs, to be honest, like it's definitely one you would hear in like just a lovely like playlist. Like when you just want to be in your feelings in a nice way. Like it's just perfect for that playlist, but all her songs would fit that. And also the I Feel It song, which was supposed to be on the album instead of this. I like that as well. And I don't know what I would have preferred. Maybe I Feel It probably maybe both could have been on the album, but I Feel It replaces another song. Maybe Your Girl. I don't know.
It can replace To the Floor. Like,
oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, no, that. Sorry. No offense.
what you want to say, Chase?
What was that song you mentioned, Anastasia? Because I haven't heard it.
It's called When I Feel It.
When I Feel It. Okay, I'm writing this down. Thank you.
It's so good.
Yeah, if one of you
I
guys
love
can post
that.
like the YouTube link to it on the Jumbotron or like a video on here to listen to it, so the people who haven't heard it can hear it. It's a nice piece. I really like it. But yeah, she couldn't get the sample cleared in time, so unfortunately it didn't make the album. But I hope that we get that on Rarities 2 for sure.
Do you
And
know who she
then
was trying to with the sample she was trying to get?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
J,
Just
RJ, can you
curious.
guys help me?
Sure. Let me search it up.
I was just curious, not to put you on a spot or anything. I wonder, do you guys have any idea how long it typically takes for an artist to get a sample cleared, or does it just depend on like the who owns the rights to it and stuff like that? Like how long
Yeah,
it takes?
maybe it does depend on who has the rights or something. I don't know, because I think some artists like to reach out to like the artist directly who they want the sample from, and then they clear it. Like Janet Jackson, whenever she got till it's gone for the Velvet Rope album, like she personally reached out to Joni, I believe, or something like that. And Joni Mitchell typically didn't clear samples at that time. They're like, "Girl, she's not clearing this for you,"
Yeah. So to
and
answer
yeah,
your
she cleared
question,
it for her.
Chase. So she tried to sample the Dynamic Superior song "Here Comes That Feeling Again," but she couldn't you know put it on the album because they revoked the sample and they're like, no, you can't use it after all.
So they told her she couldn't clear the sample.
She couldn't
Like
clear the sample.
they denied it. I thought she just couldn't get it cleared in time. Like they like
Yeah,
hadn't
they couldn't
gotten
get
to
it
clearing.
clear in time. That's what I'm trying to say. My bad.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah. So, and as a result, Joyride had to be the song to replace When I Feel It.
You have any thoughts on Joyride, Kenny? You wanted to share with us?
Hey, Kenny.
Hey guys, no, I'm just listening.
You had something you wanted to say, RJ. What was it?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I remember, and I might be making this up, but I just remember something being reported about how like they gave her the okay for the sample, which is what, like, why would you go through making a whole song if you're not sure. But then at the last minute, like they changed their minds and they were like, no, you can't use it. So that's why we have that completed song, but it was never cleared in the end.
Wow, I'm sorry. If Mariah Carey asked to sample your song, you should be honored. Like you should be bowing down. Like how you at the last minute? Oh no, you can't use this. Like she did the whole song already. She better have that for
I
her to
think they were
sue.
like, oops, she made it better. No.
Yeah, just
We're
like
not
be
clear yet.
honored. Just be honored. Because like we already heard the song. Like it's already on YouTube. Like let's be serious. But yeah, now we are going to moving on to track number 14, which is Fly Like a Bird. Okay, so my thoughts on this song, this has to be like the best song on this album. I always love when she gets into, her gospel bag and stuff. Like a lot of times whenever she would do her gospel songs, I would put that number one, also like Anytime You Need a Friend off of like the Music Box album. I think that's an amazing record. I wish I would have done more for a commercial. I believe that peaked at number 12 on the Hot 100, which is decent, but that should have been number one. I don't care. But this song is like a really powerful like one to listen to as well. And I know that she had her pastor on it at the time, so I appreciated the aspect about it. I believe yesterday at some point we were talking about the Grammys performance that she did of this song, and We Belong Together, which is iconic, one of her best performances. Like I said, How They Ran Us to the Ground on here. Yes, I see it posted every single day. I think it's still great though. I really like it. I love the instrumentation. I think that that's amazing too. I love the songwriting on here. She said like she's working with Big Jim Wright, and then like they were about to part ways or whatever, and then she came up with this, and she was like, "Can we finish it?" And then she convinced him to stay, and they finished it. So I think they did great on that. Her vocals on here, like this has to be one of her best vocal performances of all time. It's so powerful. I love the way that it progresses. I love the whistle notes and stuff. Like it's just like a masterclass in this. And I remember whenever I used to drive to work listening to like this song in my car and stuff, and it just really takes you to a certain place. So I really appreciate like this song just like fundamentally. I think it's some of her best work, deserves all the praise that it gets, and yeah, I just really love everything about it pretty much.
Yeah, I also love Fly Like a Bird too. I definitely rank it so high in my top five. I mean, like I said, it fluctuates between top three, top five because like sometimes I'm in a mood for one song or sometimes I'm in a mood for this song. But point is, yeah, such a great song, deserves all the love in the world. Love the Grammys performance. Yeah, even though it does get a bit ran down into the ground, not gonna lie, but hey, whatever. Still a great performance, still some of her best work ever. And like wow, like the whistles, the belts, like just the way she like her like agility on the song is just breathtaking. Like she really is taking us to church, and it really feels like we're like ascending to like heaven every time I listen to like Fly Like a Bird. And yeah, it's just some of her best work ever. And of course, rest in peace to Pastor Clarence Keaton. You thank you for your spoken word part on Fly Like a Bird. And yeah, thank you to Big Jim Wright, which if I'm not mistaken, I think he has since also passed. So rest in peace to
Yes.
him. So
Yeah, I
rest.
really love the
Yeah.
work that she did with him. They were like really, really great together, and it's just really cool what they were able to do. So definitely shout out to him, respect to him, of course. I know RJ had his hand raised pretty early, so you can go next.
Yeah, because Fly Like a Bird, like you said, if not the best song on the album, sums up the album the best. Like, this is what this whole album was about and how Mariah was feeling at that moment. And I think she even said, like, you were talking about the memoir, not sure if it was there in interview, but how it's sort of a prayer to take you out of a place, to a better place. And that's where she was from the glitter. She was already out of it, but it was like, carry me higher and higher, just asking for her life to get better and better. And so that's just so touching. And the vocal performance and how she described recording it in the memoir with the sunset, and how it's like, again, a lot of these are like pretty much one take with some then fine tuning, whatever. It's very live. I love that. And this was even a huge, like, it was not huge, it was a hit on like urban AC radio. I remember they used to play it on WBLS here in New York along with Mine Again. So yeah, this song got a lot of respect there, and we love that.
Yes, I'd love to hear like your moments on that song, RJ, and yeah, just amazing piece. I think Octavia wants to go.
Like I love Fly Like a Bird. Like it's not my go-to gospel song from her, but I won't skip it. Like it's not a skip. But my go-to gospel song is "I Wish You Will," cause that hits more to home for me.
Yeah, I was thinking about comparing those two because the incorporation of the Bible verses and stuff. That's my favorite song off of Equals MC Squared. And we're doing an E Space on Friday if you guys want to tap in. I'll throw it in the Jumbotron, but continue.
Well, like thank you, sis. Um, Another song that we have taste in. But like I said, that hits home more than Fly Like a Bird. Like I said, I do listen to it, but that's not my go-to. Like, if I really want to get into my feelings, I go to "I Wish You Will." But it's not a skip for me. It's actually a good song, but it's just not my go-to.
I think both are like really powerful pieces, to be honest. I think, they can both hit you hard in like different ways, so I
Yeah,
really
that's
like
what
them
I
both.
meant to say. But yeah, that's what I meant to say. But it's a beautiful song at the end of the day, and like Mariah kills me when she do gospel.
Yeah, I love her gospel, like, songs that she's done and stuff. So yeah, I think it's a really nice piece overall. I think that Daniel is next, actually.
Okay, so this is again, as Anastasia said it best. This is one of the best songs off the album. You could put any song off this album and argue with this song as being the best one. And I feel like so. Just try and follow me here. I don't want to sound too confusing, but it just seems like all of the struggles that she had prior to making this album. The flop rumors. Um, her mental health issues and this and that. It seems like all of it just comes bubbling up to the surface, and she just like lets it rip in this song. She goes off, and I don't know. It just basically, to me, just shows that she's free now, and she's flying, and yeah, and as I said in like my tweet as well, like she made if you do not go to church, well, I don't go to church, but like she made this for churchgoers. And I really wish I was religious enough to really experience the song to the fullest. Like it makes me want to put out some candles, I want to pray. I need to go to the church when this song comes on. Like she ate with the song. Like this is truly one of her best vocal moments as well. Just really shows that she's, the greatest vocalist of all time. So I love this song.
Period. This is one of my favorite Mariah songs of all time. Maybe like a top 15 Mariah song for me. It's like really hard to like narrow down favorites at some points. I know what my top 5 is. Top 10 is a little bit harder, but my top 5 is basically locked in. So yeah, definitely one of her best. I think Chase is next actually.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if Jay said this or RJ. Love all of these this commentary, really very deep and touching. But again, with the motif of obviously flying, going higher and higher, ascending above the trials and tribulations of life, and just that we all go through. So I think in that way it's universal, whether or not you're Christian or Muslim or Jewish, whatever religion you are or aren't. Um, I feel like you can feel the passion and the connection to spirituality through this song or whatever you're feeling, overcoming adversity. And just on a personal note, this is one of those songs I really go to when I'm at my lowest. Um, to know that Mariah Carey suffered so much, it's like the artists who suffer the most, I feel like have create the best art for some weird reason. I don't know. There's an irony there, and one of my favorite lines from this, also the connection that Anastasia that you made between "Wish You Well" and "Fly Like a Bird." I don't know the fact that Mariah Carey performed a song at the Grammys, got a standing ovation. A song that had a scripture verse in it is actually quite profound. Like who else does that? Is very bold and very, I this is what I believe. This is I thought it was ultimately it was a very universally connecting song. Uh, I think one of my favorite lines, and I don't know why, I just can envision Mariah. Uh, I don't know where, like you said, when she was writing the song, but going back in her experiences, the line, "Don't let the world break me tonight," and it's almost like yesterday I was talking about how like Mariah Carey and We Belong Together. It's almost like sometimes she's like having these intimate conversations with a higher power or something, or she's alone, she's completely alone, and she needs to get out, she needs to connect with someone, and for all the people that weren't there in the pivotal moments of her life, it's tragic, but she makes beauty out of that tragic. It's like turning her teardrops into gold, uh and I don't mean financial gold, I mean like artistic excellence gold. um I think, and also, not to get too deep into like Mariah Carey the person, but we I think a lot of us know that she's a night owl, a vespertine soul. Um, I think she's mentioned that a lot, right? Not the biggest morning person, so it makes me think like in Crybaby when she's up late, and I believe some other songs. Um, Here you really feel for like people who are struggling alone, and think about it at night in the dark, all alone, and Lord, don't let the world break me tonight. You really wonder, who is she talking about when she says the world? Is it the music industry? Is it her family? Is it her relationships that she can't talk about? And it really fascinates to me about big music like this and art is, you aren't necessarily naming a person or in a specific situation, um, but it can apply to so many things, obviously. So yeah, this to me, you guys talked about how it's vocally brilliant. Anastasia, I think you talked about the instrumentals, or maybe that was another song, but yeah, I love the instrumentals, how it builds up. um but yeah, I don't know how you can listen to this song and not feel a certain way, fan or no fan, lamb no lamb. um yeah, oh, well, and the last thing is, wish you guys I have a chance to look at her performing this at American Idol. That's, I think, this her second best performance after the Grammys. Really, really, really top notch in my opinion.
Yes, the medley from Idol.
No, no, not that one. She came. It wasn't
Oh,
when
for
she.
Fly Like a Bird in 2008. Oh my gosh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, yeah, yeah, with the
Oh, I remember that one.
jeans.
That was so good. When she
Yeah,
like was a mentor, that episode for the
the straight
contestants.
hair. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember that episode. That was so good.
And that's when the meme, when if you guys look at the meme, like, this is Mariah, like Mariah intensifying, or Mariah intensifies. Do
Hmm.
you guys know that GIF or GIF,
Oh yeah,
whatever?
Mariah intensifies where she does like the whistle and then it like kind
Yeah,
of
it's from that. It's from that performance.
the GIF kind of shakes.
Yeah, yeah. I believe it's from that performance at American Idol, singing "Fly
Yeah,
Like a
yeah, yeah,
Bird."
yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. I see that GIF all the time. That like meme, like it's so funny.
Yeah, so that thing you were saying, Chase, about like, oh, like she took her experiences and she put it into song and stuff like that, and like it's very personal and like all this stuff. I think I remember this interview, and Jay will love this, but I was watching the chicks on Kelly Clarkson, and they were basically saying like, they had to write their songs for one of their albums because of something that they went through, and the best thing to do is just to write, what you're going through and to have it be more personal. And you would think doing that would alienate people and all that stuff, but a lot of times more people can relate to it that can't. So I think that's what's great is like a lot of her stuff is about her trauma and stuff that she went through and whatever. But if you actually listen to it, you can apply it to so many like different situations with like Make It Happen or Can't Take That Away or like Through the Rain. Like there's just so many different things, like just those songs, but she has so many different songs you could apply to that. So I really appreciated that aspect of what you said, Chase, because there's so much to be gained from her songs. And I think people have to take a second to think about that. And then there's something else you said that I was going to reply to that I don't remember. So when I post this on YouTube, I'm going to have to listen back to the recording, leave it in comment. But if I remember it, I'll state it. But always poetic. As always, Chase. I think Trey is next.
I cannot follow that up. That was amazing. No, I love it. I totally agree. This song is definitely a master class. It's just so beautiful, and it's funny when I first became like a full throttle lamb and all I could ever play 24/7 was Mariah. Um, my best friend like heard this song and she loves a song with the choir in it, and she fell in love with the song. It's her favorite Mariah Carey song. And I don't know any other non-lambs whose favorite song is "Felt Like a Bird," but clearly it had an impact on her, and I love that. And when I played it for other friends of mine who maybe grew up in church, they've even been like, "Oh my gosh, we played this song a lot in our church." Like, it just clearly has had such a huge impact, being gospel and everything. Um, and with this song, along with a few other for gospel songs, whereas I'm not really religious anymore, I do consider myself spiritual, and the closest, the most, the times I feel closest to a higher power is definitely when I play Mariah Carey, and this song just every time will lift me up and lift my spirits, get me out of a bad mood. It just has like a omnipotence to it.
I think Mariah's next.
Yeah, I agree with what everyone said. Like, I just love this song. Like, the message of it is so lovely. Like, I just love it. And I can't remember who said it yesterday, but someone pointed out how circles, the way it's constructed, like, almost sounds like she's going around in circles. And
That
with
was Mimi Folklore.
yeah, and she also said how like with underneath the stars when she says drifting, it almost sounds like she's like drifting away. And I think like the same kind of observation could be made with this song, like because with the whistle, it's given bird, and also with the way she sang it high, sounds like she's flying, and when she kind of almost drags some things out a bit, kind of gives like imagery of gliding, and like with how she goes up and down, it's also like a bird flying, and also like the quickness of it, like the little can't speak right now, but the little dividoos, like just sounds like a tweeting of a bird. So I mean, it makes sense, songbird supreme, but I think that's interesting.
Now that part that you said at the end about it sounding like a bird, Mariah, was really interesting. So I appreciated that. I didn't think about it that way, but I was just thinking, vocally the song is like very intricate and like her songs are very hard to sing notoriously, and we know that especially when people cover it and they butcher and whatever. But yeah, if you just like listen to the song like a cappella, like it's just very like powerful, and there's like a lot going on in there. And it's like, how can one person do that? But I remember seeing this one video of Beyonce and her saying that Mariah's voice comes from God, and then this was the song that was playing in the back. And I love Beyonce. She's like one of my favorite artists of all time, one of my favorite singers of all time. I feel like she doesn't get the credit that she deserves as a vocalist, which is a conversation for another day. But I mean, yeah, Mariah even influenced her, and she said, "Vision of Love is what made me even want to sing and stuff." And we know what Beyonce's done at large. So I really loved that moment. I thought that was nice.
Yeah, can I quickly throw in? You talked about Beyonce, and yeah, I love her. I love that she's always supported Mariah Carey. I love their photos together. Um, it just popped in my mind because I was thinking about Britney Spears earlier for some reason. She's one of those. I know she's very different than Beyonce, but I know she's not the biggest vocalist, but she used to. I remember I loved her as a kid, still do, but she would say that Mariah Carey was her biggest inspiration. I think I saw that in a couple interviews.
Yeah, she talked about how like Mariah Carey was like her biggest songwriting influence.
Yeah, she was like, she's a great songwriter. I love that she gave her props as a songwriter. Like, Britney's just very sweet, and her and Mariah have always been, good with each other. So I really
Exactly.
appreciated that. And, like, especially when Britney was going through, like, a lot of media scrutiny and stuff, and they try to set her up in, like, interviews and, like, get Mariah to talk down on her. But she said, Britney's a nice girl. So I appreciate that they've always, supported each other. I think that's nice.
Period.
Yeah, and I think I listened back to something where she said that that she believed Mariah Carey contacted Britney when she was going through the worst of the worst. That's amazing. Yeah, yeah. Just you guys got me thinking.
Yeah, I remember her saying that as well. And if you look at like her and Britney's careers, there are, parallels and stuff like that. I will say. And yeah, Britney's just been through so much. She really has, and I always wish the best for her because she's just such a sweet woman. And she really minds her business. She's got classics for days. So I really do appreciate her a lot. I think she's really great. So I appreciate that she's always giving Mariah her flowers, and Mariah's, that it's nice. It's nice, to see women just supporting each other, but especially like in the music industry, because a lot of times they want to pit people against each other in general. So it's nice to have them be like, no, like we're gonna unify. So I think that's nice. Kenny, you got anything you want to say on Fly Like a Bird, or have you spoken on already? I can't remember. Not the silence.
I'm sorry. I'm in the car wash, but no, I don't have anything to say. I'm just listening.
He's taking a joyride.
Please. Now he's taking a joyride. Okay, Glitter, we're talking about Fly Like a Bird. So if you just want to give some brief thoughts on the song real quick.
One of my favorite songs of all time. So going back to what I was saying about the Grammys thing, just to elaborate a little more on the Fly Like a Bird thing, like the part where she's saying like, don't let the world break me tonight, and all those people who were there or like part of like, the brokenness and the people who were trying to like come for her and try to break her spirit and like, end her life basically. Like it's such, I cannot express enough like how much of a redemption that was, and like just it's like a spiritual moment. Like it doesn't matter if you're religious or not. Like I feel like even if you're atheist, right? Like as a lamb, if you look to Mariah for like I guess like put your faith in her and everything that she's done and like gotten through, like, and all the resiliency that she's had, like she will even make you believe in something, you know what I mean, even if that's like, whether that's a higher power or her or yourself or whatever. Like it's just like it's so inspirational to see her come so far. And I feel like that's um especially like as someone who's like been around from the beginning, like just going through the motions with her, you know what I mean? Like she already achieved so much from, her time when we didn't know who she was until like she made it big, but then it didn't end there, you know what I mean? Like that portion wasn't her happy ending. She kept having like, these like waves and stages of like just hardship and trials and tribulations that she just kept overcoming. And it's just witnessing that, it makes you like just so incredibly proud of her. And I feel like that song, along with, you could feel it with Heavenly, No He's Tired and everything, and like with, so many of her like inspirational songs where it's just like I could be like at my lowest, but like I will look to those songs to like pull me through the night. You know what I mean? And like it's it's incredible that it's like a vocal Bible in a sense. And
Yes.
yeah, like
Yes, music is heal her music is
it
healing and her music is powerful.
exactly.
Like I know us lambs know it, but like I feel like it's understated if that makes any
Yes.
sense.
No, like when we say like Mariah saves lives, like that's what we mean. And that's one of the songs that we mean, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? But yeah, so
Yeah.
I was so proud when she did Fly Like a Bird in her Christmas special, because I actually asked for it, and I'm pretty sure she saw me because I got like 290 something like retweets or whatever. And like she was, when she was asking like what are some like non Christmas songs that would still work, and again, because it's spiritual and everything else, like it's perfect for
Hmm.
a Christmas concert. And like when she did that, I was just a mess. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I feel you
seeing
on that.
her
Yeah.
perform,
So
that is so powerful.
it was so
Yeah.
powerful, like, and so uplifting, and I'm glad she did it because it was just a great performance. And then next time you make the song request, not to sound like selfish or anything, but can you request a Charm song? Because I would
Yeah,
love justice for
I
Charm.
threw some charm songs in there too, but yeah, she at least picked up on that one. And like, yeah, it was everything. And I just
It was nice to see her do it for the special.
Yeah.
I think it's, like I said, one of her best, and I think the special was really great. Like, I think she still sounds great, like I said before. So I really love the set list. I love the mashups. I think she looked great.
Yeah.
So it was a nice piece. So I really enjoyed the Christmas special
Yeah,
overall. It was something nice for
exactly.
the
So,
holiday.
so if is there anyone else that wants to say anything about "Fly Like a Bird" before we move on to the next track on the deluxe? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, we're
Oh,
gonna move
I
on.
wanted
Oh,
to say
Chase?
something really quickly. Sorry, I
No, go
lost.
ahead.
It was what Glitter said. I wanted to say, piggyback off of one of her ideas. Can't really remember it. Let me try to think. Is it coming? I guess I'll have to forever hold my peace.
No,
But
don't forever hold your. If you think about it again, say it again.
no, oh yeah, this. So I thought about like a lot of musicians, right, or just artists in general, that have achieved a lot of success, and it becomes so overwhelming and unbearable, and tragic. I don't want to name names because you guys,
Right.
we know
Yeah.
who a lot of different artists, and the fact that Mariah, I'm not saying like I don't want to, talk about other people's struggles, or like compare them. But the fact that Mariah was able and is able to overcome, I'm trying to not sound cliche, but it's so profoundly powerful and
Hmm.
meaningful to me, Glitter. Like you said, the fact that she could do that, whether or not you're spiritual or not, it
Right.
it really lifts people up, and it literally saved people's lives. And the fact that she herself, like, she's such an emblem to so many
Yes.
people, in music, outside of music, people who just love music. Um, really, for all the hate she's received, hate for
Hmm.
being biracial, racially ambiguous, black, white, from being from a really difficult background, from
Hmm.
them trying to like them, treating her horribly growing up, to
Yeah.
being ridiculed, and her when she had a health situation, like people didn't give her privacy or space, and the fact that she able to come through that with is just, I think I'm so happy she believed in herself, and her
Yes.
music
Yes,
and her
I'm so
voice
happy for
and
her.
her
Like
yeah.
Mariah,
Yeah, I wanted
like
to say I think
yeah,
people don't appreciate the fact that, like, yes, like Mariah's done a lot in her career, but people don't think about like how much that she had to work before anybody even knew who she was, learning how to sing from her mother and stuff. They had a
exactly.
tumultuous moment and stuff,
Yeah,
and
like
working as a background singer, and her talking like, and even make it happen, no proper shoes upon my feet. Sometimes I couldn't even eat. Like, there was so much
exactly.
that she had to put in
Work
before
hard, yeah,
anybody
and just
even knew what
because
she
like yeah, like
did,
she
and
yes,
all the trauma and stuff, and people don't really appreciate that. I think people didn't know that she grew up poor, so I wanted to say that.
exactly. Yeah, like Mariah had to earn and work for everything that she has. Not everything was handed to her overnight. As much as her like overnight, like as much as her success on the outside looked like overnight, it sure was not. She worked years for the moment that she would get for her, success for her debut era, and then from then on, like she worked from the ground up, and despite the struggles that she faced growing up as a mixed race, black woman, like biracial black woman, like she's overcome the struggles and was able to still succeed, like nonetheless, and it's just admirable, like the
Yeah.
barriers that she was able to break.
And really quick, I just want to say, like, there's something to be said about her song choices for her final songs on the albums, like the very
Oh
Yes,
my
yes,
god,
I
specific.
you just
forgot
Yeah.
reminded
that.
me of something that I
Yes.
wanted to say. I remember we were
Yeah.
talking about this on Michaela's space, but
Yes,
I saw a tweet and it was like, I really miss whenever girls used to do the gospel song at the end of their album to show that
Mm-hmm.
they had it like that.
Yes.
And I remember Destiny's Child, they did like the gospel medleys and stuff, like they
Yes, I
always
love that
used to
song. Oh my
do that.
god.
And I'm just like, the
Yes.
girls really don't do that anymore, but also because they can't freaking sing, which is a different
True.
conversation. Like, a lot of the new girls, like, they aren't growing up in church, like
Right.
Aretha, like Whitney, for example. So they don't put in the 10,000 hours and stuff. But yeah, I
Right.
wish we had moments like that. So
right,
thanks for reminding
Yes.
me
honestly,
about
so
that
that's why I'm just
piece.
like, damn, like I know, yeah, there's still some girls that can sing, but like in the way that like, Mariah, Whitney, Aretha can do, like no, they're as best as the
A
best can be.
talent like any of them is never gonna happen
It's
again.
one in a
Let's say that.
million,
It's
One
just
in a billion.
billion,
it's
honestly.
it's also like it kind of reminds you of a movie, and it's something to like speak to with like concept albums, like where like it leaves you thinking or feeling a very strong emotion, like a very like whether it's like introspective, or it's inspirational, or bleak, or like whatever, but it's just a very intense and personal moment, and it's usually that final song where she just gets completely like raw and open about whatever it is she's like going through with herself at that time. So I know, like, when we go into like deluxes and like different like foreign albums where like they have a special bonus track or whatever, I feel like it's important to like highlight what the true last songs are for a lot of these albums, because like, for example, with Portrait, like that's the real last song on the album. It's not Runway. Runway's like thrown in there, cool, we love it, but Portrait is the last one. So for this, Fly Like a Bird is the wrap up to her emancipation, you know what I mean? And it's
Yeah,
so
and it's the final
powerful.
track for a reason, and
Yeah.
honestly, it finishes out the album
Really
in a perfect
powerful
way.
ending track. I like when you finish an album and the last track like leaves you with something, you get
Like,
something
it
out of the
motivates you,
Exactly.
experience
it like
from that.
leaves you
It's
thinking.
nice.
I love a thought-provoking track. So yeah, I think if everyone said what they wanted to say, so if you don't object, anyone, I think we're gonna move on to the next track on the deluxe, which is Don't Forget About Us, right, Anastasia?
Yeah, that's gonna be the next song. Really quickly, I want to say, I love Lamely. I love We Have Tangents. We were here for 4.5 hours yesterday. We ain't finished the album. Like that's why I had to come back today. So I love a good tangent. If we could just try to keep those two like a little bit of a minimum and just mainly talk about the songs, so we can finish this
Yeah,
because
no, right
we've
now we're
been
staying
here
on
for
track. We're
over an
doing good, but
hour and we've
yeah,
only got like 4 songs through, and I
yeah,
want to finish this in like 2 hours or something like that.
exactly,
And then we still have to give our overall thoughts on the
exactly.
album. So just like please keep that in mind.
Yeah,
Try to keep your thoughts on the songs like pretty
brief.
brief and stuff
Yeah,
like that. So I wanted to say that, but I
yeah.
love the
Like so far, y'all are
conversation that
doing a
we're
great
having.
job.
Yeah,
Like doing a
yeah.
great
So I
job.
wanted to have that little piece. But yeah, now we'll move on to track number 15, which is going to be
Don't
"Don't
forget
Forget
about
About
us.
Us." Okay, so that's gonna be "Don't Forget About Us," which was another number 1 hit for her, and we do love that. I really like this song. I think that vocally it's great. I really love the bridge. I bet she can't do it like me. She'll never be MC. Like we love someone like knowing their worth. Like that was so slay. I love the music video. I think Michaela was talking about the homage to Marilyn Monroe. We know Marilyn's one of her favorites of all time. I mean, she named her daughter Monroe after Marilyn. She also paid tribute to her in the I Still Believe music video. She owns her white piano and like many other parallels. Like Marilyn's her girl, and I love that for her. So I think that that's like pretty cool. But I really like everything about the song. I think it's a nice moment on the album, so I appreciate it.
I love Don't Forget About Us. It's like I hold it in high regards. Like obviously We Belong Together, like the best hit song on the album. Like I don't, nothing can come close. But like I would say Don't Forget About Us is just right behind, just for me, because I'm like the song like goes back way back for me because it's so nostalgic. Because also it's in the first era that I discovered Mariah and like fell in love with her. So like that's why I always have a fondness for We Belong Together. Shake It Off, Don't Forget About Us, because it's just like wow, like these like are classic jams that I fell in love with from Mariah, and it's like I get so emotionally nostalgic every time I hear this song. And yeah, like the lyrics are so relatable. Don't forget about the first true love that you had, like because it was pretty good. Like just when you keep that in mind for your next love. And then yeah, the music video is so iconic and so like nostalgic as well. And I love the performances she does of the song. In particular, some underrated performances are that she did were for like her residencies in Vegas. Like so good. Like each performance top notch. And yeah, like I just love this track so much, and like I hold it near and dear to my heart.
All right, so I believe Chase is going to be first up.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. 3 points. Marilyn Monroe, you guys got me thinking. I'm not sure, but I think I would assume that Mariah Carey has such a strong connection to Marilyn Monroe because Marilyn Monroe actually was abandoned by her parents, and
Yeah, she
she
talked about that in the book. There have a lot of parallels, yeah.
yeah, there was one little story where her biological mom, went to her we're talking Marilyn Monroe, went to her adoptive mom's house and literally snuck Marilyn into a like duffel bag and ran out of the house. And then her adoptive mom came out and they were fighting, like trying to pull the bag, and ripped, and Marilyn fell to the ground. Sorry, not to get too tangential, but there's a similar. I think Mariah sees greatness and sees like these things, you know what I mean? Anyway, second point I want to make is just that technically, when you were playing the little snippet, I really thought like it's really hard to describe Mariah's technique. You know, you could write books and books about it, but in this song, what I like is how she like slowly, I don't know, she kind of tension, how she uses tension and restraint to really bring up the next note. Not like it's almost like staccato, like she glides with the note and there's like a pause and then she punches it kind of with like a mini belt, if that makes sense. Almost like a hip hop kind of thing.
Oh yeah, no, I get that technique. I know what you're
Does
talking
that
about.
make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah, no, it makes
Okay,
sense. I
cool.
love it.
Cool, yeah. And then what was I gonna say? Oh, last thing is I think for this album she really brought in a really cool cinematographer. I think Mimi's Folklore was talking about the color palettes of her videos. But I think cinematographically there's like if you just look at the videos how they look, I feel like there's a similarity that I find like really elegant and pristine, and yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also have a connection to Maryland as well. I can relate to the abandonment part as well because I was adopted myself and I have a deep connection to her as well. I know every Maryland movie, but besides that, um, I love the music videos. Like she looked flawless and beautiful, and just I love the part when she's in the pool and she pulls up her legs just like Marilyn. Oh my god, and her vocals are straight up amazing. One of my favorite songs from this album. So go ahead, Glitter.
Hey, I love that. I love what you said. I actually I put on the Jumbotron like one of my little like uh reimaginations or whatnot that I do of Mariah. So it's like channeling Mariah, channeling Marilyn, and yeah, it was fun. But no, don't forget about us. Is I always have to fight for it when people are trying to talk about like, oh, her best number ones, and then they want to like bring up quote quote worst number ones, and I always say like there is no such thing, right, as a worst number one. How does that make
I mean,
sense?
I
It's
think
number
that's
one.
just like really
But
subjective based off of personal
Yeah, it
opinion,
really
though.
is.
no, no,
There's
no.
no
My
Yeah.
point is there is no worst number one. There's no worst, right? They're
like, are
all
you trying to say like
amazing
there's
and
like
great.
least favorite?
I think she's just
What
basically being like, oh, all these songs with number one. So, like, obviously, like, a lot of people like them and whatever. But, like I said, I think that's, like, subjective. Like, in their opinion, they can say, like, worst or whatever or least favorite. But
they could say
continue.
least favorite, but not worst. But anyway, all I'm saying is there is no such thing as a worst number one. But anyway, so all I'm saying is I always fight for the song because people literally forget that it was number one, right? Because like you've got so many, like there's just so many incredible like hits off the album, and We Belong Together like kind of like overshadowed a lot of the other hits. But this is the sister song to We Belong Together, and those songs just go hand in hand. They're perfect, like it's a different aspect of the same situation and same like vibe. It's like a little bit later on in the holding out a candle kind of thing. But I love like the when it's for real it's forever, like I always quote that. But it's incredible, and it's arguably like one of her strongest, like especially like with that belt and that whistle and everything. Like that's a really really difficult song to sing, and I feel like it doesn't get the credit it deserves, but we love it.
Oh, and you guys forgot about her makeup palette. Mariah also have her makeup palette. She got it in the auction.
Well, wasn't I remembered hearing about that and whatever, but like there was just so many parallels to her. I can't remember everything at once. So I
That's
remembered
fine.
that part. I just didn't. Yeah, if I go on every like way that they're connected, I'm gonna be here all day, and I'm trying to wrap this up in a reasonable amount of time because we hit 4.5 hours yesterday. Like, but yeah, I remember that. I don't remember where she said that was that Rosie, or was that in the book? Like, I don't remember where that was. But I
Yeah, so
remember
we'll
hearing that.
verify the facts with you in a
He
bit.
said it in Vogue. Vogue magazine.
Oh, Vogue? Okay.
Okay, yeah, because I couldn't remember where that was from, but yeah, I remember the Octavia, of course.
Okay.
So that's let's see, Daniel, have you went yet?
No, I mean, I agree with everything well said. I like the song. I love the Marilyn connections as well in the video, resonating with a lot that she went through. But yeah, I mean, I like the song. I think it's another great number one for her. You know, again, it's another song that Mother chewed, so I love it.
Period. Kenny, you want to have some thoughts on Don't Forget About Us?
The music video made me question my sexuality.
Yes.
And that's on period.
All right, yeah, I think we're gonna be good. What do you want to say, Octavia?
Yeah, because she had tamales, so why not?
Exactly. Yeah. So if no one else has anything else they want to say, we're gonna move on to the next track. Is it Making It Last All Night?
Yeah, Making It Last All Night. What It Do with Jermaine Dupri.
Okay.
All right, so listening to that again, the production kind of reminded me of Heat, which was a bonus track off of E equals MC squared. Excited to do that space later this week. But my thoughts on this song, it's like the only bonus track on the Ultra Platinum edition of this album that I particularly don't care for. Like, it's just not personally my jam. I can't really get into it. It doesn't go anywhere for me personally, and that's kind of like where it ends for me, and that's it.
Yeah, for me, Making It Last All Night, it's my least favorite song on Emancipation. If we're accounting for the deluxe version, I don't really care for it. Like the production it's okay, but it doesn't really take off me in the way. I'm not saying it has to have the most grandiose big production ever for me to like the song, but it's just, I don't know. It's just there for it's just and Jermaine's part. Like I don't hate his parts, but his parts don't do anything for me. So it's like, yeah, it's a song that's like it's there. Like if it gets played once in a while, like I won't skip it, but like I generally do skip it. But hey, that's my thoughts. But still, Mariah still made a really strong
That's
album with
okay,
Emancipation.
guys. That's okay, but I like the song. I
I'm
don't.
glad you like it.
It's not my favorite, but I like Mariah's part.
Oh yeah,
JD's part.
Mariah
I'm sorry.
Mother.
I think Chase is next, and then we'll do Glitter.
Yeah, I actually listened to this song again last night. I hadn't heard it for a while, and I like it a lot. I got to say, there's like I don't know the lyric, but there's one part. I actually think I should have written it down. But she has this little vocal moment. It's not like a bell turny thing, but what I really there's like there are moments vocally with her tone in like her lower register, that I'm just it brings me back to like some older songs. Like I can't really think of the songs right now, but here her tone for me really stands out. So I really like it. I do. I really do.
Interesting to hear your perspective for sure, Chase. And next up, we have Glitter.
As you should. It's a fucking bop. Like that song is such like it's again like I feel like the whole Emancipation album like it's so great, especially in the car when you're like when you have your like windows down and you're just like bumping like whenever
Joyriding.
you're not yeah, exactly. If you're not crying, you're bumping it. You know what I mean? And I love this song, and I will also say that I love JD's parts too because I'm bumping just as hard to his parts,
I'm
and I
glad you
think
like
like
his parts.
yeah, like he has like really like cute little clever lines, and I love like little cutesy raps like that. So
Yeah.
I think it's about
Great gown. Yeah, it's a very
Not great gowns, beautiful gowns. I see you, Jay. Messy boots.
whatever y'all can
Messy
hate it. It's
boots.
fine. It's
messy.
about
Listen,
There
one
are
thing
people
about
called
Jay is
haters.
my brother in Christ. As long as I got Jay with me, it's me and Jay against the world. And that's on
y'all
Exactly.
can be
period.
together on that. That's fine.
A
Exactly. No, Glitter,
real,
you'll still always be one
real
of my main sisters too. But sometimes we don't see eye and eye, and that's okay.
Jay almost always and I we're almost always on the same page, and I love that. Next
Hey.
up is Daniel, I believe.
And it says, "Aren't you my Twitter grandmother?" Remember that tweet?
Oh my god, the family tree. It said my spouse was RJ. I was like, oh my god, what is this?
Yeah.
Like,
And then my dad, according to the Twitter family tree, is someone that I don't know, but hey, we love him
Sorry
anyway.
about that. I didn't do that.
It's okay, don't worry. It was a Twitter algorithm. So,
yeah,
anyways,
yeah,
let's move
yeah,
on.
we know. Yeah, it's Daniel's turn.
Yeah, it's Daniel's turn.
Okay, well, honestly, like Jay ate with that, the great game. Well, anyway,
Thank you.
so, but I have to agree with Anastasia and Jay. Like, it's just a cute song to me. I mean, it's all right. I listened to it once, never went back, never really cared. It's
Real.
not bad, but it's just there at this point. I just think it's one of those songs that she did for shits and giggles. She just wanted to be in the moment. That's it.
Hey, and then
Next up is
Harvey.
Harvey, yeah.
Hello, good evening from the UK.
Good
What
evening.
song are
Harvey.
we on?
Making it last one night, what it
I
do with
love
Jermaine.
this song. I think it's so catchy. I love the vocals in it. The background vocals are amazing. Um,
Yes.
honestly, it's a really good song.
There you go, Glitter, your brother in
It is
Christ.
He
it is
is. He's
in
my
my
son.
playlist. It's in my main playlist. Yeah, I love the song. It's something that you could like really vibe to, which is like the whole album you could vibe to, but this song is really, really vibey. I love it.
Yes. Thank you.
I didn't
You
think out of any of the songs off this album, this would be the one that has the most stands. Like,
there's two stands for the song Relax. Like, I
I
think
mean,
You've only
Kenny's
Chase
listened
goes
to the
next.
over
song
it as
once,
well.
too.
Daniel almost always speak real. He's another one of my brother in Christ, but I think Kenny should speak on the song next if he has anything he wants to say. Not the silence, and ooh. All right, well, maybe we can come back around to Kenny for the next song. Now we are going to move on to track number 17, which is going to be So Lonely, One and Only Part 2, featuring Twista. Not the preview being Twista's part, but he ate, so I don't mind. So my thoughts on this song, it actually grew on me a lot. Like, I think One and Only, like, they kind of just like devoured, and One and Only, like I said yesterday, like I fought for that song like to the death of me on Michaela's Space. Ain't nobody singing my vision. I was like, this is top 5 of the album.
Wait, no one
They
saw your
weren't
vision?
getting
That's
me.
weird.
They weren't getting me. Like, I was fighting
Wait,
for my
which is why
life
I should
for
have,
this.
like been. I shouldn't have
Yeah.
gone to SoCal so soon because I should have been
Yeah,
there to
exactly.
support
Yeah,
you.
I was fighting for my life with One and Only. Like, you either get it or you don't. Unfortunately, most of the people were tasteless, but we love
Hey, but we keep
everybody.
it pushing.
Exactly. But yeah, so like with this song, I think because One and Only is so excellent and I came to this song, I couldn't really get into it as much. I was like, One and Only, like, it was still like it's still better in my personal opinion. But as I listened to this album more, I was like, you know what? This is a cute moment. This is a cute moment. I appreciate that the song is actually good. Let's start there. I appreciate that about it. I think Twista slid. I think he's talented and stuff. I like his cadence and stuff. I love how Mariah, was in the song as well. I think they like really gelled nicely together. Something that was good for the time. I like the production and everything. So yeah, I appreciate this one. It's a cute
Mhm.
song.
Yeah, so for So Lonely Part 2, I actually really love it so much, and it might be an unpopular opinion, but I actually like it more than Part 1.
Nice
But I
saying
don't know
So
why.
Lonely Part 2 when it's One and Only Part
Yeah,
2.
yeah, One and Only Part 2, but
And I
because it's technically called So Lonely. But anyways, yeah, no, like I love. Here's the thing: I like Mariah's parts better on the Part 1, although Mariah still devoured on Part 2. But I like Twista's parts better on Part 2, and the darker production on Part 2. It's just I don't know. I like the production of the snare like beats like on the track. It's just I don't know. It's just it hits harder for me. But of course, One and Only the Part 1 that's still really good too. But it's just I don't know. I just vibe more with the Part 2. It just hits different. And yeah, like Mariah and Twista, like always such a smash collab. It's just they never miss together. And like honestly, I would love to see them collab again. And yeah, like Twista, if you're watching this space, collab with Mimi again.
period. It's interesting to say that you like this one better than One and Only. Like, that's just an interesting take. So I don't know if I expected that from you or whatever. You might have said it, but I might have forgot it because my memory, like,
No,
sometimes things
I've
fall
always
out.
had this as take for years.
Yeah, I probably forgot. Unfortunately,
Yeah, it's
I'd be
okay. It
forgetting stuff.
happens. But I'm here to
But
remind everyone.
yeah, for the production, I had to look this up. And Dark Child produces one of the
Because it's a
best
Dark Child
producers of
producer.
all
Because
time.
I love
Yeah,
Dark Child
yeah, because
production.
you were talking about the production, and I was pretty sure that he produced it, but I had to look it up to make
Yeah.
sure that that was true. But I think Chase had his hand raised or something like that first, so I think he's up first.
Yeah, no, nothing much to add. Just that I really love her slide vocals. She really plays well to me with tension and restraint, and yeah, I just really love like the airy, whispery vocals in this track, in this record. I think it complements everything in the song. So,
Period. I think Glitter was next.
Yeah, this song is so freaking sexy. Like it's just and honestly, like it gives you a good pacing for sex, if you will. Sorry, like just the pacing is perfect for it. And yeah, no, like it's so hot. I love it so much. And this is another one of those songs that I was talking about with like unintentional foreshadowing, because she mentions Jodeci and Forever Your Lady, which then later on, like in memoirs, she would, do that with The Impossible. So like it's just it's really cool. That yeah, it's brilliant. But anyway, like I love it. This is another one of those just bobs. Like the deluxe goes so hard when it comes to like car bobs. And yes, I love it.
Yeah, and I feel like people have said this before, but she gave us a real deluxe. We actually got an alternate cover, which by the way, the alternate cover, it did chew the original up, and that's just my personal opinion.
That's
Like
on period.
I like
So
the
yeah.
dress better. I like the pose better. I just think it fits better for the album. But yeah, with like deluxes now, they just give you like a bunch of demos and rejects, and it's like, okay, it didn't make the main album. Like, why are you giving it to me now? Like, you wasted my time. But with
Yeah.
like these deluxe songs, I think they're really nice. So
Exactly.
I
They add to the
appreciate
album
them.
and they don't
Yes.
subtract.
Yeah, I really like them a lot. So I will say that about it. Like, I just miss when a deluxe album was an experience and something you look forward to, and not something that artists push because, oh, like I want my album to sell more, so I'll just throw some random tracks and see what I can do. So I
Yeah.
appreciate, these extra songs, I will say. I believe that Octavia was next.
Okay, so I like both of them, but I prefer to sing the first one than the second one. I still love it. I don't skip it at all. I still sing along to it, but I like the first one. Um, but Mariah's vocals on it is flawless. I will say that, but I wish it was a little longer. And I wish you would have kept it a little longer because I do like the song. Or she could have did a remix to it. That would have been great.
I mean, I think this song goes on nicely. For me, I like it as is, but hey, I like hearing everyone's opinions on it. So I'll say that. I believe Daniel was next.
I again, this is another song I really like. Off the hold on, I'm mumbling Christ. No, but this is another song I really like off the Ultra Platinum Edition. I think it's a great part two to One and Only. Twisted Slit again, Mariah's vocals A. I like what Jay said about the kind of dark production. I really like it. I think it adds something very different from the original album, from the standard edition, I mean. So yeah, I really like the song. They honestly, this is probably my favorite at the moment. This is probably my favorite like deluxe edition song. So I really like it.
Taste. Next up is Harvey.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I love this song as well. I think like if you're gonna use the thing and say, "Oh, do you prefer part one or part two?" I'm like, "Oh, I can't comment," but like I prefer the part one personally, just because I just like the way that song kind of flows. But I love how this song kind of shows a little bit more of Twister, just because like of how like much Mariah fucking loves Twister so much, because I remember her speaking about it in a couple of interviews, and it's so amazing, like, seeing that, like, because I remember she saying that, like, oh, she's in the Guinness World Records of the highest note, and he's the fastest rap, so having, like, two almost legends and, like, people that are so unique, like, come together on one record is, like, insane, and the fact that we got two was, like, on this album was incredible. So yeah, I love this song. I think,
and they're both great songs. Like, I'm
oh,
thankful
they're
for
both
that.
amazing. Yeah, but I like on this one that it shows a little bit more of what Twister could really do. And I think like my thing,
Yeah, that's a really good point.
yeah, I think my favorite like lyric is the little ha ha ha. You know, the comedy.
Yes, that's what
I think it's
that's what I was talking about.
it's like it's very seductive and sexy. I mean, it's Mariah Carey. Like, what do you expect? But yeah, I think it's an amazing song.
I'm glad you love it. It's just honestly such a great track. Like, love that it got added to the deluxe. Was there anyone else that had their hands raised?
I
Anastasia?
got one last comment that I wanted to make. I didn't think I seen anybody else, but I want to say with Twista, it's really like impressive. Like, I feel like people said it's like how fast that like he can rap and stuff, and like if you listen back, you can actually like tell what he's saying, and like he actually is like clever with like his wordplay and stuff. Some people think just because you rap fast or whatever, like, oh, this person ate. It's like it doesn't matter how fast or how slow you rap. It matters what you're saying. If you're saying a bunch of nonsense, like it doesn't matter. Like I could rap the
Yes.
alphabet
Yeah, like I could rap
fast
fast and be like,
and it
"Look at me
don't
still rap
matter.
the
Like, let's be
garage.
serious.
I'm gonna go take out the garbage or some shit like that."
Exactly. Like, let's be serious for a moment. But he does eat, so I wanted to say that.
Exactly. No,
And now
Yeah,
we're
he's
going
brilliant.
to, and now we're
he's
going to be
brilliant.
moving on
Lyricist.
to track number 18, which is going to be the "We Belong Together" remix with Jadakiss and Styles P. All right, so that's the "We Belong Together" remix. And so, my thoughts on it. I miss when people used to get up and work. And, when they made a remix and it was completely different than the original, like they went in, they re-sang it, they changed like the production and stuff like that. Cause I didn't even know what a true remix was until I got into Mariah's music. Like, cause, growing up, I just know all the, new people that are coming out. So when I heard a remix, I'm just used to, oh, let's just copy and, throw someone's verse in there and stuff. And I didn't understand what a real remix was till I got into her. I was like, oh, it's actually supposed to be different. Like you're actually supposed to do stuff. And all of these remixers are disappointing, but I digress. But I really like, her vocals on it. I think it's cool. I appreciate the rap on it. I like the production and stuff. I think it's a nice little moment. I usually tend to listen to, well, like I said, I listen to the Valentine's Day mix of "We Belong Together" more than the version on this album. Like I said, it's just my preference. It's more refreshing to me. So that's typically the one I go, and I go the extended mix. But I think it's a nice piece. I thought it was cool whenever she performed it. Wasn't it at
Global Citizen
Global
Fest, where
Citizens?
she did the
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
original, she did the
yeah.
remix, and the extended mix.
Yeah. I was pretty sure it was that. Thanks for making
Of
sure I was
course,
good, Jay.
of course, I'm a We Belong
Yes.
Together stan, so of course I gotta do my homework.
Period.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so now
but
my
that's it.
thoughts on the remix. Love, love, love this remix. I love how light and airy Mariah's vocals are in the song. It like travels like at the speed of light. Like I just love it so much. And I love how she remixed the song. And like Anastasia said, like people don't make proper remixes anymore. They're like, oh, let me copy and paste my vocals from the original song and add
It's
like, I
like
don't know, a hip
boring,
hop beat or like a
lazy. Like,
little
I'm sorry, get back in the
unspeed
studio.
and like
Let's
call
be
it a day.
serious. Like,
It's like, yeah, like you're gonna copy and paste and add little unspeed and call it a day. No, that's not a fucking proper remix. Like, get your ass in the studio and work. In the words of Kim Kardashian, get your ass up and work.
nobody wants to work these
Nobody wants to.
days. Like,
Exactly. No, but Mariah, she did so good. And obviously, it solidifies her title as the queen of remixes for a reason. And just, yeah, like, love the remix so much. And it's like, Mariah's inventive, creative mind, I will always be in love with it.
period. I think Glitter's next.
Okay, I love this remix so much. And yeah, I with the Global Citizens, the fact that she merged all three versions made me like just squeal. But I want to highlight like how the intro to the remix it sums up Mariah in a nutshell. Like so when he's like, show some respect whenever you hear me or see me. This is the emancipation of Mimi. And then he says, hot like a real fever, a real diva. So successful, yet still so
Yet still
eager.
so
That
eager.
is her. Yes. That, and I fucking, anytime I'm like doing a story that promotes her or whatever, like I always like have it playing that snippet because that is her and she will always be on her grind like that. And I love it. It's such a bop. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
like
And
whenever she has the rappers on the songs and stuff, and they're like giving nods and like respect to her. Like
exactly.
whenever Debrat
Yes.
was on the
Yeah,
"Always Be My Baby" remix, and then she was like referencing song that she did.
exactly.
I
Exactly.
thought
Yeah,
I think it was
I
like
love Styles
Freeway or
P. I love
something who was referencing songs that she had on like "You Got Me." I think that's cool,
Yeah,
and they like
so
give her
many of them
nods
do.
and like
Yeah.
respects and stuff.
Yes,
I think that's neat.
honestly, and I love Styles P and Jadakiss on this track. Love Styles P and love Twista. They're both amazing rappers that I love to listen to, like especially like on like Lil Kim tracks. Like, and I'll reference the tracks later because like this is for Mimi right now. But yeah. So I think Michelle has her hand up.
Yeah, I don't know if she's having connection issues. I think Harvey was actually
Yeah, then
next.
we'll go to Harvey then.
I believe it was Jada and Style P. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I love how then obviously everyone's mentioned so far that like it's not just like the same vocals and just like almost like a quote unquote traditional remix where it's just a little bit lazy and you can just like where you can hear elements of like not elements even, like you can literally just hear the original song just playing in your head. But it's almost like this song is like a literally completely different song, obviously still respecting like
Sadly.
they're still respecting like the original We Belong Together because it's called We Belong Together remix, so of course it's gonna respect it. But yeah, I know we mentioned yesterday Space as well, where she just picks the best rappers to feature on her records. She knows what she's doing with her remixes. I think that's why she has that title of that Queen of Remixes. But yeah, it's really, really catchy. I love how it sounds different as well, and we all love the whistle there at the end as well.
Yeah, we could do a whole space on just like her remixes and like talk about what her favorite ones are and
Definitely.
stuff like that. There's just so much like material to go over, and like Jay said, she's the queen of remixes, so I definitely agree in regards to that. We can, Michelle, you want to go next?
Yeah. Hey guys, I just wanted to say she took probably the best song off of this album and made it even better, which I didn't even think was possible. But this Desert Storm remix is amazing. Probably one of my favorite remixes ever. And my favorite performance of it was at the MTV Music Awards. I think I
Yes.
posted it the other day because I had to,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I just saw that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I had stayed at the National Hotel for my birthday in August, and then 2 weeks later, there is Mariah Carey singing at the pool that I was swimming in. Like, it was a totally iconic moment. And yeah, I just want to say that that's like my favorite performance of this song. And I was actually just listening to this song at the gym. Yeah.
Period. We love it. I just put that in the Jumbotron, what Michelle posted recently if you guys wanted to see that. But I just remembered whenever Styles P and Jadakiss came out and performed a song with her, I saw some people in the comments talk about, oh, is this Jay-Z? It's like, can you guys not tell people apart? You guys like not like that was embarrassing for y'all. Like that was just like that made me kind of laugh a little bit. I was like, let's be serious for a moment. I think Chase was next.
Yeah, really quick, Michelle, I loved that tweet. It made me think about how in that she really, a lot of people don't give Mariah credit for her choreography. Like I really think she understands like choreographic sequencing, like how to tell a story with the background dancers and her body movement. Like it's all choreography.
Yeah, she can hit a nice two-step. I hate when people be like, oh, Mariah can't dance. Is she a little stiff? Sure, but she can hit a decent two-step. Like, let's be serious for a moment. It's cute.
Yeah, yeah. And her movement and everything. It's like it's all really beautiful to me.
It's really there. The vocals are there. The like confidence is there. The stage presence. Like we love Mariah for that.
Also, she's
Yeah.
in like 6-inch heels. Like she's
Right?
not gonna bust out this crazy
Yes.
choreography and break her damn ankle in those.
Yeah.
The heels are more important. So
Yeah, I'd probably break my ankle just walking in the heels.
exactly.
Kids, don't do this at home.
Right.
Unless you're Mariah.
Right. No, I just wanted to say you guys said everything. But I just how she extended the baby face sample or
Yes.
yeah. And she said, I only think of you on 2 occasions. She actually said that's day and night. Like, boom. I love that line. Iconic. I bring it up in my in daily parlance. But also technically what I love about the song, it's so rapid fire. So when she does have a vocal pause, it really gets you, I think.
Yeah, she's already doing all the rap singing on the original. She made it even faster. Like, that's insane to me.
Exactly. Yeah. Mariah, queen of music and queen of rap. So yeah, I think Octavia has her hand up.
You guys gonna kill me for this, but I like the remix better than.
That's okay. No, you have your own opinion. The remix is great.
I still like the song, but I love this Mariah better.
Yeah, fair
Like,
enough.
I just like it better, and I'm glad you guys understand.
There's
Yeah,
no
I
wrong
thought you were gonna
answer.
say you're gonna kill me, and I thought you said like I thought you were gonna say you didn't like it. That's not. Yeah,
But
that's
don't worry,
not bad. Yeah,
but since you gave the song some praise, don't worry, we'll accept you with open arms.
yeah.
But
No pun
like that
intended.
doesn't
Yeah,
mean that
exactly.
I don't listen to the original. I do.
Yeah,
But
everyone got their own takes. It's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just like when she says the first part when she starts, because that's so her, and that's more her than the original.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear where you're coming from.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
see
so
that. I
yeah, I've
think
seen that.
Daniel's next.
Yeah, but I just really want to say that, Anastasia put it best. People don't really put out good remixes anymore. Like they'll just add like a little in the background of it and call it a remix and it won't be that good. But Mariah is really the blueprint of creating a remix that's, probably better that sometimes can be better than the original. And I feel like the We Belong Together remix is a great example of that because the remix is really good. I like both. I can't really choose which I like better, but I definitely love that she switches it up on the remix more than the original. So.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Kenny, you got anything you want to say on "We Belong Together" remix?
Speechless, exactly.
Exactly, exactly. Well, and now we're gonna be moving on. Okay, so now we're gonna be going on to track number 19, which is going to be "Secret Love." All right, so my thoughts on the song. I think that this is a cute moment. I know Mariah said on her Instagram, like whenever she was doing, like talking about the anniversary song. I think it was like 2 years ago, but she said that this song and Sprung, she wanted them to make the original album, and I agree. I feel like maybe we gotta take off some other songs, throw these on. I think they're cute songs. Like I feel like I've talked to some people that don't particularly like them. It's another cup of tea. Everyone has their own opinion, but I'm just like I like both of them. But yeah, I think it's a nice moment. I like the production. Her vocals on here are nice. I like how it progresses. I like the lyrics. It's a nice little number.
Yes, I love Secret Love. Definitely not like in my top 5, but I still really love and enjoy this song on the album, and it definitely has its place on the album and deserves and should have been on the standard version. But hey, I'm glad we have access to the song now. But yeah, no, it's just so good. Like, love the production, vocals, delivery, everything. No complaints in regard to this track.
Yeah, I agree because this is one of my favorite songs. Yes,
Yeah.
I love this song. So every time I wish she wouldn't have worked with Swiss Beats, but still, I still love it because he annoys me sometimes. But I pretend like he's not there and I just sing along to it. This is in my top 5 because
Yeah, it's
this
a nice
is my
piece.
favorite.
Exactly. Does anyone else want to speak? Okay, Chase has his hand up, so we're gonna give the mic to Chase.
No, I gotta admit, I heard this song. It felt like I heard it for the first time. Maybe I heard it before, but last night I was thinking, wow, this is really cute. This is like a song that I felt like Mariah just wanted to make, like for herself. Uh, I like some of the lyrics are very,
Yeah, something
you know what
fun,
I
something for
mean?
the summertime. Yeah.
Yeah, something nice, easy, and sweet. And I really, I enjoy it. So that's what I want to say.
I think Glitter was next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, added to the collection of deluxe bops. She's just like vibing. Like I feel like those songs don't really like necessarily fit on the standard. So I'm glad the deluxe came out basically at the same time, so that she got to like have her order placement of the standard come out and still give us all those bops at the same time, because I think that was the struggle of like the placement of some of those, because it doesn't necessarily like fit with the concepts, but they still all deserve to be on there. So we got them both at the same time, thankfully, and we love it.
I think Harvey's next.
I remember the first time when I listened to this song. So when I started to like inspire music, someone told me that I should listen to the Emancipation of Mimi Deluxe in full. So I did exactly that, and every single song on this album just eats anyway. So when I'm like listening to the start of this song, and I'm like, oh, it's finally a chill song where she's not gonna like steal my wig or anything, and then she just completely unloads at the end, and I'm like, oh, Mariah, stop it! I'm like, you need to give me some leeway to live, please. No, but yeah, I love it. I love the production on this song as well, um, and it just sounds again very, very seductive and sexy, which I don't expect anything less. Love it.
Daniel, have you talked about your thoughts on this song yet?
I'm like with everyone else. I really like it. The chorus is like the best part for me. I really love it. I think it's really like I don't know. It's like kind of addicting in a way. And yeah, I like it. I think it's a cute song.
Oh, and we have to, of course, like give like a shout out to Secret Lovers, which she's interpolating.
Yeah, that's cool. I appreciate her interpolations and samples and stuff. Nice moments.
Exactly. Mariah Queen of samples too. Let's add another Queen title that she so deserves. Like, come on.
Definitely.
All right. So now I believe we are going to be on to the 20 and final track for the Ultra Platinum Edition, which is going to be Sprung. Yeah, so it kind of reminds me listening to it again, maybe lyrically of Circles more, just maybe a more like up tempo moment. So thinking about that, I'm like, that's cool. So I like this one, listening to it. I think the vocal delivery like really strikes me. It's really interesting. I love when I listen to songs and like the vocal delivery like really sticks out to me and stuff and just like makes it distinctive. And one of Mariah's like most like I think powerful things about her songs is like the vocal delivery. I talked about this before, like the Memoirs album and stuff. Like the lyrics, the songwriting is like really great. It's not corny in the delivery. Her confidence makes it work. And so I really like the delivery in the song. I love the production on this song as well. I just like her vocals in general. I think it's a good way to end it off. I think it's something that is a fun little moment, doesn't take itself too seriously, so I really like it.
Yes, I love Sprung. I love Sprung so much. Like, deserves all the love. I love the like gadgety kind of techie like sounding production on the song. It's nice. Like it's a nice sound, and honestly, lyrically, I can see how it kind of relates to Circles, but melodically, it reminds me like of like the last parts of Stay the Night. I don't know why, but like maybe it's because of being the songs being in similar keys. Maybe that's why it reminds me a little bit of Stay the Night, but in the best way possible. Ooh, I'd like to see someone do a mashup of Stay the Night and Sprung. So if any producers out there that want to do it, I want to see you do it because that would be so cool.
You
But
should
yeah,
make
no.
a tweet about that.
Yes, yeah. I'll make it later today. But yeah, no, this is such a great song and a great way to close out the album. Nothing but positive things for Sprung.
But for me, the production was a little strange because I never heard something like that.
It's something fun, some for the summertime, some for the girls to, get ready and party too. Like,
I was kind of confused, but no hate. Like, I was kind of confused on what that was. But no hate, though. I still love the song, but I was confused when I first heard it. Because, like, A Secret Lover was I heard that before on YouTube, but Sprung I never heard before, so it threw me off guard. I was like, what is that?
no, I have to say really quickly, Daniel is so funny with the stuff he be putting in the chat. I just put it on the drum watch on, like I just busted out laughing.
Yeah,
I did
honestly,
sleep
my
last night.
favorite
It was
stuff that
only for
Daniel
like a
says
few
is
hours, yeah,
yeah,
but
my
I
favorite stuff
will
that
sleep
Daniel
better tonight.
But,
exactly. My favorite
but
stuff that
like,
Daniel says is not even the like things he says on the space. It's the comments. So that's why like I encourage everyone to read the comments.
but
Daniel
like
just
I
hilarious.
said, I don't hate it. I was just confused, kind of. I was like, what is this? With the production, but the vocals are fire. But I was like confused when I first heard it.
I think Glitter's up next.
Thanks. Yeah, first of all, I want to say Michelle, same still. Regarding we need a resolution. But anyway, I want to back Jay up on his comment about say something because I fully agree. I mean, stay the night because I fully agree. It definitely has like the same like vibes and big instrumentals and everything, and yeah, it's a bop. But again, she's just going bop for bop with those deluxes. So, but good job, Jay.
I
Thank
think
you. I appreciate
Harvey's
it.
next.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Glitter. You're so real.
Oh no, this song's a bop. No one can deny. I kind of agree on what Octavia's saying. Again, no hate for the song. I love the song, but yeah, I just also think it was a little bit weird, like the production on the song. It is.
Well, y'all are saying it's fun. I like the beat.
Yeah, I'm definitely not saying I don't love it. It's just yeah, it is very unique and it's very strange. I mean, like Mariah is unique and she definitely does know how to write and produce a song. But yeah, when I first heard this song, when I was first trying to learn the song, it was yeah a little bit weird to the stuff that I heard. But it is a great song.
I think Daniel's next.
Yeah, but honestly, like the production for me is probably the thing that I love most about the song. Kind of weird, like I really love it. It's almost like it sends you on a high, and like she doesn't bring you down. I think it's a real cool way to close out the Ultra Platinum edition as well. Like she's really not letting you breathe anymore, you know. Like she's sent like you're full on levitating in your room right now. That's how I feel when the song
Yes, a
plays.
fun moment.
Right? Like she did this for the girl, she did this for herself as well. Like she was, you can tell like she was having fun making the song. I really love it. I think it's one of the best songs off the album, honestly. Um, and yeah, I honestly like the production is probably the best part for me. So, and like her vocals are eaten as always.
Yes, we love that. Chase, would you like to go next?
Oh, about Sprung or the sorry, someone was trying to call me, so I kept pressing the red button. No, I think you guys said it. Jay, what was the song? The mashup with the other song?
Oh, it's mashed up with "Stay the Night."
Yeah, I'd like to hear that for sure.
Yes, and I'll make sure to make that tweet to ask any producers if they want to make that mashup, because that would be so lit.
The way you couldn't decide if you wanted to say Slay or Lit, so you tried to put them together.
Slit. Oops. I didn't mean to say
No.
slit. I meant to say lit, but hey, if we're gonna make a combo word with slay and lit, why not put the word slit?
Oh, that's so unserious of you.
It
I'm sorry,
sounds
Unserious.
that's
so
not
weird
But
though,
am I
serious.
ever
slit.
serious?
Oh my gosh, I can't say
That
that.
sounds very hetero of you.
Yeah, are you here? Are you here,
Yeah,
Kenny?
bro. So
Are you
straight.
in the building, Kenny? Like, I don't think Kenny in the building. And all right, not Kenny
No,
laughing.
he's heckling with the reactions. He just doesn't feel like talking to us.
Oh, real. But yeah, I think now I want to get into like our overall thoughts about this album. Again, please try to keep it brief. So basically what I will say is I think it's an amazing album. Best comeback of all time, of course. Like she really proved everyone wrong who thought she was done after Glitter and Charm Bracelet with We Belong Together #1 14 weeks. This album was the best selling album of 2005 and yeah, it's done really well for her overall. Classic, like I said, vocally. I think the production on here is just amazing. I think there's so much that you can just learn from just listening to the vocals on here. And yeah, one of the best singers of all time, very intricate, showing that off. I really love the production on here. Generally, I appreciate her songwriting, one of the best songwriters of all time. I just think that this is a fun, like, party record moment. I think it was something that was good for the time. You think of, like, classic, 2000s R&B, you think of this album. Like I said, I like the Ultra Platinum Edition cover more, and I appreciate what she did with the extra songs off of that. I love this era. I think she looked amazing during it. Just like all praise. Every time I see moments of her during this era, I just appreciate what she gave us in that moment. So I think that's what I wanted to say for this album. I really quite enjoy it.
Anastasia really said it best, like the best thoughts ever, honestly. But my thoughts on the album, honestly, that there's a reason why I'm glad, like, this was the era that I discovered Mariah and fell in love with her and became a lamb. Like, serve after serve during the era, loved all the songs that became popular. popular for a reason because they're hits like that stick like grit. So for reals, like honestly, and it's so crazy that
Hits that stick like grits. Is that what you said?
stick like grits. Yeah,
I love it.
exactly. No, but I love that she was able to have her comeback and have the best comeback of all time. When people were writing her off, they thought she was done, but she's like, nope, I still have lots in me left because I'm only getting started, motherfuckers. And like the fact that she was able to have her comeback and prove everyone wrong, it shows you that you never write off talent, you never write off legends like Mariah.
Period, exactly. And that's what
Exactly.
she was always saying during this era. She's like, you can't write off talent. I thought I had all these number ones and sold all these records before. And even she's saying with like Glitter something, she was like, oh, I'm sorry, it only did like like 1 million worldwide or whatever it sold. And she was like, some people never do that. Like she like knew
Exactly.
what she achieved, and the fact that so many people were ready to write her off, and like those were good albums as well. And I wanted to say quickly that people misconstrue what a comeback is. A comeback isn't like you finish a really successful era and then you go into your next one, and isn't like, it's like whenever you're not received as well, like commercially, critically. Like she was put through the ringer with Glitter and Charm
Yeah,
Bracelet.
she was
If
put
you
through a
know,
hate
you
train.
know. Like they really thought she was toast. Like they were really about to be like, oh, like it's over. Like they're about to like walk her out the door. Like it's done. And so when she came back with this, she showed people like, no, like I really still have it. Like you guys thought you were gonna get the last laugh, but like I said yesterday, Mariah always gonna get the last laugh, and it's period.
And that's on
So
period. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So
And
I
then
think yeah, they
let me
misconstrue
give
it.
a few
Yeah.
more thoughts. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be brief. Yeah, no, like she really like showed how to have the best comeback of all time, and it's like I love that she like, and it, obviously like it never, like if y'all like were truly fans and truly stuck in, like you would know she never went anywhere. She was still there, but also we know from a commercial and critical like standpoint, we know like the comeback Emancipation Mimi was a necessary comeback in order to of course be in the good graces of the public. I get that, but I'm like, yeah, but to be technical, she never left. Just so you all know. But yeah, love this album.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah,
But
so
for
yeah,
me,
love this album. Great songwriting, great production, great vocals. Like some of her best work ever. Some of my favorite songs ever, like Mine Again, Joyride, Fly Like a Bird. Such great production, vocals, lyrics,
Yeah, definitely
everything.
some career best on here for
Career
sure.
best, and it's just like damn, like I will always have a special place in my heart for We Belong Together and the whole Mimi era because of this being around the time that I discovered her. Like Mariah, you will always be famous, and Mariah, you will always be mother.
Period. I think Glitter's next.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I accidentally muted everyone.
Oh, no worries. So yeah, definitely one of the best comeback album of all time, and I say that in quotations because to Lambs, she never left, right? Like we had Charm Bracelet, but the general public doesn't know that it existed. So to them, there was like a drought, but she was still feeding us the whole time. But anyway, but yeah, it was such a redemption for her and for us as Lambs, and it's just like a celebration in a way. Sorry for the background vocals. My son is very excited about this album. And but yeah, so it's just I I was so proud. Like just going so many years. Like I said, like it's not a very long time, but when it takes up all 4 of your high school years, that feels like a lifetime, right? So like that comeback is just so powerful, and everyone was listening to her album. Everybody was like bumping it everywhere. Like it was no longer like looked down upon to be like obsessed with Mariah or whatever. And like it's just a great feeling for people to finally jump on the bandwagon. Like, I mean, we look down on bandwagoners, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, if you're finally getting taste, then welcome. Like, join us. It's fine. So, it was incredible, and I know you guys said a lot over the past like few spaces that like certain songs remind you of equals MC square, and obviously that's because they're sister albums. That's a continuation, so they're supposed to like kind of have share like a similar like sister like vibe. But yeah, so I love it. I'm super proud of her. I'm proud of it. And I just want to say like the album covers, because like I was doing like recreations. The deluxe is so hard to nail. The way she's contorting her body and different limbs are going in all different directions. Like it's so hard. But it obviously
Choreography,
did.
a
Yes,
choreographic moment.
choreography.
The
But it
Deluxe
makes
is one of
it
her
so
best album
incredible.
covers. She ate
Yes,
like
she really did. And I can vouch that shit is difficult as fuck. I don't know how she was doing all that, but yeah. So anyway, we love it, and it's definitely deserving of being the greatest comeback.
Period.
But for me,
There will never be a comeback this amazing again. But continue,
Sadly.
Octavia.
But for me, I was 10 years old when this album came out. So literally, yeah, I discovered her when I was 14. And when I first heard this album, I was like, this is the girl for me to listen to, because I didn't know it was a comeback until I started listening to her. Because at 10 years old, I really didn't listen to much music back then. So I was a little kid. So when I first heard it as an adult, as a teenager, I mean, I was like, wow, this girl with this big voice, how can she do that? Like, how? I was like, I was 14 listening to this album. I was like, how? It's like when I started learning more about her, I was like, wow, I didn't know she went through all this crap, trying to prove to people that she never left. Like I was like so proud of her with this album, and she proved it. She came back and showed them all.
Oh, I forgot to talk about BET Blueprint. That performance of like Vision of Love is like one of her best performances. I know it gets talked about a lot, but like just hit after hit after hit on this album. The performance is 8. I want to say that really quickly. I forget who was next. Let's go with Chase.
Yeah, no, I want to say that I think with this song, I hope this is okay to say, but Mariah Carey has, we know this, more number one hits than any solo artist. Hopefully soon, she'll be tied with the Beatles. But regardless, I feel like a lot of people, they would say, well, Whitney has "I Will Always Love You." Celine has "My Heart Will Go On." I think with this album, Mariah Carey got her like major
signature song.
Her
with "We
song
Belong."
of the decade, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and she never needed it in my mind to be as luminous and incredible an artist, but yeah, I'm so happy for her. Like Glitter said, I really, really, really love this song. I love the remix. All the other songs you talked about are great. I got to listen to more of them now after your input. And the performances, I think, besides We Belong Together, Fly Like a Bird, I think the MTV Movie Awards, when she's in the red dress and black and white, I don't know how they did that. But literally with her, when she does the climax, it's like she had to perform. It was like a angel set free. Like, look at her, how the movement of her body. She's using her whole body to really belt out everything and every emotion. So, love that performance. Love the album.
Period. We love those.
Yes. Also, the
Wrapping
photo
thoughts.
shoots from this era 8, like they were
8
just really in
down.
their bag. Like just so many amazing looks during this era. I love
Exactly.
the street fashion and all that. So I will say that.
Yes, and
Let's
then if you
go
don't
with
mind, before we
Harvey.
let someone else speak, I just want to say quickly my favorite Mariah performance from the Emancipation era is the "Don't Forget About Us" performance that she did at the AMAs in 2005. Devoured, like the vocals 8, the stage presence 8, like honestly, in the dress, love it, like, and the hair, just everything to me. So I just want to say that real quick.
I mean, like, this album is just from start to finish. Like, it doesn't matter if it's the original album, it doesn't matter if it's the deluxe album. From start to finish, it's just, I don't know how to put it other word than masterpiece. It is honestly like a work of art. And it was kind of like the statement everywhere, not just the US, that she's back. She's never gone away. So it's the fact that it's like that was a number 4 debut. It debuted and peaked at number 4. And that was the statement where it was like, Here I am, Miss Me. And yeah, it's just really an amazing album to listen to.
And number one for the US, just in case anyone was confused, he was talking about the UK.
Yeah.
They're a little bit
For the
more
album,
faceless. Yeah.
yeah, this had like her highest first week album sales of like at the time, wasn't it 100,000
Yeah,
copies or something like
404,000,
that?
and then I think Einstein
Yeah.
would end up becoming our highest first week
Yeah,
sales
wasn't
the
that
next day.
463,000 or something? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
around there.
Yeah, 463,000. Yeah, so 8.
Period.
No, yeah, and I think We Belong Together definitely in my top all-time favourite songs of all time. It's just an amazing song. That and Mine Again as well. Like they just come from like a really personal place. Like other people may question it or whatever, but they're my songs. Like I almost claim them as my own because it's like part of me. Yeah, I can't really say anything other than it's a masterpiece, and I sometimes don't use the word comeback. I use it as bounce back. I'm like, she went from being like at the lowest of the low to being hospitalized and having all this crazy crap going on in her life. And the fact that she pulled through and gave us that album, incredible. If that was her last album, I would not complain. Because
Yeah, people really said this, but this album really solidified her as like a legend in the
yeah, no,
industry. It's true.
definitely.
I mean, she was already a legend by the time this came out, but
Yeah,
yeah,
like I would
definitely.
say her
Well,
run for
no,
sure
but
in the 90s.
I'm saying she just need like because sometimes people it takes time for them to realize your greatness and stuff like that. Like she had already achieved so much, but with the smash hit that was "We Belong Together," blocking herself from number one, because that was number one, and then "Shake It Off," and like all the stuff she achieved with this album, and like people said, like this era was giving rich, it was giving elegance and all that stuff, and like there's just so many iconic moments. So I think this came out and people were like, oh, like she really is a legend. Like I think she just needed that to do it or whatever, and she needed that to come back and in people's like good graces and whatever, and she was like, what do I have to do? Everyone can just do whatever. I have to have a billion comebacks. So I think that's why it solidified her as a
As a
legend at that
legend,
moment.
yes.
And if she never did this album, her career would look different. It is what it is. No shade obviously, but yeah, I definitely, like people said, I think this is the one that people like, oh, she a
Yeah.
legend for real. Like
Yeah, Anastasia makes such a great point. Well, of course, her run in the 90s for sure would alone solidify her as a legend, no doubt. But I feel like once the Mimi era came, it's like after that, people were like, oh, there's no doubting she's a legend. Like, you could never deny her impact. Like, you could never, like, be like, oh, that's not a legend. Yes, that is.
yeah,
Like,
you
be
just
for
gotta
real.
remind people how great you are sometimes, because people wanted to doubt her name, and she just had to come and eat the girls up once again and show them that they really had no chance to begin with, and she did that, and that's a legend on period. Like
Exactly. And then is it Susie or Daniel that's next?
I think Daniel's next, and then we're gonna
I
do
think
Susie.
just 1 second, sorry. I think so. Me and Blair, I mean, we've been like kind of together since the day one of me kind of joining the Lamely. And I remember asking her several times because I know that she's been a lab since day one, and I always remember kind of asking her when I first kind of joined. I was like, what was it like during the Emancipation of Mimi? I'm like, did you? I'm like, be honest. I'm like, oh, did you think that after Charmy that she wouldn't bounce back or that anything like that? And like, I remember asking her so much about Emancipation era, just because I think it's so significant to her career. Like, it's just a great album from start to finish, and that's me done.
Period. And now on to Daniel.
Okay, so everything you all said, incredible, perfect, everything. This is definitely the best comeback album of all time. As Anastasia said, We Belong Together is the greatest comeback song as well. And even though like she was around before with, Charm Bracelet and whatever, like it's just I don't know, I find it really amazing when an artist like Mariah or just, anyone who goes through a difficult time and then they make some of their best work and prove that they are still at the top of their game. And I think we also have to remember, she's 15 years in the industry when she made this album. Her voice hadn't declined. She really showed a vocal master class on this album, especially. and kind of ate the girls up as well. Should have won album of the year at the Grammys 100%.
Oh yeah,
But
they
we
definitely cheated her
yeah,
out of that. All those
they really
urban
did.
categories. Like,
As
let's
they've
be
always
for
done,
real.
especially with like Butterfly and Daydream, but especially with this album as well. But yeah, her impact is undeniable. She's mother, she's queen. Um, this album I really love. This is one of my favorite albums of all time. A great 2000s, a great R&B classic album from the 2000s, and yeah, I love it. I'm happy that she really showed everyone that she still had it. And I think it was Glitter who mentioned how when she performed at the Grammys for Fly Like a Bird and the We Belong Together medley, she really showed everyone in that room who had doubted her and who basically had her career dead. And she basically showed them that, no, I still have it. And, I just know they were crying and shaking, tearing their hair out when, she had the highest selling album of the year. That's a comeback that is, so cool.
Period. Yeah, and I really think when you get like, because like we know she was like 15 years in her career and she releases, I think that's probably the proper time to give somebody that like legend stuff or whatever. Because like I think part of being a legend is showing that you have longevity in the game, and Mariah is like has some of the best longevity of all time. So I think it was like the proper time, to be like, to give her that stamp of like, oh, this woman is legend. I think this album kind of solidified that and everything. So again, no shade. I think just everything kind of aligned perfectly with this. And yeah, she was saying even with this album, like I was saying yesterday, like I've already did what I need to do and everything. And this album was just the moment that she so rightfully deserves. So we love that. I believe Susie is next, and then we'll do Glitter.
Yeah, I'm just popping in really late, but I just wanted to say that I think it makes me wonder what other kind of music or writing Mariah could have written had she had that freedom in her first, like the first 10 years, like all the way up to like Butterfly, because I think Emancipation was written like, after like she left Tommy, right? So it just makes me wonder what kind of um, music she could have written had she had that freedom. That was it.
Yeah, that's always an interesting food for thought and everything, and that's a whole rabbit hole. But yeah, I think about that a lot too. I'm glad that she was always able to, write her songs and that she pushed for that and that she didn't sell her publishing. I think that that's major and stuff. And yeah, her catalog is just, legend stuff. Like the girls wish they could have one album as good as this and, discography stack. So I will say that, but that's definitely food for thought. Glitter's next.
Yeah, going off of that, I do think, regardless of what happened, like it was also a reflection. All of her albums are a reflection of like whatever she was going through at that time. So like it's cool that we got to see that progression. And like I feel like if things didn't happen the way they did, we wouldn't have something like as much of a masterpiece as Daydream, to where like she's like letting us know, like it's like she's like secretly trying to tell us where her headspace is and what's going on with her and blah blah blah. Like I just feel like her story also goes along so well with the progression of her album. So I think it's fine that we don't know, but that is a really cool thought as well. But I just wanted to clarify. So yeah, like I get what you guys were saying about the legend thing. I think the difference is because by 2000 she was already artist of the millennium and artist of the decade and all that. So I think the difference is the Emancipation of Mimi solidified her as not just a legacy act and not just a 90s act, because if she did nothing else after Glitter, she would still be considered a legend, but she would also be considered like a legacy act, like with Patty and Aretha and all them. But like this made her like still relevant with the girlies. And to this day, she is still fucking relevant with the girlies. That's why like people hold her to a different standard than they do all these like actual legacy artists who get to just chill and do whatever the fuck they want. Even though like currently she is chilling and doing whatever the fuck she wants, and like doing things at her own like pace and whatever she wants to
Yeah,
do,
yeah,
and we love that.
exactly.
But
Yeah,
yeah, she's
you
always
made
gonna be relevant.
Yeah, you made
Yeah,
such a
she
great
always
point.
adapts with the times and stuff. So I see what you're saying in like that respect. Because yeah, this was her adapting to like that moment and stuff, and then what she did with Caution. Like that's definitely history. And the Girls Could Never, and the album is still very underappreciated. So I mean, yeah, I just think showing the longevity across like all that, and the songs always trending and having their moments, and how she's able to adapt with social media. I think that she's just brilliant overall, and she
So
doesn't get enough
brilliant.
credit for everything that she's able to do.
All right, so who's next? Is it Paulo or Harvey?
I think Paulo's next.
Okay.
Hi everyone. This is my
Hey,
first time
Lamb.
speaking here. I'm from the Philippines. The,
Welcome.
yeah,
Welcome,
the weird
Philippines.
thing here is Mariah never had a quote unquote that downfall in the Philippines because Thank God I Found You, Never Too Far, and Through the Rain are huge classics here in the Philippines. So we didn't feel her
Y'all have
comeback.
taste.
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
that.
very big classics until now. But with Emancipation of Mimi in the Philippines, I think she was able to garner more youthful audience. And We Belong Together was such a huge hit here. Don't Forget About Us until now. So that's what I couldn't relate when I searched about Mimi in the internet. There was a downfall, but in the Philippines, she had like the most successful concert for
Oh, I'm
child-raised
jealous of
tour in
you.
the Philippines.
That's so
So yeah,
cool.
so
I'm so jealous.
we never experienced that one here in the Philippines. It's still a
That's
huge
And I
star
know
for
awesome.
y'all be
here.
tearing her songs up at karaoke. I know
Yes,
y'all be
yes.
tearing it up.
Like
Like,
That
every
Magic
week
Mike,
somebody would
yes.
sing Through the
exactly.
Rain. Every week somebody would sing Through the Rain in singing contests here. Never Too Far. So they
Yes.
are like
Period.
staples.
Y'all have taste.
That's
Never Too Far is the
yeah.
best song off the Glitter album, in
Yeah,
my opinion.
yeah,
Like,
that's it. Thank you.
of course, thanks so much for joining us. I love whenever we meet people from like all around the world and stuff, or different walks of life. I think it's so cool. So thanks so much for joining us from the Philippines. That's so slay.
Period, Paulo.
And I think
Follow me back, by the way, Paulo. I would
Harvey
love to
is
be a lamb
next.
mutual with you.
Come again, sorry?
I follow me back. I would love to become a lamb mutual with
Yeah,
you.
sure.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I love Philippine lambs. I mean, I love all lambs. I mean, like we're all in this together. I think one thing I just wanted to say on kind of top of what I said is that like I just love that the fact that this album has kind of stayed almost like still in the future, because I don't know about the US kids and the Philippines, and I don't know about in the Irish lands, and but I hear We Belong Together and it's like that on the radio all the time on mainstream, because like in the UK we only have like, so like we don't have like millions of radio channels, we only have like 4 or 5, and like I hear We Belong Together play all the time, and even when Big Energy came out, that was a massive radio hit in the UK as well, with not just the latter version, it was the Mariah Carey version with it, and people came up to me and was like, oh, and I heard We Belong Together on the radio today, and I thought about you, and like my parents who know I'm Mariah crazy, are like, oh, I heard We Belong Together, and I'm like, oh my god, that just makes me feel really happy. And it's the fact that people don't know that it's her as well. It's like, I'm like, that is her, and it's like, no, it's not. She cannot sing like that. And I'm like, that's what I said when I first discovered her, and now I'm crazy. But yeah, I love how it's just.
Yeah, anyone not giving her flowers as a vocalist is insane. Like, she top
Love
3
it.
singers of all time, and that's period. I'd said if you put Whitney and Aretha above her, I respect that because they're also like goats, like vocally, like some of the best ever, very influential. But yeah, like Mariah top 3, and if she's not like top 3 for you, like that's unserious in my opinion. But I wanted to say every year on Valentine's Day, We Belong Together always has its biggest day on like streaming and stuff. Like it's always like doing its thing there. So I think that that's like really cool every year on Spotify. They're like, oh, it's had its biggest day, like so. I like that about it. But yeah, it's definitely like the album is held in high regard as like one of her best, like among fans and critics alike and stuff, and it gets a lot of high praise and stuff. And every time, if I recommend people to listen to her discography, I give a couple recommendations, but I always say if you love 2000s R&B, like you have to
Have to
listen to
listen
this
to
album.
that
If you
one.
just want like a sampler, like if you just want a couple albums to listen to, I always throw this one in there because it's an essential. Like I feel like you have to. So.
Yeah, no, I love how it's almost stayed within the radio. I mean, like people go, oh no, but she's a
See, when you make
yeah,
classics.
when people go, "Oh no, she's just a Christmas girl," I'm like, Mariah's on the radio all the time. Like, it's the radio hits in like the UK. Like, we have like Fantasy, we have Big Energy play on the radio a lot. We have We Belong Together, and then we have like Always Be My Baby, and like we just have kind of like those songs, and like they kind of repeat on the radio all the time. And I'm like, yeah, people don't know that it's actually her, and I think it happens all the time when people don't realize it's her. And yeah, she's just incredible for everything that she does. And
I think it's just hard to connect that one person has that many hits. Like We Belong Together, All I Want for Christmas Is
it's
You,
just so dynamic.
Fantasy,
It's
Dream
like
Lover,
every single
like
song.
all One Sweet Day. Yeah, all these hits that one person did, like that's actually insane. So I think some people just don't connect it. When you do, it's like, wow, that's actually the go for real. Like,
Yeah, all right. Glitter, do you have any last thoughts before we wrap the space up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, speaking on that, I think that's definitely a young people thing, and like they're the ones that are always like, "Oh, she's a Christmas act," and then when you start listing her songs, they're like, "Oh, I know that." You know what I mean? Like, and it's crazy how you can go to any concert or any, like, I don't know, there's footage of people being in like cafeterias and busting out "We Belong Together," right? So it's like any generation, like any age, even the young kids, they all know it by heart. And I just think that's so like powerful, that she has
Exactly,
that
even the
Mariah.
generational
younger people
power.
know Obsessed now for sure.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
before I knew her,
Yeah.
I knew Fantasy for sure. So like I know
Yeah, like
Exactly. And
those.
Always Be
yeah,
My
her like
Yeah.
she
Baby.
will always
Yeah.
transcend generations and transcend time. It's like no one's seeing her longevity, like we said. And yeah, so with that,
I think
the
Susie
man.
has something she
Oh,
wants to
Susie,
say.
say something. Yeah, say something, and then yeah, like if no one else has something to say, then we can wrap it up.
Yeah, it's really quick, really quick, really quick. So this is probably one of the only albums, one of the three albums that I wish Mariah would have popped in and spoke about in each song. That would have been so interesting to me. Like, she just has so much. I think she would have a lot to say in this album, especially because of the impact and just like what happened, the before, the after,
Yes, I'd
and
love a documentary in this album.
yeah, that would have been very interesting if she popped into spaces. That was it.
No, yeah, no, you
Yeah,
make
I
such a
would
good
love
point.
for her to do a book on like every single song that she's written. I want to hear behind it. Like I want to hear all of it cuz she's such a genius, and that's what I love about her interviews is I feel like she's
Exactly.
so giving, especially like the Rainbow era, like the Charlie Rose interview, the Genius interview that she did for the Caution era. That
Yes.
one that she did in 99 with Craig Seymour, it's like an hour long interview. Like she's so giving and like about her creative process, and I
Hmm.
love hearing how her songs came to be. So
Yeah,
I would love
because
for her to
Mariah
just
could
do an
like leave it
entire
up to
book.
exactly, because Mariah could leave
Yes.
it up to interpretation, be like, oh, here's the song, interpret it yourself, and leave it at
Yeah.
that. But the fact that Mariah
Yeah.
will give you time to break down the meaning of the song and the process of the song, it's like
Exactly. I
no
love
one
that
else is
she
more
gives us
giving.
little morsels like every once in a while, like, oh, like here's like what I meant by this lyric, whatever, like give us moments. So if she did like an entire book on just every song she's written, like all about it, I would love to read that. And I feel like
Exactly.
it would be really good to give like her songwriting that, because yeah, we know she got inducted into Songwriters Hall of Fame, but I feel like that would just push it further. So I hope that she
Exactly.
does that one day.
Yes, I agree, Anastasia. And when I get a chance to be in a songwriting session with Mariah, there's some questions I'm going to ask her for certain songs. But yeah, but that's besides the point. So
Kenny, you
yeah,
got anything to say?
any last thoughts
Yeah, I don't
for
know
me?
if he had anything.
Did anyone?
If she did the book, it'd
He's
probably
not.
take her about 10,000 years.
Well, it'll be worth it. I'll be
It'll be
waiting all
worth it,
those years. I'm
and I'll
sorry.
be
Like I
buying.
will. I'll reincarnate to read the
She'll
book.
start it
I
now
really
and
don't
she'll be
care.
like 88 when she finishes, and she'll be like, oh, it's time to
I'll
become.
give up 3
And we'll
future
have to
lives in
read
order
it.
to
Like,
read the book.
yeah. But I think we're good. Everyone kind of said what they had to say about this album pretty much. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it. I'm gonna
Yeah,
upload this to my channel. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have part one before everything started messing up, like all the way through Your Girl. I know like we talked a little bit about some of the songs after that in part two, but it's people couldn't hear each other. It was very disjointed. It's hard for me to edit, so I'm just gonna
yeah, and
axe
then Elon
that.
Musk
And
decided to be
then
an asshole.
yeah, and then we started, started with, after that, like 11 through the rest of it. So it'll be basically part one, part three. I'm going to mash those together. I'll upload that on my YouTube channel in the next few days. So
Hmm.
those who may have missed this space if you guys would like to check it out. You guys can always listen to the recordings in here, but I will throw those together. I'll edit it nicely so you can listen to it that way. But I wanted to say thank you guys so much for coming to the space. I really appreciate you all talking about your love for Mariah and her songs, and I think it's really nice to appreciate not only Mariah Carey the singer, but the songwriter, the producer. So I've made a bunch of videos on her. I love her more than anything. So to get to speak with people in real time about her music and what it's done, it's really nice. So
It
I
really is
appreciate all
nice.
of you guys, and yeah, like I said, I have my YouTube stuff. I put one of my videos in the Jumbotron. And I'll put it back in there again if you guys want to check out my channel. I've done a lot of videos on Mariah. The one
Yeah,
I'm
you
most proud
have
of
to you
is
have to
my
watch
deep
those.
dive.
They're
Those
really
Yes.
videos are
good.
so
That
good,
deep
by the way.
dive.
Make sure to watch them.
Yeah,
But yeah, thank you
I
so
would,
much,
yeah.
Anastasia, for giving me the privilege to co-host with you. It was
Of
so much
course, you're
fun.
always my brother in Christ, always my
Sister in Christ,
co-host. You
exactly.
always help me out. We just work well together. So yeah, thank
Exactly.
you guys so much for coming into space. I deeply, deeply
Thank
appreciate
you.
Of course,
everybody
and make
so
sure to
Thanks
follow
for
much.
me
being
and
on the host,
Anastasia as
Anastasia.
well. Like
Yeah,
we love
definitely.
we would love more lamb mutuals, and of course
Yeah,
we'd
we're
love
gonna be
to.
hosting more lamb spaces and have more lamb opportunities and stuff. Also we're doing a space this I believe Friday for E=MC². So if you guys would like to
Exactly.
tap into that, then if you just go on my profile, it's somewhere on there. It's somewhere in the Jumbotron if you guys like want to find it. Maybe I can find it and like throw it back up there really quickly. But yeah, that's gonna
Exactly.
be this Friday. So I'm actually really looking forward to that. And of course we'll talk about the bonus tracks for that
Yes.
album. And I think I'm gonna do more spaces on here for like the anniversaries of her albums and such. So I'm actually really excited to do those and stuff. And those will be
Exactly.
recorded
Yeah,
and uploaded.
and then
So
before I
yeah.
go, make sure to like and retweet my pinned post on my profile because in case y'all lambs don't know, yeah, Kelly Clarkson has a new song called Me. My new
He's
song's
always
called.
gonna get the Kelly Clarkson promo
I
in.
know I
I
have
love
to.
Kelly Clarkson, but he missed his opportunity the other day and he was like, "No, I'm throwing this in."
I'm throwing
Like
this in. Yeah. So Me Slash Mine are coming out on Friday. So lambs,
Kelly
here to
Clarkson a
support
queen
Kelly because
though.
obviously
We
we
love
know
Kelly.
Kelly's
She
a
always
huge
has appreciated
lamb.
Mariah and given her respect
Yeah.
as a singer and writer. So yeah, support her new single. I will be listening to it. I'm doing a video on that.
Thanks
But
for being an
yeah.
amazing host, Anastasia.
What you say?
I said thanks for being an amazing host, Anastasia.
Thanks
You
so
did a
much
good
for
job.
coming to one of my spaces, Daniel. I've spoken with you on a lot of
So real,
Michaela
Daniel.
spaces, and you've
Love
always
you.
missed the ones I've hosted. So I'm glad you
I
came
know.
yesterday. I'm glad you came back.
Yeah, and thank you, Glitter, for
Thanks.
coming. Thank you, RJ, Kenny, Hotstep Mariah, Susie, Harvey, Octavia, and
Yeah,
everyone else
thank
I forgot to
everyone
mention.
so deeply
And
for
Chase, too.
supporting and
Chase
all
and
that
Paolo, too.
stuff. You guys are the best. And yeah, that'll be it. See you next time. Have a
Love
nice
you,
night.
lambs. Bye.
Thanks, guys. This was awesome. Bye-bye.
Cheers, guys.
That's going to be it for the Emancipation of Mimi space. Thank you so much to everyone who came on. Having friends on there is fun, and the banter that we have and stuff like that. So I really appreciated that. It was a great discussion. So again, thank you to everyone who came. Thank you to Jay for co-hosting with me, Mimi's Folklore for co-hosting with me, and all that stuff. And I did host a space on =MC² actually, and that should be uploaded in the next few days. And I also have a space on Kelly Clarkson's Thankful album, which will be up in the next few days. I usually host a space like once a month on my Twitter account, and I tend to re-upload it on here. If you would like to take part in those discussions, follow me on Twitter at TheEmancipationofMimi. It'll be linked down below in the description, and you can just follow along, and then you can hit a set reminder if you would like to go to more spaces that I do in the future. And then if you hit the seat details button, it'll tell you what time that is for your respective time zone. And if you guys would like to see more videos on Mariah, I will have it on the screen right here to where you guys can go to. But that's going to be it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, give it a like down below. Hosting online into algorithm, I very much appreciate it. You can subscribe if you want to see more videos like this. Hit the bell to get a notification from when I post and have some brand new videos come out. The first link down below in the description is going to be my second channel. Just uploaded 2 new videos on there, and it was the unboxing of the 2 different versions of the Butterfly Deluxe Find Me Please variants. So definitely go check those out. I have like 4 videos I need to get out on there, and I'm hoping to do that in the next week or 2 that I've already recorded. So I just have to edit those. I'm also going to have my Twitter, my Instagram, my Spotify, my TikTok if you guys like to follow me on those, as well as a link to all the videos that I have done on Mariah, of course, and links to educate you guys on important situations. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in my next one.